What bad intentions could Batman have? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276, Who caused the Martian Hunter to suffer from paranoia? The operation to subdue Cyborg went much more smoothly than expected. CC Batson, who was controlled by the meditation mites, at least resisted for a while, but the resistance of Cyborg was completely suppressed by Supergirl. Chen Tao watched coldly as Supergirl tied up the silent Cyborg like a dumpling. He knew that, when Supergirl attacked Cyborg, Cyborg should be able to immediately figure out everything. He was not stupid. From the beginning to the end, Cyborg had always disguised himself as a loyal dog of the fighting faction in the government, to cover up his actions. In fact, since Batman pretended to be Cyborg to deceive Steppenwolf, Cyborg should have known that his true identity should have been exposed to Batman's vision, but Cyborg had already made a plan for this situation. He had asked those fighting officials who were controlled by his nanorobots to issue documents in advance. Let Cyborg and Steppenwolf cooperate to deal with Batman. This plan saved his life in the subsequent internal review, and turned the fact that Batman discovered that Cyborg and Steppenwolf were in collusion directly into some American militant officials were in collusion with Steppenwolf, and they ordered Cyborg and Steppenwolf, who obeyed their orders, to join forces to deal with Batman. After the government dealt with the so-called radical militant members, in fact, those officials were slaves controlled by Cyborg. He was asked to cooperate with Batman, and he immediately stopped, and did not do any small moves. He created his own persona as a loyal dog of the government, and pretended that he would do whatever the government asked him to do, even if it was to cooperate with aliens like Steppenwolf to deal with their own superhero Batman. He succeeded, and everything was explained by him. Thanks to Steppenwolf, when he communicated with Batman disguised as Cyborg Superman, he was at most polite in his attitude and words, and he was not even respectful. He did not say that they were also affiliated with Darkseid. What can they prove? It is completely possible to use the deal between the militant faction in the government and Steppenwolf to prevaricate. As long as Cyborg can handle these, his credibility can be fully endorsed by the government. Bang! Supergirl saw that Cyborg had not fainted yet, so she punched him on the head again. Chen Tao just watched silently. In fact, Cyborg's idea is not wrong. Look, I dealt with you before, all at the orders of those militant officials. I was just a dog following orders. What? You said I cooperated with Steppenwolf. Then I don't care. I only obeyed the orders of the government. Those officials asked me to cooperate with Steppenwolf, so we cooperated. Oh, those officials have been dealt with. Then, dear government master, how are you going to place my loyal dog? Wow, it turns out that the government master asked me to work for Batman. But, what bad intentions can a loyal dog have? Bang! Supergirl smashed open the mechanical half of Cyborg and inserted the virus device given by Chen Tao into it. Wonder Woman flew out of the spaceship, opened the cabin in outer space, and pulled out CC Batson, who was tied up by the lasso of truth. Then she tied up Cyborg with the lasso that could be infinitely extended, and tied him and CC Batson together like two grasshoppers on a rope. Chen Tao just watched silently throughout the whole process. In fact, Cyborg's level of spying is not bad. He has disguises and abilities. After Batman used his teammate Steppenwolf to trick out his true identity, he was able to use the loyal dog persona and preparations he had prepared in advance to conceal the truth, continue to obey the government's orders, and happily work with Batman in the Justice League. After being discovered, he can use himself to help another spy, Supergirl, brush Batman and the League's trust, which can be said to be using himself to the limit. But Chen Tao's eyes stayed on Supergirl Kara, who was diligently stuffing Cyborg and CC Batson into the cabin. He had read comics in his previous life and knew what Darkseid had done. Note, in the original comics, Darkseid had indeed controlled Supergirl Kara, so the protagonist would suspect him, then boldly confirm, carefully identify, and finally lock him. Even if the cyborg did more things, he could directly reverse the process through the answer, which was equivalent to a bird's eye view of the whole situation. No matter how meticulous the plan was, he could always find flaws with a magnifying glass. Supergirl Kara was very nervous at this time, but she didn't show it at all. She personally locked CC Batman and Cyborg into the cabin under the spacecraft. While she was doing it, she kept paying attention to Batman and the other two people. Was she exposed too? That's why she rushed to be responsible for tying people and stuffing them into the cabin. If she found that she was also exposed, she could release Cyborg and CC Batson on the spot, and escaping after a melee would be an acceptable result. Although it was not as big as the impact of the sudden backstab on the battle during the final battle, at least the combat effectiveness of the three of them was retained, which was already gratifying. Fortunately, until she put both of them into the chamber, no one suddenly strangled her neck. "Let's go," Chen Tao said. Kara breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that they really didn't notice. The sacrifice of Cyborg Superman and CC Batson was indeed worthwhile. They returned to the Hall of Justice together. Batman was the first to jump off the spaceship, followed by Wonder Woman, followed by Supergirl, Martian Manhunter, and then Supergirl was strangled by the Martian Manhunter who came down from the spaceship last. 3 minutes later, Supergirl collapsed on the ground and twitched. Her whole body was covered with green mucus, and even her face was sprayed with green turbid liquid. Her mouth was crooked and her eyes were slanted. Both eyes lost focus and turned in different directions painfully under the influence of kryptonite. Martian Manhunter wiped the corners of his mouth. Just now, taking advantage of the moment when Supergirl returned to the Hall of Justice and was most relaxed, he vomited a large mouthful of kryptonite solution that he had accumulated for half a day from behind on her head. Until now, these three spies have finally knelt down. It's really not easy. Martian Manhunter wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. "You can go now. I will find a place to accommodate these three selected guys." He heard Batman say to them, "Thank you for your hard work. Go back and have a rest. There are less than 50 hours left before we plan to deal with Steppenwolf. We still have a tough battle to fight." He said so, and then he carried the three spies and disappeared into the Golden Vortex portal. A few minutes later, Martian Manhunter walked in the corridor of the Hall of Justice. He was alone. Wonder Woman lived directly in the base. It was pitch black outside. He walked in the illuminated corridor for a while, but caught up with Green Lantern Hal Jordan, who was also heading towards the exit. "Hey, Ron. Mars Manhunter's real name. You are back. Oh, it's the last mission, right? Batman told us, but unfortunately I was assigned an urgent mission by Batman at the last minute." Green Lantern Hal turned his head and saw Martian Manhunter, looking a little surprised. As he spoke, he pulled out a high-tech prosthetic leg from the backpack behind him, which was made up of the embodiment of the green light medium. "Batman asked me to go to Metropolis to rob a gangster's prosthetic leg. It seems that it has been equipped with some technology from Brainiac's robots. The last time Brainiac invaded the Earth, some of his reconnaissance robots fell into other places on the Earth and were captured." He rummaged around again and took out another thing, a crowbar that looked like it had some kind of energy radiating device. Hal enthusiastically shared the thing with the Martian Manhunter, like a child with a strong desire to share. "This thing can shoot lasers. It's a weapon used by a little villain named Crowbar, who works under that gangster boss." Note: Crowbar, a third-rate DC villain, does exist in DC. He is a black man holding a crowbar that can shoot energy attacks. He used to be a street thug. Except for his name and the weapons he uses, which are both pretty funny, he has no special features. Aha. The Martian Manhunter had nothing to do and was happy to chat with Green Lantern for a while. "Have you been dealing with those criminals before?" "Of course." Batman said he really needed that prosthetic leg. Note: there is a prosthetic leg joke here. In the Marvel movie Guardians of the Galaxy, Rocket Raccoon once asked Star-Lord to get him an unused prosthetic leg, claiming that the prosthetic leg was an important part for modifying the spacecraft. But in fact, Rocket Raccoon tricked Star-Lord. He just wanted to see the guy who lost his leg hopping on the ground on one foot. This means that Chen Tao gave Hal a random task and asked him to bring back a useless thing, and also means that Chen Tao didn't give Hal any other instructions at all. Hal raised his artificial leg and shook it. He told me that this artificial leg is the key to victory. Martian Manhunter was speechless. Although he didn't know what Batman was busy doing, he was sure of one thing. Although this artificial leg looked full of technology and very cool, it didn't have any technical content at all and was useless. However, he didn't intend to point out Green Lantern's excitement. The other part his silly look made Martian Manhunter relax and began to walk out of the solemnity of constantly participating in the backstabbing of traitors in the previous few hours of the journey. Wait. Relax? Martian Manhunter suddenly felt that he had seen something familiar before. The appearance of the previously relaxed cyborg Superman, CC Batson, and Supergirl suddenly flashed in front of him like a revolving lantern. Martian Manhunter's eyes suddenly became sharp. Wait, I went there at 2 p.m. Then Supergirl came at 3 p.m. and Cyborg at 4 p.m. Then who was in front of Batman at 1 p.m? Exclamation mark. It's terrifying to think about it. Let's analyze it calmly. Batman had put Green Lantern on the list of people to work before, but suddenly kicked him out. Suspicious. Too suspicious. I just happened to meet him in the corridor. Although this is the only way for all people entering and leaving the Hall of Justice, and although other superheroes can often be met here, why did I meet Green Lantern Hal at this moment? Strange. To strange. However, Green Lantern Hal didn't know what Martian Manhunter was thinking at this time. He really just came back from fighting the gang outside. The gang's industries are all over the world, involving many crimes, and there are also many black technologies. Although their force is like a toy car in front of Hal, it took him a lot of time to find the place, to investigate the case with the help of Alfred, so that it was not finished until now. It was already dark outside. Martian Manhunter and Green Lantern were walking along the hallway of the Hall of Justice. It was a long way. Why are you walking behind me? Hal suddenly heard Martian Manhunter say this. Hal said, I'm just walking around. Oh. Martian Manhunter nodded. Then he touched his neck, and Hal was confused. Then why are we walking in the same direction? Of course, it's because we all have to leave the Hall of Justice and go back to our own homes, so we have to walk through this only corridor to go out. Oh. Martian Manhunter nodded. Then why is this corridor so long? What are you talking about? Hal was almost tortured by Martian Manhunter's various nonsensical questions. Do you even need to ask? Is this your first time walking down this corridor? That's not the case. Martian Manhunter said. Then, before Hal could answer, he changed the subject abruptly. Can you walk ahead of me? Hal was confused by the other party's attitude. He simply didn't want to talk, so he just walked in front of Martian Manhunter. Then Martian Manhunter grabbed his neck from behind. What happened? Batman really thought I was a spy, so he sent you to arrest me. Martian Manhunter said. He is undoubtedly wrong. I have to talk to him in person. He controlled his body to transform while speaking, and soon blocked the other person's mouth. Green Lantern Hal, woo. And on Chen Tao's side. A few hours later, he appeared in Lucius's laboratory. The night had passed, and the morning sun shone through the laboratory window, shining on various experimental equipment. In fact, Chen Tao was originally going to settle the 3 arrested spies, and then he would be able to reach the laboratory. As a result, for some reason, something happened. The Martian Manhunter thought he was suspected of being a spy, so he beat up Green Lantern Hal, who he thought was ordered to arrest him, and then tried to prove his innocence in front of him, which wasted a lot of his energy. Damn, I said I never doubted Martian Manhunter from the beginning to the end. Why didn't he believe it? Who caused Martian Manhunter to suffer from paranoia? But in short, things have been dealt with now, and he should proceed to the next step of the plan. At this time, in addition to Lucius himself and Dr. Silas Stone, there are 2 other people in Lucius's laboratory, Clark Kent and Lois Lane, the former Superman, and his current girlfriend. Great, it's a book written by a friend. It's so good. Hogwarts. I, Harry, have a home 2 HP fanfiction. The protagonist is an old guy, similar to Hal, and there is also a moving castle. By chance, He lives in Privet Drive, and in the future he will torture Voldemort with the bad kid. Chapter 277, Superman's Speed Force reverses the Speed Force and is reborn. My name is Reverse Flash, Albert Swan. I hide behind the curtain of time, manipulate the direction of history, and guide everything in the direction I want to go. In the imagination of ordinary people, the extremely evil villain must be hiding in a deep cave underground thinking about his evil plan, surrounded by bottles and jars, and surrounded by some ugly subordinates. However, this stereotype is actually completely correct. At this moment, Reverse Flash is standing in a huge and deep cave with many villains from the evil organization Secret Society of Supervillains under the command of the Outsider. On a slightly higher stone platform in front of him, the Outsider is sitting with his back to them in front of several computer screens fixed to the rock wall. He stared at the computer screen in a trance, which showed the heroes of the Justice League who were still doing justice everywhere: Green Lantern, Flash, and next to him stood Drive Ivo, this evil doctor, whose head looks like it has been soaked in sulfuric acid, is the one who created the chemical waste monster and the hairy man. He used to do evil independently, but now, he has long since surrendered to the Outsiders, and serves as the chief scientist of the Secret Society of Supervillains. It seems everyone is here. A hoarse and low voice sounded, and Reverse Flash watched the Outsider turn his swivel chair around little by little, and finally faced all of them. At this time, he was not wearing a bowler hat, like he was outside, and the light above his head made his originally pale face light and dark. In short, let's talk about our purpose first. We can't really let Darkseid come to Earth. The Outsider said, it's not in our interest. That's why the leader summoned you. Dr. Ivo, who was standing next to the Outsider, said, our power must strike back at the critical moment. Reverse Flash had no expression on his face. The Outsiders claimed to their alliance with the Muse Knight and the Cyborg Superman, that he could summon, and was willing to help them summon Darkseid at any time. Therefore, based on this premise, Meditation Might and Cyborg Superman devised a plan. Didn't Batman want to use 3 fully activated mother boxes to lure Steppenwolf into a trap, and then have the entire Justice League fight and catch him? That's great. We will use the same trick and pretend to fall into the trap, but it's not just Steppenwolf that falls into the trap, but also a bunch of monsters released from the Monsterland, as well as the Outsider and his Secret Society of Supervillains, and Darkseid summoned with the Father Box. Coupled with the backstab of 3 spies hidden in the Justice League, the identities of the prey and the hunter will be reversed in an instant. However, oh my god, we are not going to help the Justice League, boss. Reverse Flash glanced and saw that the one who raised the question was a brown and yellow humanoid lizard standing not far from him. There were 2 bulging bulges on the other's chest, but the voice was a man's voice. He is Copperhead Snake, or she. Reverse Flash knew the other party. This guy is a transgender monster killer. Very dangerous, but only for ordinary people. We are not trying to help the Justice League. The Outsider said, we want to make the Justice League and our allies lose. We are a third party that is trying to get something out of the fire. Whether the Justice League or our allies win, it will not be a good thing for us. The Outsider paused and said, if the Justice League is in decline, we will help the Justice League. If our allies are at a disadvantage, we will help them. Am I clear enough? Oh my god, I'm not going to fight Wonder Woman, right? A buzzing sound sounded, and it was another villain, Tarpit, who spoke. This guy is a villain of the Flash. Simply put, he is a mudface without the ability to transform. Mudface is a pile of mud. It is a large pile of asphalt, and it is also a non-human creature. Reverse Flash looked at him from behind. A tricky guy, at least more troublesome than Copperhead. Reverse Flash's eyes once again moved on the remaining few people. The villain, Icicle, as the name suggests. This guy's specialty is to place ice cubes. The villain, Steel Beam, the villain of the Flash, is a man made of iron. Reverse Flash touched his chin. The Outsider wanted to defeat the Justice League with just these guys? Don't think too highly of yourself. The Outsider said, you are just a supplementary force. He gestured to Dr. Ivo, who immediately replied, that's right, and the real fighting force. Dr. Ivo laughed, is my latest creation. he said. Believe me, this guy's not a defective product like the hairy man or the chemical waste monster. Dr. Ivo, with terrifying blisters all over his face, stepped out in a mad way, and then bowed exaggeratedly to the air. Welcome to my best invention, amateur. There was silence. I didn't see anything, the villain steel beam said. His face full of rivets and rust showed a look of doubt, and his beard, which was made entirely of steel, also rustled with the shaking of his face. There is nothing at all. But, before he finished speaking, he felt someone strangled his neck from behind. A naked muscular man released his invisibility from the air behind him, and choked him in an instant. Ha! He roared, and immediately raised his head, intending to stab the enemy who attacked him from behind with his sharp hair made of steel. As a result, his hair only pierced into the face of the same steel, making a loud noise. Before Ganglion was about to launch a further attack, the other party let him go. Ganglion turned his head and saw a face also made of metal. Mozo is a robot I invented. It can copy all the superpowers he sees. Although it is only the initial version, it is still dangerous enough. Dr. Ivo said. He can even copy the abilities of Superman, let alone other ordinary people. As Dr. Ivo said this, the Mozo robot also opened his palms, and wisps of frost spread from his palms. It was the ability of the villain icicle. Then he demonstrated the ability of Tarpit to turn his body into burning asphalt, and his hands into the claws of a copperhead snake. Finally, the robot clenched its fists, and even the black and red lightning unique to the Speed Force was wrapped around its body. This is actually... Seeing the somewhat surprised look on the Reverse Flash's face, Dr. Ivo's eyes on his ugly face almost narrowed into a slit. Yes, this is my invention, the invincible Mojo robot, far surpassing the supreme masterpiece of the hairy man and the chemical waste monster. With this robot, even Darkseid may. I know. Reverse Flash said. 1 second. Reverse Flash's supersonic hand knife cut the neck of the copperhead snake without any warning. 2 seconds. Before the frost in the palm of Icicle had time to react and condense, Reverse Flash, who was wrapped in black and red lightning, appeared in front of him. 3 seconds. Icicle's head fell to the ground. Before the first drop of blood splashed out, Reverse Flash, who had rotated more than 300 times at high speed on the spot, punched the steel beam and smashed half of his body. 4 seconds. Dr. Ivo activated the amazing robot in a panic. The outsider was knocked to the ground by the wind pressure and the sudden change brought by the Reverse Flash. Before he could react, Tarpit was grabbed by the neck by the Reverse Flash and brought to the Pacific Ocean in an instant. Then, he was thrown into the water with a splash. The cold sea water instantly extinguished all the heat in his body and solidified him into lumps of black, hard asphalt. Tarpit immediately lost the ability to move and sank into the sea like a statue. 5 seconds. Reverse Flash returned to the base of the secret society of supervillains. The amazing robot, which had copied his Speed Force, came to meet him. The flesh-colored and yellow figures clashed fiercely in the relatively wide hall. The hurricane they rolled up at high speed was comparable to a small indoor typhoon. What happened? What happened? What exactly? Dr. Ivo screamed, while holding the remote control to activate the Imagura. The outsider hid behind the overturned chair in embarrassment. Idiot. Reverse Flash is not like Tarpit Copperhead, who is sincerely recruited by us. This guy's goal is probably the father box. He is in the same group with Meditation Might and Cyborg Superman, and they all want to summon Darkseid. Whoosh. The hurricane that swept the whole room stopped. Dr. Ivo trembled as he watched the Reverse Flash with red and black electric light appear in front of him. And the robot that he strangled by the throat, the robot with exposed electrical components and cut from the shoulder to the hip by the supersonic hand knife, was the weapon he had always placed high hopes on. Imagura. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Reverse Flash casually threw the twitching robot to the ground, making a thud. The sound seemed to ring on the heavy ground, and it seemed to ring in Dr. Ivo's heart. No. My invention. My most perfect creation. A kind of huge unwillingness instantly devoured Dr. Ivo's heart, making him forget the fear brought by the Reverse Flash in front of him. He used his hands and feet to pounce in front of the scrapped Amado, his whole body trembling, his eyes streaming with crystal tears on his ugly face full of dirty blisters and skin adhesions. Why? He suddenly looked at Reverse Flash and roared at the top of his lungs. I have spent most of my life studying science, standing on the shoulders of countless scientific masters and great predecessors. It took mankind thousands of years to develop technology. Why can't it compare to the superpowers you mutated in just a few minutes? Why? Why are superpowers so strong? Why can you defeat my painstaking creation so easily? This is not fair. Dr. Ivo looked at Reverse Flash, revealing hatred as if he was seeking death. You could have killed me before I activated Amado, but you just wanted to test the power of Amado, didn't you? You treated my invention like a toy, fooling and testing its power like a dog. How dare you insult my invention? Before fighting Amado, Reverse Flash was actually not sure how strong the other party was. But even though Reverse Flash was unsure, he still let Dr. Ivo start Amado. This attitude of not even considering that he would lose to Amado was undoubtedly a huge humiliation for Dr. Ivo. He wanted to say something else, but he had no chance. Before he was knocked unconscious, the last words he heard were, "You made a very good robot. Even if it was limited by the times, it could not cover up your talent. It's a pity to die here. Congratulations on your life." The outsider stood up from the ground and dusted off the non-existent dust on his body. He picked up the civilized stick that was first placed next to the chair and was knocked down just now. Like a real gentleman, he stood there, waiting for Reverse Flash. The next second, Reverse Flash, who had just knocked Dr. Ivo unconscious, appeared in front of him as if teleporting, nose to nose. The outsider could even feel the hot air exhaled by the other party, like the breath of a giant dragon with sulfur. "If you want to manipulate the father box, you must need me," the outsider said. "Your purpose, or the purpose of the mites and the cyborg, is nothing more than to bring Darkseid to Earth. I can cooperate," he said. "The father box is a scientific creation, and magic has no effect on it. Otherwise, why do you think the mites didn't take it away when they helped me bring it to me through the Eternal Vault? Only I know how to activate it. If you kill me, you will get nothing." But before the outsider finished speaking, the Reverse Flash raised his hand and a red and black electric light struck him. Then the outsider found that he had lost control of his body. He could only be forced to watch his body under the control of the Reverse Flash, taking him along the corridors of the base, and finally taking the father box out of the heavy protection, holding it in his palm, and manipulating it at will for the Reverse Flash to see. How did you know where I hid the father box? Even the meditation mites can't invade my brain. This is impossible. Even if you can control my body, you shouldn't be able to read my thoughts. Oh, old man. Nothing is impossible in this world. Reverse Flash stretched out a finger, letting the black and red reverse speed force jump and surge at his fingertips. The so-called speed force itself is the power to create miracles. He patted the other's shoulder, and the reverse speed force is the same. But, he looked at the outsider who was still making noises. It's not right to always talk so much nonsense. So he waved his hand again, and strands of black and red electric light began to entangle the outsider's brain again. After a while, the other party's eyes were dull, his mouth was crooked, and he completely became a tool to manipulate the father box. Very good. Very good. Reverse Flash touched his chin. With the help of the father box, the event of Darkseid's arrival on Earth is a foregone conclusion. And his goal as Reverse Flash is to do his best to promote the scene in the future he saw, where the Flash sacrificed himself to fight Darkseid. Reverse Flash laughed softly. How to manipulate Flash and force him to die? It's very simple. His mother, his father and girlfriend. He will find them, kidnap them, and then let Flash sacrifice himself voluntarily. At that time, the entire Justice League will be completely dragged down by Darkseid. Flash, when he died before the dawn of Darkseid's defeat. I'm a person who never believes in superstition, Chen Tao said. At this time, he was sitting in Lucius's laboratory. Superman Clark and his girlfriend Lois were sitting together. I never believe in anything infallible, Chen Tao explained. Meditation mites can do magic, and they also have good divination skills. Even the red of all living things is not necessarily an absolutely safe haven. So, Clark asked, so you will be my last line of defense to protect the hostages? Chen Tao said, today I will personally infuse you with a portion of the controlled anti-speed force, Lucius said, and test a hypothetical experiment we have been planning for a long time. He said in a deep voice, if we use the speed force and the anti-speed force to accelerate your cells together, can you restore your steel body? Chapter 278 The Birth of Zombie Superman. Superman lay on a strange looking machine. At this moment, they were in a huge isolation room, surrounded by various scientific instruments. Lucius took a deep breath. Mr. Clark Kent, I hope you know that you are now lying on a modified cosmic treadmill. This thing was originally installed by Reverse Flash under his wheelchair when he was disguised as a professor with a broken leg. Later, we dismantled it and modified it into a device that can transmit super speed. Batman also used it when reading the magic book. Lucius was a little nagging. No one would not be nervous when conducting an experiment or operation that only has the possibility of success. Especially his patient is called Superman, Clark Kent. In short, we have now figured out the cause of the disease. Lucius said, you were once infected by doomsday spores. Even after being removed by Batman, this thing has permanently changed your genetic structure. To put it simply, he paused, part of your cells are permanently combined with doomsday spores, just like the process of complete doomsday transformation after using the doomsday potion. He emphasized, this should have been an irreversible process, but it was forcibly interrupted by Batman in some way. The doomsday spores were forcibly extracted, and what about the cells that were combined with them? Your cells are mutating. Chen Tao said, those cells are no longer complete because the doomsday spores were extracted. They have become dilapidated and withered. The worst thing is that those dead cells are still alive. They still retain some of the characteristics of doomsday cells, but at the same time, have the characteristic of absorbing the energy of the yellow sun to become stronger. Even if they are biologically dead, they can still manipulate cells to keep moving. Their original number was not large, and it can even be said that they are pitifully small among the tens of thousands of cells in your body. You lost your superpowers because your own cells were protecting themselves from the doomsday cells, said Chen Tao. It took us a while to figure out that the healthy and normal Kryptonian cells were accumulating the energy of the yellow sun to resist and were destroying the abnormal cells in your body bit by bit until I suddenly regained my superpowers 2 days ago when I was in a traffic accident and then flew high into the sky to catch the tanker that was about to flip over from the suspension bridge, said Clark. After doing all this, I lost my superpowers again. You overdrew the yellow sun energy in your normal cells, making them unable to contain these dead doomsday cells without doomsday spores. These doomsday cells continue to proliferate in your body, like cancer, everywhere. They seize the yellow sun energy that originally belonged to normal and healthy cells and vigorously strengthen themselves. So, you are dying, said Chen Tao. I'm not kidding. If we don't intervene, this is very likely to happen once you continue to deteriorate. As he spoke, Chen Tao couldn't help but say, damn it, what kind of Kryptonian cancer is this? Originally, your condition was not very serious. You even had so few doomsday cells that you had enough energy to maintain the most basic superpowers like X-ray vision and biological veil at the beginning, but you were too impatient. You knew you had no superpowers, but you still rushed up to try to hold the tanker that was about to fall off the bridge. Chen Tao said, you are forcing your cells to save your life. You are forcing them to return the power originally used to suppress those doomsday cells to you, so that you can save people, which led to the collapse of your body. Clark was silent for a while. I'm sorry, he said, I also vaguely felt that my cells have been doing something. But people need help. Chen Tao sighed. Things have already happened, and no matter what he said, it would be useless. Clark's problem was not in his plan. He originally planned to concentrate on finding a way to cure Clark after solving Darkseid. Now such a thing happened. He was really caught off guard. While thinking about this, Chen Tao looked down and saw Clark lying on the bed, turning his head to look at his girlfriend Lois Lane, who was sitting outside the isolation room. It was a one-way glass, and only the people inside could see outside. At this moment, the female reporter was sitting on the seat outside with some worry. Her left hand gently supported her belly, and her right hand was twirling the non-existent flower rope. Miss Louise, a famous reporter who was always impetuous and seemed to start shouting at any time, but her calm appearance at this moment made Chen Tao a little uncomfortable. He sighed, stood by the window, and softened his tone a little. Are you really going to lie to Louise like this? You have no intention of telling her the true condition of your body? Clark smiled. Louise is pregnant. Even if he knew what was wrong with my body, he couldn't do anything. I understand this feeling of powerlessness, so it's better not to tell her. But it would make you the bad guy who forced me to continue to help you. First of all, congratulations. Secondly, no, not at all. Chen Tao said, even if there is nothing wrong with your body, when I have time, I will start to find ways to let you help me. He said sincerely, don't expect me to let you go so easily. I'm the only one who will retire. Clark smiled and said nothing. He knew Batman was joking. Chen Tao continued, but not now. No one knows whether the Speed Force and the Reverse Speed Force can have an effect on your body. As far as I'm concerned, if your body is not at this point, I will not take the risk. Forget it. There is no point in saying this now, Lucius. It's time to start. Yeah. Lucius, whose name was Colt, came up, and his expression seemed a little solemn. Chen Tao raised his wrist guard, and the communicator installed on the arm lit up, showing the time. The operation will start in 10 minutes. Chen Tao said, and then he turned around and walked out of the room. But along the corridor, he did not appear next to Louis Lane, but came to another room. There, the bald Bane was sitting cross-legged, like an old monk in meditation. Get up, don't meditate, Bane. I asked you to come here, not to let you practice next to the operating room. If Lucius fails, I ask you to use the Black of Decay to temporarily stop the spread of Clark's injuries. Chen Tao said, for me, Clark's accident is an unacceptable result. Do you understand? Bane nodded. Very good. Chen Tao said a few words in a hurry, and after getting the response he wanted, he immediately turned around and left, without any ambiguity. It is not his style to entrust everything to Lucius. He always has to have a failure alternative plan. In a dimension that can only be reached by opening a transmission channel through meditation might magic. This latitude is full of active volcanoes, and the air is filled with a lot of sulfur and various gases. This is a temporary place where meditation might and Dr. Savannah found to stay. It is also a sufficiently secret shelter. At this moment, the voice of the big insect meditation might rang out in this shelter. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Cyborg Superman is finished. Meditation might has now swelled to the size of an elephant. Due to absorbing too much magic power, the whole body presents a crystal clear balloon feeling. This makes him look even more disgusting. Standing in front of him is a Reverse Flash wearing a yellow uniform and stained with blood. You did a great job, Reverse Flash. The intelligence you brought us has helped us a lot. As meditation might said this, he began to become silent, as if his brain was deprived of oxygen, then uttered some incoherent syllables, and finally said, the plan needs to be changed. We have completely lost the advantage brought to us by the spies under our allies, especially after our own spies have been eliminated. He turned his head and said to Dr. Savannah beside him, we have to get started in advance. Tell Steppenwolf that we need his help to join forces with us to kill those monsters we brought out of the monster land. He said, only by summoning Darkseid can we be sure of victory. Swish. Before meditation might finished his words, Reverse Flash turned into an afterimage and disappeared directly in front of meditation might, but the next second he was directly detained back by the magic prepared in advance. The Might finally stopped pretending to be an idiot. Did you find out? A sharp intuition, but it can't save you. At this time, the Reverse Flash was bound by light blue transparent magic chains and had completely fallen into his palm, but the other party still squeezed his body desperately, making a humming sound. Don't blame me for wanting to catch you. The Might said, I still don't understand why you do all this. It's terrible that a person without a purpose actually helps me like this. As he said this, he tried to reach out his hand or tentacles to touch the Reverse Flash, and then he was surprised to find that the Reverse Flash locked by the magic chain showed a weird smile. The Might seemed to realize something and released the restraint on the Reverse Flash's mouth. Absurd. Extremely ridiculous. Although I had thought that you might cross the river and destroy the bridge, I didn't expect it to be so fast in the end. Reverse Flash raised his head, and half of his body began to become transparent, until it became completely air. After a while, the whole person disappeared from the spot. What the might just caught was a Speed Force time remnant. Note, a high-end application skill of the Speed Force, traveling to the future 2 minutes later to help oneself fight. As the cabin door opened, Lois Lane saw the somewhat uneasy Batman and the pale-faced black man Lucius following behind him. Bane, with a tube inserted in his head, followed the two of them out of the room and a flower growing on his head. "What happened to you two?" Lois asked. "Where's Clark? Isn't he?" "Oh." Lois stopped talking halfway. Her eyes passed behind Bane and stayed on Clark, and then she couldn't help but swear. Because Clark's arms and body were completely fine, but his face, just his face, it became a rotten appearance like a zombie. Chapter 279 Darkseid arrives. "Clark, is that you, Clark? Do you still recognize me?" Pregnant Lois Lane called out to his lover, and Superman responded, "Ah." Bane, who was standing next to him, also had a flower growing on his bald head that looked like a boiled egg. Even the flower was of the same species. Pop. Bane plucked the flower off his head expressionlessly. Since he had completely mastered the 3 powers in his body, he had not had such an uncontrollable mess growing out of his body for a long time. "I know you are anxious. Don't be anxious," Chen Tao said, but was soon interrupted by Louis. "Whoa, you turned my husband into a fool." "Superman, Abba?" Louis kept yelling, his blood pressure soaring. Finally, Chen Tao had no choice but to say, "Bane." "Oh." Bane, who was instructed, obediently activated his ability, and then he put his fingers on Superman's calf. Don't ask why it was in such a strange position, because Superman was floating in the air with his head down like a big baby, and then he pulled out the flower on his forehead with force. With a muffled groan, Superman also fell to the ground with a clang. Clark got up from the ground in a daze, and was held by his girlfriend. It took him a while to focus his eyes. "I feel like I'm drunk on fake alcohol," Clark said. Lucius failed. Chen Tao explained, "We originally planned to use the Speed Force and the Reverse Speed Force to speed up the absorption of the yellow sun by those healthy cells, so as to curb the proliferation of those half-dead doomsday cells. We had already confirmed that it was impossible for those doomsday cells to absorb the energy of the yellow sun, but we didn't expect that those healthy cells shared all the energy of the yellow sun with the doomsday cells. So we adopted the alternative plan and planned to let Clark directly possess the Speed Force, and then his speech speed was getting faster and faster, and he didn't know what to say. We tried several methods and all failed. In the end, we could only choose the final alternative plan. So the current situation is this." Chen Tao paused. "Through the power of the Black of Decay mastered by Bane, we polluted and controlled this part of the cells. With the help of the Black of Decay, these doomsday cells, that were originally very aggressive, can shrink under our active control. Unfortunately, these doomsday cells have spread all over the body, especially some of them have already attached to the nervous system. It's okay to force these doomsday cells to stop working, but once they stop working, their nervous system will stop working as well." "It's okay," Louise said. "It's great that Clark can't come to help you. You can leave the problem to you. Just let our Clark retire." He accidentally said what he was thinking, right? Chen Tao was speechless. "But to some extent, we have achieved our goal," he said, "because Bane's Black of Decay has bound those doomsday cells. Clark's healthy and normal cells can finally work again. But you have seen the only drawback." Chen Tao pointed his chin at the flower that Bane had just pulled off his forehead. "That is, it makes your boyfriend an idiot. It's good to be normal at ordinary times. It's good to be normal, I don't expect. But I don't think this is a problem." Louise was interrupted by Chen Tao before she finished her words. Then she saw him turn his head to look at Lucius, who was hiding behind Bane and pretending not to exist. Lucius can adapt a set of special equipment for Clark's nervous system to stimulate his nervous system. Chen Tao said, "Then when needed, you can use the remote control to control Clark to fight like a Pokemon trainer or a Street Fighter player. This will be your last means of self-protection." Somewhere on Earth, in the base of the meditation might tick, a drop of blood dripped onto the ground. This drop of blood came from King Kull, who was once a terrible tyrant in the human world in ancient times. The Wizard Council sealed him and imprisoned him in the Eternal Vault, and the Meditation Might released him, claiming to take him to revenge those who sealed him and complete all the great achievements he described. But now, his blood just dripped onto the ground. Who? Black Adam panted. He twisted Mr. Spinning Wood's neck with all his strength, then stepped over the corpse of the Witch of the West, letting the blood of those monsters gather little by little into a small depression at the lowest point through the guidance of the magic circle on the ground. Not suitable for this job. Black Adam? Black Adam turned his head and saw a reverse flash with his iconic malicious smile on his face. After a burst of red lightning, he leaned against the wall and threw a magic wand in his hand again and again. Black Adam knew that magic wand. It was the universal magic wand of the leader, King of Children, from the Land of Fun. The weapon appeared in the hands of Reverse Flash at this time, indicating that its previous owner was probably in danger. If it is only attacking our teammates, Black Adam said, not suitable? I think so. He confronted Reverse Flash without fear, and I never think killing teammates is such an interesting act. Steppenwolf was standing not far from them at this moment. He was pulling his axe off a big monster that looked like a human-faced bat. He watched the dispute between the two coldly, without getting involved at all. Well, this will help us break the blockade of magic by the Wizard Council. In the end, it was Meditation Might who came out to smooth things over. This is the plan we have finalized. I really need the energy in their bodies, and we have never been teammates with them. Black Adam turned his head to look at the other party who had expanded again. He was at most the size of a small elephant before, but now he has begun to grow in the direction of a small building. The larger the size, the clearer the hairs on Meditation Might's body became. The completely controlled outsider stood beside Meditation Might, and the father box kept spinning in his palm. Those ancient wizards and the gods of Olympus sealed this world. Meditation Might said, they hid the earth in millions of worlds, and left magic to prevent Darkseid from coming. As he spoke, he kept casting various obscure and complex spells. Before we can completely summon Darkseid, I mean, His Majesty Darkseid, we still have to break through the magic left by those ancient wizards for him, and the method is very simple. It just requires a huge amount of energy. The blood of those monsters gathered little by little under the arthropods of the Meditation Might insects, showing an abnormal red color, and the huge and translucent body of the Meditation Might also glowed slightly under the red light. He kept manipulating the magic circle, and finally stopped after a while, and then spoke. All the conditions are ready. As he spoke, the blood on the ground seemed to be alive, and began to swim in all directions like a snake, while Steppenwolf silently put down his axe, stood beside the Meditation Might, and then knelt on one knee. You actually kneeled to others, Black Adam said. But Steppenwolf didn't care what the other party said at all. Buzz 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 buzz. As the magic circle flickered, the father box made a strange sound. In the light of uncertain brightness, particles were reconstructed one by one, and the parent box was constantly making sounds. Unassimilated data detected. Are you sure Darkseid can really help us? Black Adam asked. Download started. Command, locate the world inhabited by living things. Of course, His Majesty Darkseid can definitely help us. Reverse Flash stared at the flashing parent box, and the scorching light also jumped in his eyes. Command, harvest organic matter. The corpses of several monsters around were drawn to the parent box like gravity. Command, process organic matter. With the sound of teeth grinding, bones cracking, these corpses and some surrounding stones began to be reshaped by the parent box, and forged into the shape of a circular portal. Command, reset instructions. Command. As the voices of the parent box came out one after another, everyone followed it in silence. Command. Darkseid is always here. Download completed. Locate the source of the signal. Transmit. Boom. With a loud bang, a huge portal appeared in front of everyone. The Meditation Might trembled and met the pair of red eyes. Darkseid. Half kneeling on the ground, Steppenwolf whispered, salute to you. Naruto, be my son. After the end of the war on the top, Edward Newgate, who was once known as one of the 4 emperors of the New World and the strongest man in the world, thought that he would rest in the headquarters of the Navy today, until he opened his eyes and found himself in a place called Ninja World and met a child named Naruto. Gibala. Little boy, do you have parents? Looking at the giant like white beard, the 5-year-old Naruto trembled. No, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. I'm an orphan. Naruto, be my son. This book is also known as Now Let the Ninja World Welcome the New Whitebeard Pirates, Orphans of the Ninja World, Be My Son, and Ninja Father. Chapter 280. You are an orphan. Hehehehehe. That method only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Watching Superman, Clark and Lois turning into ordinary people again, snuggling up to each other, and disappearing in the corridor, Lucius walked to Chen Tao and whispered to him. Originally, with the passage of time, there was hope that Clark would heal himself. But because of his excessive kindness, he forced himself to mobilize his superpowers without restraint. So now, I know what you want to say, but we don't have time or other ways to treat Clark. Chen Tao interrupted him, a sadness appearing on his face that he would never show in front of Clark and Lois. Batman. Lucius suddenly showed a thoughtful expression. You once told me that you had commissioned the Claws to secretly protect the families of all superheroes. That included Lois and Clark, right? But even with such protection, Clark still coincidentally encountered a traffic accident that happened so suddenly that the Claws couldn't react. You say, is there a possibility? Not really. I know what you are thinking, Lucius. Chen Tao shook his head. You suspect that Clark was induced by someone to forcibly use his superpowers, and that all this was carefully designed by someone. He patted Lucius on the shoulder. Reasonable suspicion, keen vigilance. But it's not. Chen Tao said, I suspected these before you. Where do you think I went when the Speed Force failed to heal Superman and Bane came in to use the black of corruption to save Superman's life? He said, I went directly to the driver who caused the traffic accident through the portal of the Golden Sphere of the Death King. I used magic and technology to thoroughly scan his brain and checked every trace of his residence. I'm afraid everything is really a coincidence. His face looked very bad. Everything is going in the wrong direction. Damn it. It can only be said that the dark multiverse is like this. They are the opposite of the positive universe, and everything is rushing towards the darkest direction. Chen Tao gritted his teeth. It is always at the critical moment that a broken keychain creates countless chain reactions, leading the entire universe to a darker future. If there had not been that unexpected traffic accident, would Clark not have forced himself to use his superpowers? If he had not used his superpowers, would his body not have collapsed? If his body had not collapsed, when Clark's self-healing had reached a certain level, would he, Chen Tao, be able to use the Speed Force to speed up Clark and make him fully healed so that Superman could return to the battlefield? So you see, the chain reaction caused by the traffic accident a few days ago has already set off a series of ripples in the long river of history. What if the entire Justice League was defeated and the Earth was destroyed because there was no help from Superman? A traffic accident destroyed the world. Chen Tao felt the deep malice of the world. The treatment of Superman was also not smooth. He used many methods and even tried to use the Mother Box to restore Clark's cells like in the Zack Snyder's Justice League he watched in his previous life, but it still didn't work. And there was the matter of Cyborg before. Dr. Silas Stone's team has subsequently proved that the probability of using the Mother Box to fuse organisms is very low, and it will only create monsters. If he let Victor Stone go up at that time, could he really become Cyborg like in the comics he read in his previous life? Chen Tao let out a breath. Let's not talk about this, Lucius. Superman's matter and the fact that Marty and Manhunter thought I suspected him delayed me for a while. When I captured the 3 traitors, the mites should have discovered what I did. I always feel that the Cyborg Superman doesn't care about the Mother Boxes, which means they may have found a way to get Darkseid to Earth without the 3 Mother Boxes. I never doubt the malice of the whole world when things are going in the worst direction. He said, pack up your things and prepare to go to the shelter, Lucius, with Clark and the others. And I'm going to start gathering the Justice League. Lucius heard Batman say, the fake plan originally used to lower the Cyborg Superman's defense can go to hell. Oh, right. Lucius, tell Clayface to turn him into Billy's dad, and then into the Red of all beings with your relatives, who are taking refuge. Now is not the time to tell Billy the truth. The water is on fire. Justice League Hall. Everyone sat in their seats solemnly. Amanda Waller sat next to Martian Manhunter, holding a tablet in her hand, projecting the image onto the big screen in the Hall of Justice. Such wonders are happening all over the world. Darkseid is opening the connection between Apocalypse and Earth. Chen Tao said, soon, the demon-like army of Apocalypse will pour into Earth. The United Nations has issued a war warning to the world. Amanda Waller said, once the war begins, no one will be able to stay out of it. I hope you understand. Chen Tao stood up and looked around at the people around him. His eyes lingered on everyone. The Flash, Green Lantern, Shazam, Captain Cold, Heatwave. The enemy we are facing this time is extraordinary. Chen Tao said, I ask you to put your life first when fighting him. I believe that during this period of time, you must have rehearsed tactical cooperation with each other, so I only have one request for you, stay alive. If you can defeat Darkseid, although I think this may be slim, but that is naturally good, but if you find that you can't fight Darkseid, I only have one request for you, and that is to save your own life and delay Darkseid as much as possible, so that he has no time and energy to do other things. Chen Tao said, I have prepared a way to face Darkseid, but first he must be away from Apocalypse long enough. As for everyone's family, I have arranged for Killer Croc to take them into the red of all creatures. He turned to look at Luther sitting next to him. I have to prepare the trump card that is enough to fight Darkseid, so I will not participate in your first battle against Darkseid. When I'm not here, Lex will take charge of the affairs of the Alliance. Chen Tao explained a lot of miscellaneous things, then he pondered for a while, and said two more sentences. When facing Darkseid, Martian Manhunter and Wonder Woman, you two will take the lead, and must attack his eyes first, preferably blinding him. Then he stopped talking. Anything else you need to add? So we need to play tactical offense, but to be honest, we are not very skilled in training. Green Lantern Hal said. He touched the mark on his neck that was strangled by Martian Manhunter before. Although the rogues said they should cooperate, our current training is still a 1-by-1 hitting mode. What did you say? Wonder Woman said, I apologize. Although I have learned a lot about modern society now, I'm still not very clear about sports competitions. Simply put, you two will attack together, and don't attack the same position. Chen Tao said. The time is too short. I don't expect you to get along well. There is only one request. Don't interfere with each other. He said, delay as much time as possible, and then. But at this moment, the door was opened. Colonel Steve Trevor hurried in, his face serious. I'm sorry to interrupt, everyone, but there is no time for a meeting. He said, Darkseid and his demon-like army landed on the coastline of Metropolis 3 minutes ago. Everyone was silent. Hey, why are you so dull? Green Lantern Hal said, just like when we were training, we'll get it done. We'll get it done. So this is the slogan you've been thinking about for a long time, said the Flash. Captain Cold and the Weather Wizard were whispering to each other, and the whole hall began to be slightly noisy. Got it. Thank you for your notice, Colonel Trevor. Chen Tao said. He stretched out a hand, picked up Superboy Connor, who was still a little confused, and then made the final decision. I'm afraid it's time to work, everyone. Chen Tao took out the golden ball of the Death King from his arms, and soon, a golden vortex formed beside him, facing everyone. On the other side of the portal, it was Darkseid and his army who came on the waves. They came from the waves and the sky, like tides and storms. Dismissed. Chen Tao said. Eternal Cellar. So, Batman, what are we going to do? Superboy Connor asked Batman in a low voice. At this time, they were sitting in a small boat, sailing on the cold river, surrounded by darkness. Hey, Batman, can you hear me? There was no response, so Superboy Connor could only look to the side. At the end of the boat, Bane and the red-faced and fanged Atrocitus sat in a row, looking very well behaved. There was another small boat at the end of the boat, and the two boats were connected together. The small boat carried two zombie-like corpses, which were the completely corroded Bald Blake and the Hairy Man. They rode in the boat for a while, and finally, a brightly lit building appeared in front of Superboy Connor. Batman didn't say anything, just led him into the building. Bane and Atrocitus, who followed behind, also maintained an expressionless look at this time, like two NPCs. They walked through the various rooms several times and finally came to the door of a cell. The environment here is good. Connor heard Batman's comment. No, Batman, don't you plan to explain to me a little bit? Superboy Connor complained. I'm dizzy because of your leading the way. There is no need for that, you noisy tool. Chen Tao said, shut up, I'm reviewing the whole plan in my mind, don't disturb me. Connor. So what is the plan? Connor asked. But before he finished speaking, Chen Tao had reopened the passage in front of him that led directly to the prime Superboy of the origin wall. Then Connor saw Batman suddenly take out a pink pill and put it in front of him. Take it. Oh. Super little Connor took it and then asked, okay, but what does this pill do? What is it for? Take it now. Chen Tao told him, this is very important, hurry up. Okay. Finally, Connor studied it for a while and still tilted his neck and swallowed it into his stomach. So what should we do now? Then he saw Batman open the portal. Superboy Connor also followed him through the door and soon appeared at the edge of the origin wall. Connor saw the prime little Superman who was imprisoned in the origin wall at the first sight. There was no other reason. The other party was too similar to himself. This did not refer to the appearance between the two, but more to the temperament between the two, the temperament of the young Superman. And it was precisely because of this temperament prime little Superman hated Superboy Connor the most. In this new world, created by the sacrifice of him and countless heroes, Superboy Connor replaced the life he should have had. But he didn't know how to cherish it like those other rubbish superheroes. Batman, who is he? Superboy Connor looked at the Superman who also raised his head on the origin wall with some horror. The S on the opponent's chest flashed under the glow of the origin wall. It was a symbol of hope. Everything that symbol represented should be equal to light and the future. But his red eyes and ferocious expression made him look like a completely different person. A dark man whose name has been lost in history. Chen Tao answered him. Connor looked at the other party in confusion. He was sure that he must have seen him before, but he couldn't remember it at all. Note, in several timeline restarts, Superboy Connor had fought with Superboy Prime more than once. Although most of the battle records were complete defeats, they fought again and again. The entanglement between them lasted for a long time in the history of comics. But this guy is so strong, really so strong. Superboy Connor felt that the hairs on his body were about to stand up. It was precisely because of his biological position that he could feel how strong the Superman trapped in the wall was. Let's call him that. He wanted to say something, but the next second he found that the control of his body changed hands in an instant. Superboy Connor, who was used as a tool, found himself flying uncontrollably and then flew in front of the Kryptonian who was too strong. Superboy Connor had an ominous premonition in his heart. He was obviously being controlled, but facing the grim smile of Superboy Prime at such a close distance, he felt the hairs on his body stand up. What are you going to do, Batman? This time it was not Connor who spoke, but Superboy Prime who was trapped in the origin wall. Since Chen Tao reappeared in front of him, he has been watching the other party's actions with cold eyes, but he can't understand it more and more. The next second, he saw Superboy Connor take a deep breath. Immediately afterwards, your whole family is dead, your girlfriend Lori is dead, your parents are dead, you are an orphan. Superboy Prime suddenly became furious. Chapter 281. My teammate is Darkseid. My name is Meditation Might. I used to be a worm, and now, I'm a magic worm. As a worm, I was born weak. On my home planet Venus, our race could not even appear on the surface. But unlike my low IQ counterparts, I have awakened to a very high level of wisdom. This is both an incomparable miracle and blessing, and a source of endless pain. My fellow worms are all very happy. They are creatures completely dominated by instinct. They don't have to think about anything, or worry about anything. They get food, mate, and lay eggs. They enjoy all the pleasures they can get from the outside world as much as possible. Hell, they don't even feel pain. Our race is driven by pleasure, and the body has only one function, to provide them with pleasure. Even if they are torn to pieces by predators, they are still in extreme happiness. But I'm different. I'm different from my fellow worms. Sometimes I even envy them. Fear, frustration, Powerlessness, the blow of failure, helpless hesitation, the pity and ridicule of others. Is a life filled with these things really happier than a chaotic and ignorant worm? But I survived after all. Maybe it seems that my race just adds the word magic, but no one knows how much I have paid for it. Thousands of years ago, the powerful wizards of the Wizard Council laughed at me. They mocked my wishful thinking and said that I was not worthy of magic. The gods regarded me as insignificant dust, and the ignorant mortals regarded me as a devil. But at this moment, they have all turned into dust, and the meditation might is still here. Great Darkseid. Meditation might bowed his head in front of him. Meditation might salutes you. Beside Meditation might, Reverse Flash also bowed at the right time. Reverse Flash is at your disposal at any time. Great Darkseid. Meditation might turned his head to look at Reverse Flash, and the other party's expression was natural, without any flattery. Meditation might suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He immediately turned his head and looked at Darkseid. Great Darkseid, your reputation has spread from Apocalypse to Earth, and everyone knows it. The humble worm Meditation might is willing to offer you this tiny planet as an insignificant dust in your great cause. He didn't mind submitting to Darkseid. Darkseid just wanted the Earth, so what's wrong with giving it to him? All he needed was magic power, and all the magic power was enough to make him one of the most powerful wizards in history. You are very good, he heard the Lord of Apocalypse say, and Darkseid, who was standing next to Darkseid, followed and translated. His Majesty Darkseid has granted you permission to join his army. It is a great honor, the Great Majesty Darkseid. I'm willing to serve you. But before the Meditation might finished speaking, he was interrupted by the voice of Black Adam. You can talk about flattery later, but you must know that my joining is conditional. Black Adam said, Darkseid, you must ensure that the land of Kandak will not be invaded by those demons under your command. My homeland Kandak will be the only human refuge on Earth that will not be attacked by demons. As he spoke, he met Darkseid's scholar eyes, which made him unable to speak anymore. That was what the Cyborg originally promised me. Black Adam said, as long as I help you come to Earth, Kandak will get the freedom and peace he deserves, and Apocalypse will protect Buzz. The Crimson Omega Ray penetrated Black Adam's body in an instant, burning him into a charred corpse, and then he fell to the ground with a thud. The speed was too fast, and before the other party could react, the Omega Ray had already hit him. No one can replace Darkseid's will, let alone make a promise. Meditation might saw Darkseid, the chief scientist of Apocalypse, humbly lowering his head. No one can escape Darkseid's control. Meditation might gasped. Things were a little different from what he imagined. How could Darkseid kill Black Adam just like that? Just because he claimed that he refused to let all the people in his country, Kandak, become demons? But they had clearly agreed on it before. The point is that these conditions should have been a piece of cake for Darkseid. But where are the remaining rebels on this planet? Then he heard Darkseid's voice, which was as deep and rough as marble as his face. Meditation might lowered his head and took out a big one from his pocket. The organization that is still resisting you is called the Justice League, and Batman is the leader of this resistance organization. I have prepared their information for you, Your Majesty Darkseid. You can completely attack them, based on the weaknesses of these characters that I have summarized, and then there is no need for that. Darkseid said, take me to see that organization, or let them appear in front of me. Meditation might found that many of his preparations for the Justice League were not adopted by Darkseid at all, and he was a little unwilling to give up. Your Majesty Darkseid. Actually then he met Darkseid's deep red eyes. Meditation might shuddered. Yes, Your Majesty. He quickly adjusted what he was going to say next in a short time. As long as you appear in the senior Metropolis, soon the Justice League. In fact, Meditation might was preparing a magic while talking to Darkseid. Oh, of course, don't get me wrong. This is not some kind of offensive magic. The Meditation might will not show aggression to those who may be stronger than him. Otherwise, he would not have survived until now, when he faced the Wizard Council thousands of years ago. From just now until now, he has been secretly preparing a divination magic, which is a relatively medium-sized divination spell with relatively accurate and clear results. There are only a few magics like the classification of blood magic, blood prophecy, that can know the whole universe without leaving home, and it works every time and never fails. The divination method mastered by the meditation might is more than one level lower than the blood prophecy, but even if it is worse, it is still a means of predicting the future. At this time, Darkseid is in front of him, and the divination that the meditation might needs to do is also very simple. Reveal to me the future of Darkseid. Is he a winner or a loser? Can he completely defeat the Justice League? Is it wise to entrust himself to Darkseid? This is what the meditation might needs to divine. He was so close to Darkseid, and the connection between them was so deep. He also sacrificed so many dead monsters, and mobilized so much of their huge magic power, that he had absorbed. With so many factors superimposed on each other, and increasing the success rate, he was very sure that with his magic level, he would be able to come up with an answer that would be almost impossible to be wrong. And he did get a clear result very quickly. Darkseid and his teammates will definitely win. In just such a short sentence, the statement was clear, and it was very clear. The result of the divination was absolutely correct. If this divination was wrong, it would only mean that he had seen a ghost. Generally speaking, except for the blood prophecy, most of the prophecies were vague descriptions that seemed to be true, and rarely gave a clear result directly. But this time his prediction was so decisive, which meant that Darkseid's victory was a foregone conclusion, and the Justice League was doomed to fail. Meditation might was relieved immediately. Hehehehe, you have no mother or father, and you sleep alone at night. Superboy Prime took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and turned to question Batman standing next to him. What do you want to do? Although his whole body was tied to the origin wall, and he couldn't move, Superboy Prime still maintained an attitude that seemed a bit inexplicable and superior to those who didn't know. But Chen Tao knew that this was because Superboy Prime always claimed that he was the real hero, and those heroes in the new world were just some imperfect defective products. And how could a perfect creation care about defective products? This won't do. Superboy Prime needs to be given some explosive news. Nothing, Superboy Prime. He said, I just want to tell you one thing. I don't plan to release you anymore. What? Hearing this news, Superboy Prime couldn't help but get anxious. Why? You need me, Batman. You need me to help you fight against the enemies you can't defeat. No, no, no. Chen Tao shook his head. We can solve the problem by ourselves. He deliberately induced Superboy Prime to refute him. That's impossible. You are kidding me. Superboy Prime made a direct conclusion. Your world is facing threats, your life is full of dangers, and you urgently need the help of people like me. Admit it, you can't win them alone. You are scheming against each other, and there is no mutual cooperation. No matter what enemy you face, you are right, but releasing you is the biggest danger. Superboy Prime was choked by Batman's words. To a certain extent, Batman was right, and he knew what he would do after getting off the wall. I won't do anything. Do you think I don't know? Superboy Prime heard Batman say, you have killed countless members of the Teen Titans and the old Superman. Your hands are stained with blood and your crimes are too numerous to list. You are much more dangerous than the Darkseid we are dealing with. His face darkened. Batman knew too much about his past. But without my active help, you can't deal with Darkseid. Superboy Prime said, admit it, you. Who said you can't? The next moment, Superboy Prime saw a crazy smile on Batman's face, stretched out his hands, opened his mouth, and with a vomiting sound, the 3 mother boxes were vomited directly in front of Superboy Prime. At this moment, Darkseid happened to be not on Apocalypse. At this moment, on the battlefield. To be honest, I don't quite understand why Batman didn't come with us. Barry waved the supersonic hand knife. This move is the most basic and most common application method for speedsters, and he only learned it recently. The high-frequency trembling hand knife split the hard armor and flesh of the demon-like creature like cutting melons and vegetables, and green blood spurted out, causing the monster in front of him to fall to the ground like a cut reed. He and Green Lantern Hal stood back to back, turned his head, and whispered to Green Lantern Hal, I don't mean to say bad things behind people's backs. What I mean is that Batman always looks mysterious. He must have prepared something, but he never told me at all. To be honest, I don't feel good. At this time, they were standing on the coastline of the territorial waters of Metropolis. After confirming that this place would become a war zone, Berry had cleared all humans in the surrounding area within a few minutes, and more demon-like creatures appeared from the sonic boom channel on the sea. They were distributed in different streets in the block, looking for traces of living humans everywhere, but they only ran into regular human troops that had been transported through the transmission channel of the Golden Sphere of the Death King. Dada. She saw Darkseid floating in midair, with his hands behind his back, flying in the midst of countless demons. The real threat is here. Wonder Woman stood with her sword across her face. So, everyone, execute the code C-type battle formation. Archers, hurry up, Ron. Please. While arranging the tasks, Wonder Woman was still thinking in her heart. Green Lantern Hal Jordan did not rush forward alone in the actual combat this time, which is really a cause for celebration. In the previous cooperation practice, although the opponent said we must unite and cannot be defeated one by one, he actually often rushed away from the team and talked to himself. Everyone stand aside. Green Lantern will solve everything. I really can't finish writing, so I will make up the remaining 4,000 words tomorrow. Chapter 282, Superboy Supreme, going crazy. Your Majesty, Darkseid, please look. At this moment, Darkseid, the Dark Lord, stood in the void with his hands behind his back. Behind him was the sea that roared and surged along with the dark night sky. Countless demons flew out of the sonic boom channel opened on the sea surface, and one apocalypse building after another rose from the sea surface. Meditation Might floated beside Darkseid, while Reverse Flash, Dr. Savannah, and Steppenwolf followed the Dark Lord obediently. Desert, the chief scientist of Apocalypse, was left behind to operate the sonic boom channel and many demons. The coastline was getting closer and closer, and the lights were bright there. Countless demons had already taken the lead and flew towards the distance. They would use their flesh and blood and lives to smooth out every bump for Darkseid to land on and moisten every inch of dry and hard land. He paused, then said, "This is Green Lantern, a man from a space policeman. From OA, I know." Meditation Might heard Darkseid's voice, which was as deep and majestic as a volcano that had not yet erupted. "I have killed at least a few thousand policemen like this. Recall Quarrigat once impressed me." Note, DC Superhero, Recall Quarrigat, Lantern of Sector 36. Apocalypse is in this sector. This Green Lantern single-handedly led the Green Lantern Corps attack on Apocalypse, but was betrayed to Darkseid by the Little Blue Men after Darkseid defeated the Corps with great ease, becoming a victim of this conflict. Meditation Might could not help but remain silent. He watched as the Flash, who was sweeping with the Speed Force, defeated the demon-like creatures who kept massaging Hal like a hurricane. "Be careful, Your Majesty." Darkseid. Meditation Might calmed down and reminded, "You may be familiar with the enemy in front of you, but Batman is undoubtedly different from many opponents we have seen before." He looked at Hal, the Green Lantern who was lying on the ground after being beaten, and just got up. "Batman never does anything without confidence, Your Majesty." Darkseid. He is shrewd, thoughtful, and extremely evil. Don't underestimate him. He dug out all the spies hidden in his alliance in our Apocalypse before, and we didn't even find out before he took action. Although he didn't appear here at this time, he must be brewing a terrible conspiracy. Meditation Might already said our Apocalypse, but his words were very cautious. He was not blinded by Darkseid's strength. He knew that the closer he was to success, the more cautious he should be. Especially since Meditation Might had just discovered that the 3 spies were all dead. He was forced to cooperate with Reverse Flash in advance to defeat the outsider and release Darkseid. He had seen the situation where everything was originally planned as usual, but suddenly there was a problem at the critical moment. Although Batman is not here, he must have left some tricks that we don't know about. He must be planning a bigger counterattack. Meditation Might said confidently, "I don't believe he can't." "Is that all you can do?" Meditation Might said halfway, when he saw Green Lantern Hal rushing up again. "I haven't used my strength yet." He jumped up, and the Green Lantern energy beside him materialized into a locomotive, crashing straight towards Darkseid. Then he supported in front of Darkseid for about 3 seconds, before flying back at a faster speed. "I know," Darkseid said. Red omega rays burst out from his eyes, folding a spiral line in the air, and fiercely slashed the wrists of Wonder Woman, who wanted to sneak attack him from behind. The deep red omega energy hit the protective silver bracelet, and a loud noise broke out. Darkseid put his hands behind his back and watched Diana, who was repelled with interest. Wonder Woman took off the shield behind her. "Get down on your knees and surrender to me," Darkseid said. "In the name of Hera." But the Dark Lord's olive branch only brought a thunderous Amazonian war cry. The sword cut through the night sky, and Diana's roar shook the earth. Darkseid grabbed the opponent's sword with his bare hands. At this time, he still did not forget to put his hands behind his back. He used only one hand to deflect the opponent's slash, and then punched. Aquaman Arthur pounced on Darkseid's back from behind, and he swung the trident of Aquaman, trying to pierce the opponent's body. Darkseid pulled Aquaman from his back with his backhand, who was trying to grab his back with all his limbs, and then punched again. The Martian Manhunter, who turned into some kind of four-armed alien creature, followed Wonder Woman closely, and the continuous heavy punches exploded the rippling shockwave at Darkseid's forearm. The Dark Lord finally used both hands. He grabbed the hand of Martian Manhunter with one hand, and then the other one. Then punch. Martian Manhunter was the only one who was not knocked out by the punch. Before Darkseid's fist hit him, he turned his body into a virtual state and dodged the attack that followed. "Ron, can you read the other person's mind?" Martian Manhunter heard the voice of Green Lantern howl. "It's difficult. The other person's head is as difficult to invade as a stone." Martian Manhunter said, "I can't feel anything." Darkseid stopped after finding that his fists could not do anything to Martian Manhunter. He stared at Martian Manhunter for half a second, and then the next moment the bent Omega Ray penetrated him. The powerful Omega effect erupted in the area where Martian Manhunter became transparent, directly blasting Martian Manhunter out of the virtual state. The Martian Manhunter, who flew backwards, crashed into an empty car not far away. The ordinary people in the car had been taken away from the car by Flashberry at high speed a few minutes ago, but such a violent collision still caused the car to burst into fire in an instant. "Ah, you don't deserve to be a hero. You are extremely evil. Batman, you are extremely evil." Then a string of curse words came out of Prime's mouth. He struggled hard on the origin wall, and his eyes were red. Chen Tao carefully guessed how angry Prime was. Not enough, still a little short. He was as patient as a chef. High-end ingredients are often made from beast. Batman, you beast. You and your entire world are extremely evil, and in urgent need of purification. Superboy Prime roared, "You dirty scum, you don't deserve to enjoy this new world created by the sacrifices of countless of us. I will kill all of you hypocritical superheroes, don't be ridiculous." Then Superboy Prime heard Batman's voice, "You said you saved this world, so you saved it? Where's the evidence? Hehe. Call the world and see if it agrees with you. Hehe. Ugh. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. We just enjoy the pleasure of a big superhero bullying a scum villain." As Chen Tao continued to work diligently, Superboy Prime's fire was finally fueled by him little by little over time, and gradually reached the point where the fire was boiling and the flowers were blooming. After Chen Tao worked hard for a while, he found that the other party's anger had risen to a certain limit, and he knew it was time to use the final big move. He took off the Red Hood mask from Connor's face, and then took out a ring from his bosom. This was the same ring as the one that the Flash used to store his uniforms, so Chen Tao used this ring as a tool to store uniforms. He took out a Superman uniform from it, which fit Superboy Connor perfectly. He controlled the other party to take off his fashionable black jacket, and then put on the uniform. For a long time, Superboy Prime had always felt that Superboy Connor was living the life he dreamed of. He felt that the other party did not deserve it, and did not deserve to have so many things and still not know how to cherish them. And at this moment, nothing could make people realize more deeply that no matter how much he thought Connor did not deserve it, Connor Kent was the little Superman. What about me? What about me? What about me who survived from the last era to the present? My position has long been replaced by others, and everything I love and hate has been lost in the torrent of the times. No one agrees with my moral values, and no one understands what I do. I killed my mentor with my own hands. I'm no longer the hero I once was. So what am I now? What am I? What am I? The so-called supreme little Superman, even if he has the most powerful power, is just a redundant ghost. So the majestic rage swept across the trembling body of the strongest Superman, and the scarlet flames rushed and burned quietly in an instant. My name is Chen Tao, and my profession is Batman. After a lot of preparations and conspiracies, finally, the supreme little Superman was guided by me, and thus, raging with anger. Chapter 283, Superboy Prime rages into apocalypse. Rage. Rage like a tsunami. This blazing rage filled the heart of Superboy Prime. Originally, every lantern who wore a red lantern ring would have all their blood drained out by the ring. They would become angry spirits who relied on the ring to live, and would be in endless rage for the rest of their lives. But Superboy Prime was different. He was too special and too different from the reaction. No lantern ring had the ability to drain Superboy Prime's blood, and the mental distortion that the lantern ring was born with was also minimal in Superboy Prime. After all, Superboy Prime was the most perfect Superman. Except for a few Supermen, who did not exist in a normal state, he was almost the strongest version of Superman in the history of the multiverse. He was completely immune to the control of the Red Lantern ring. But, what if it was the Blood Slaughter Bull? Atrocitus held up the Red Lantern furnace. A few hours ago, he had just released the Blood Bull from the Red Light Central Energy Battery and imprisoned it in such a small furnace. The monster struggled all the way in the furnace, forcing Atrocitus to concentrate all the time to ensure that the monster would not suddenly break out of the furnace. The Blood Bull had just seen what was happening outside the furnace and was attracted by the furious Prime Superboy. What a good smell. What a good smell. What kind of garbage was he eating before? Exclamation mark. In front of Prime Superboy, the Blood Bull almost lost his mind. He desperately hit the wall of the red light furnace and roared at Batman like crazy. Rage. Rage. Give me this rage. I need it. Then the Blood Bull saw Batman slowly running to his side and then controlled Superboy Connor, who was wearing a Superman uniform, to stand in front of Prime Superboy and pose in various bodybuilder poses, which almost made the other party explode with anger. The angrier Superboy Prime was, the more Blood Slaughter Bull's saliva almost flowed down. Let me out. I think you should ask someone to do something for you. If you, Batman, hadn't caught me and locked me up, I would have run over and eaten this kind of high-end anger food in the universe. Okay. Please let me out. Oh, you can't let me out just like that. The high-end food you like is now stuck to the origin wall. If you are let out, you will be in the body of Superboy Prime, and you will also be stuck to the wall. After hearing what Batman said, Blood Slaughter Bull calmed down a little and turned his gaze from the delicious food to where the delicious food was at the moment. Then he found the origin wall behind the food, and the whole bull was stunned. Damn it. The origin wall is stuck to you. As soon as you touch it, how can you eat it? It turned out to be a false alarm, and Blood Slaughter Bull was very disappointed. He was so focused on the deliciousness of the food that he even ignored the trap behind the food. It's still edible. Then he heard Batman coaxing him, don't keep thinking about food in your mind. Turn around and see who's next to you. The blood-slaughtering bull in the lamp stove turned his head and found Bane and the two decayed corpses standing next to him, with the breath of death. The lamp beast understood what Batman wanted to do in an instant. He felt the huge power of decay black in Bane's body and nodded repeatedly. Enough. Absolutely enough. Natural energy such as decay black, red of all living things, and green of all things also have different representatives. After all, there are only a few ultimate representatives like Swamp Thing who have all the power of the entire element. Even Swamp Thing has subordinate representatives like Poison Ivy Plant Master to share the power of green of all things with him, not to mention the red of all living things and decay black, whose power is more dispersed among different people. In the original comics, the ultimate mastermind behind the arrival of the Corruption Nation, Anton Arcane, is not the Swamp Thing, the King of Life Maxine, Animal Man's daughter, but the secondary Spikespison such as Animal Man and Poison Ivy. The real ultimate Spikespison is his niece B. Arcane. Now, with the addition of Bane, the Black of Corruption has a Spikespison on the same level as Anton Arcane. Before the real ultimate Spikespison B. Arcane embraced the Black of Corruption, Bane and Anton Arcane were basically the two strongest Spikespisons of the Black of Corruption. How could their status not be important? With the help of Bane, it is definitely enough to pull the food down from the wall. It's good that it can be pulled down. Chen Tao also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had previously studied Bane's body through the power of Metal Spirit that he had given him, even if Bane alone was not able to pull Superboy Prime off the wall, he was not without a way to suppress the red of all life and green of all things in Bane's body through Metal Spirit, thereby strengthening the power of Black of Decay in Bane's body for a short period of time. However, if Bane in his normal state could also reach the minimum requirement to pull someone down, then there was no need for him to go to such lengths. He whispered to Bloody Bull, "In a little while, I will release you and let you possess Superboy Prime to strengthen and devour his rage, but I have a condition." He took out a large bottle of potion from the Joker from his arms and said, "Regular laughter potion cannot infect Superboy Prime, but if he is seriously injured or weakened to a certain extent, I don't believe it will still not work. While you possess Superboy Prime, you must help me to completely dissolve these potions into his blood." Bloody Bull saw that, while Batman was talking, rows of various mysterious hexagram magic circles appeared on his face. He knew that, although Batman only made a verbal agreement, it must be some kind of powerful contract magic. The other party was well thought out, and would never let him fool around, but Bloody Bull himself didn't think of fooling around. Please, he just wanted to enjoy some rage. What did it have to do with him what happened to Superboy Prime later? After all, as long as he sucked the other's anger dry, he would happily pat his butt and leave, just like he had done countless times before. As long as he could eat, it would be fine to make a magic contract with Batman. So he nodded immediately. Okay. Blood Bull saw Batman transformed into Batocitus in front of him, and he knew that the other party must have used blood magic, because as a Red Lantern Call Lantern, conventional spells would probably not work on him either. After the contract was officially established, Batman visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he continued to warn, "I know you are the type who starts devouring while creating anger. I'm not here to advise you to change your eating habits, but to help you." Chen Tao said, "I know that when you possess another person, you can read the other person's memory, thereby creating illusions for the other person, or whisper in his ear, continuously stimulating his anger, so that you continue to eat. This is the normal behavior of the Blood Slaughter Bull. Otherwise, just whispering 'Hey, your whole family is dead' in the air is not enough to make the host continue to be furious. Creating illusions for the host and making the host even more angry is also the main function of the Blood Slaughter Bull. If you read the memory of Superboy Prime, you will soon find out that he has a beautiful girlfriend named Lori, who is the love of his life and also the pain of his life. It was because he followed the old Superman to save the entire multiverse that the original universe where he was born was destroyed, and his girlfriend and his adoptive parents were destroyed into dust." Chen Tao said, "And the other thing he hates the most is Connor, who replaced him as Superboy. He thinks Connor usurped his life, and everything Connor has should have belonged to him." Blood Slaughter Bull was thoughtful. Then the next second he realized what Batman wanted to say. He saw Batman stretch out his hand, and then a large piece of mud fell to the ground, condensing into a faceless red-haired woman. "I ask you to use illusions to make this mud face turn into a woman's face and Laura's face in the perspective of Superboy Prime." Chen Tao said, "Then he will be affectionate with Superboy Connor. Such a great hatred will be enough to cover his resentment towards me, thus attracting him to reach Apocalypse through the Sonic Boom channel." Chen Tao had to do this, of course, otherwise Superboy Prime would punch him right after he got off the origin wall. Who could withstand this? Blood Slaughter Bull thought it was right, but still hesitated. "Then your teammate would be dead." "Don't worry, he won't die." Chen Tao said, "You are not fake. Can't you use illusions to deflect Superboy Prime's attack? And this should be beneficial to you. Superboy Connor continues to stimulate Superboy Prime's anger, and it is more convenient for you to absorb anger. This is a win-win situation." Chen Tao concluded. This is not an opponent we can deal with at all. At the edge of the battlefield, a drop of cold sweat appeared on Captain Cold's head. At this time, they were hiding behind the ruins of a building, watching Darkseid ravage the entire Justice League. Marty and Manhunter was lying on the ground unconscious, and they had just witnessed the joint attack of Green Lantern Hal and Sinestro being easily defeated by Darkseid. Thunder Shazam just rushed up alone, and was the fastest one. Honestly, I thought that guy would be slow because he was so big. Heatwave watched as Flash and Dark Lord turned into two after images that the naked eye could not catch in time and kept colliding in front of him like a spinning top. It was obvious that the red figure was faster, but this seemed to arouse the competitive spirit of the huge black shadow. The blood red eyes that looked around while turning and moving made Heatwave, who was always irritable, tremble. Flash could hit Dark Lord countless times. He kept finding hard objects like crowbars or steel bars from the ruins nearby and tried to throw them into the opponent's body at high speed, but no matter how much kinetic energy these steel objects carried, they could only smash into pieces on the rock-like body. But as long as Darkseid hit the Flash once, the flashing red after image suddenly stopped, and the Flash flew backwards like a broken sack. It's terrible. I want to go home. Oh, God, that looks painful. Mamma mia. Everyone in the rogue gang made a comment. We have to run away quickly. The figure of the golden glider appeared beside the gang through the wreckage of the building beside them. I have cleared a large enough open space, and Sam, Mirror Master, is using his ability to make a mirror that is large enough for all of us to escape. She said to several companions beside her, "Why don't we hurry up now?" "No, we can't run now." But the words of the golden glider were soon interrupted by his brother Captain Cold, who stared at the four people standing quietly in the distance: Meditation Might, Steppenwolf, Dr. Savannah, and Reverse Flash. They have been watching the show from just now until now, but Captain Cold has not forgotten them. We need to find a suitable time. Captain Cold whispered to his team members, "We are facing an enemy beyond our ability to deal with. No matter how much money Batman gives us, it is not enough to buy our lives." Arthur, holding the trident of Aquaman, tried to sneak attack Darkseid's eyes from behind, but he was immediately hit by the bent Omega Ray. He barely blocked it with the trident, and the weapon in his hand was suddenly hit by the huge force and bounced in the opposite direction of the swing trajectory, and the door was suddenly wide open. Darkseid grabbed his ankle with one hand, slammed it to the ground, and then raised the trident. Hey, Wonder Woman used the lasso of truth to lasso the new god from behind, and then pulled him back with all her strength. "Darkseid, tell me, what is your weakness?" Then her sea blue eyes met Darkseid's burning eyes, and the deep red Omega effect rushed and roared in his eyes. "I have no weaknesses, princess," the Dark Lord said, and then he reached out and grabbed the lasso of truth. "I admire you, and this comes from the heart. This artifact can prove that what I say is true." Wonder Woman groaned, and she sank her body's center of gravity suddenly, and her feet plowed deeply into the ground, but this still couldn't stop her from being dragged towards the other side by Darkseid's strange strength. "Your force is comparable to Big Barda. After he betrayed me, I finally found a replacement with enough weight." Note: DC superhero Big Barda, a member of the New Gods, Mr. Miracle's wife, was once the captain of Darkseid's Nemesis team. After falling in love with Mr. Miracle, she defected to Apocalypse. Darkseid grabbed her and swung her like a meteor hammer, and then the rogues watched Wonder Woman being planted upside down in the ground, leaving only a pair of feet facing the sky. But soon the Amazon warrior roared again and pulled her head out of the soil and rushed towards Darkseid. "We will stay here quietly and pretend to confront the guys from the Meditation Mites," Captain Cold said. He whispered orders to his teammates. "Then we will wait for an opportunity. Wait for Sam, Mirror Master, to slowly build our escape route." Captain Cold said, "Marco, Weather Wizard, when Sam is ready, you start to create strong enough wind pressure, supplemented by blizzards. Mick, Heatwave, you create hot air to keep up. I will use cold air to assist Marco, the collision of cold and heat, to create a thick fog covering the entire battlefield." Captain Cold arranged the escape plan of the entire rogue gang in an orderly manner. "Axel, magician, after I give you the order, you will throw all your tracking bombs out. Be careful, don't be stupid enough to attack Darkseid. I want you to blow up the houses over there, and over there." He pointed to several buildings to the magician, and the young magician nodded to show that he understood. The collapsed buildings were just enough to block the view of Darkseid from where he was looking at them. "Very good." Captain Cold nodded, and then said, "Lisa, Golden Glider, has set up a trap with ribbons. Even if Reverse Flash reacts and wants to stop us, it will be too late. But the magician paused, then said, "But Batman paid us. Is it really moral for us to run away like this? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 284. Darkseid's hometown explodes. Double update. Woohoo. I didn't break my word. The scene suddenly became cold. The gang members who were discussing the escape plan just now fell silent. After a long while, Captain Cold slapped the magician on the forehead. "You almost led me astray. We are villains. It is normal for villains to go back on their words. But you clearly said that we took Batman's money and should work hard." The youngest magician in the gang scratched his head. "After joining the Justice League, you took us to the streets to fight crime and said that we have been whitewashed and become superheroes. How come we are villains now?" Behind them, Aquaman, Arthur and Green Lantern Hal hugged Darkseid's legs respectively. The Green Lantern ring in the hand of Green Lantern Sinestro lit up, and a thick iron chain was materialized to tie Darkseid tightly. Shazam's hands were wrapped with lightning and bombarded the opponent's body. Wonder Woman rushed forward, pointing the long sword at Darkseid's eyes. However, all this collapsed in the next second. Looking at the Justice League members flying backwards again, Captain Cold said righteously, "We have flexible moral bottom line. Look at Wonder Woman. Darkseid didn't kill her. He wanted to subdue her and turn her into his personal guard. Aquaman is tough and the two Green Lanterns are also ridiculously strong. We are the weakest group of people in the entire Justice League. If we really fight to the death, we will definitely be the first to die. The attacks they endured are beyond the ability of any of us to withstand. Although the money is good, it is not worth losing our lives. Didn't Batman say that he only needs us to delay time, and he has a way to solve it? Then our sacrifice is even more meaningless." Captain Cold said, "So we are not running away, but avoiding meaningless sacrifices." He seemed to be convincing everyone, and seemed to be convincing himself. Soon, the golden glider came back again. He told everyone, "Sam's mirror is ready." The rogues, who cooperated well, took less than 20 seconds to complete all the operations they had discussed. Soon, with the sound of the building collapsing, the entire rogues began to retreat immediately. They passed through the trail behind without any obstacles. Not far away was a small open space surrounded by ruins. On it stood a huge mirror made by the Mirror Master, which was big enough for several people to enter at the same time. Reverse Flash didn't catch up at all. Darkseid didn't seem to care about us at all. The golden glider floated in front of everyone and said, "This is really a blessing." They came to the mirror, and then, boom. Thunder Shazam crashed through countless buildings like a comet and fell straight to the rogues not far away. He was wrapped in lightning and groaned in pain. The rogues were stunned. Shazam was dizzy for a while, and when he turned around, he saw the people walking towards the huge mirror. "Hey, are you guys going to run away?" Captain Cold was ready to fight. If Thunder Shazam still wanted to stop them from running away, he was sorry, but he might have to. "Billy, are you going to run with us?" Captain Cold turned to look at the Weather Wizard in surprise. He didn't know when his teammate and Thunder Shazam had such a good relationship. Then he immediately remembered that Batman had arranged for the Weather Wizard to work with Shazam, who could also manipulate lightning. Was it at that time that they became friends? Billy was helped up from the ground by the Weather Wizard. The Weather Wizard's words were concise and sincere. "Come with me. This is not a battle we can participate in. Wonder Woman and Green Lantern are strong enough. One more of us won't make much difference. If you continue like this, you will die. You are still a child." The Weather Wizard wiped the blood from Shazam's mouth and nose with his sleeve. "Come with us. Batman is a vicious capitalist. He even requires children to go to the battlefield." Billy did not respond. The Weather Wizard knew that he could not bring himself to do so, so he half forced Billy to walk towards the giant mirror. "Let's find a place to hide and come out after a while. Batman and those superheroes will solve everything. They are powerful and smart. There is nothing they can't solve." Billy was pulled by him and came to the giant mirror. Captain Cold and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. At least they could. But then, they saw Billy stopped in front of the giant mirror. No, no. He shook his head violently. I can't do this. Batman asked us to delay for enough time. What if I escaped at the last minute and failed to delay for the time Batman required, causing his plan to fail? Our planet will be finished, and my father will be finished. He turned his head to look at the people in the rogues. I have to save the world. No, Billy, this is not your responsibility. Your dad will be fine. Batman protected him. Do you remember? The weather wizard grabbed him. We have to save our lives now. The weather wizard said this, holding Shazam's arm tightly. Although they didn't spend much time together, the two who lacked family love had a deep friendship. Then he looked at the young Shazam staring at him. I'm a hero, a superhero, that's awesome. He seemed to be saying to the weather wizard, or as if he was hypnotizing himself, I can't run away. The weather wizard gave a lot of advice, but no matter what he said, he finally watched Shazam break free from his grasp and rush to the battlefield without hesitation. Let's go, Marco, Captain Cold said. He looked at the weather wizard who was standing there in a daze with his head down, looking at his hands. We couldn't save him, but he doesn't necessarily die. We have to take care of ourselves. Then he saw Marco turned his head and looked at him, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Shazam is right. The weather wizard said slowly. Is there a possibility? What if it is, because we deserted, that the final delay was not as long as Batman planned, and ultimately led to the failure of the entire plan? Don't tell me you want to go back. I'm sorry, Captain Snart, Captain Cold. Then Captain Cold heard the voice of the weather wizard. I'm afraid I have to do this. You leave the mirror space first, and I will come later. I won't accompany you to die. Heatwave said, I cherish my life. Don't, Uncle Marco. You are looking for death. Why bother? The magician advised bitterly. I was wrong. Fuck morality. Staying alive is the most important thing. Let's live together. You go first. This is my own decision. But the weather wizard still shook his head and said, I'm ready, and I believe in Batman. Since he told us to delay time, he must have made enough preparations, and will not watch us die. You dare to bet your life on Batman's preparations? Mirror Master came out from behind the mirror and grabbed the weather wizard's arm. Are you crazy? But the weather wizard shook off the hand of Mirror Master without hesitation, and a small tornado rolled up under his feet, and he chased after Shazam who was flying away. Mirror Master looked at Captain Cold. Marco has been in a bad mental state since he found out that his sister-in-law was the murderer of his brother. Heatwave said, I think Marco has some self-destructive tendencies. But even so, Snart, give the order. Mirror Master shook his head and said, the rogue gang will not. You are right. Even so, the rogue gang will not give up any of their members. Captain Cold said, we are going to fight alongside Marco. Thousands of miles away in the Batcave, the ventriloquist Arnold was wearing a maid outfit and sitting quietly in the empty Batcave. Alfred followed Lucius and the others to take refuge in the Red of All Beings. In the huge Batcave, only the ventriloquist Arnold, who was sufficiently controlled by Batman and could not threaten Batman as a hostage, was operating the Batcomputer. Oh, Master Batman. Arnold's voice rang out in the empty cave. The rogues didn't flee from the battlefield as you said, so there's no need for me to turn the remote control into a time bomb that can't be taken off, so as to force them to return to the battlefield. Then the ventriloquist changed his tone. Yes, well done, Arnold. Continue to monitor the battlefield. Yeah, it should be. Everyone knows that I'm Batman, the most loyal manservant. Arnold asked himself and answered himself. This strange voice resounded in the Batcave, and waves of echoes were set off. My name is Kalibak, the eldest son of Darkseid. I live in Apocalypse, and I'm the most powerful warrior under my father's command. Although my father doesn't like me, and even doesn't allow me to call him father, I'm still loyal to my father. But my father probably doesn't like me very much, so this time, when he went to conquer the planet called Earth, he still left me on Apocalypse to guard the house. But it doesn't matter. Even though my dad doesn't like me, I still like him very much. I have to repeat this 3 times. He doesn't like me because I'm not good enough. I have to listen to him more. I'm very happy to guard the house. Not sad at all. Kalibak is a burly man with lion-like sideburns and an amazing height comparable to Darkseid. Two fangs protrude from his lips, making his whole appearance look like a ferocious beast. At this time, Kalibak was sitting on the top of a tall building on Apocalypse, waiting for his father Darkseid to return triumphantly. But suddenly, he saw a sonic boom channel suddenly appearing without any warning not far from the horizon. A question mark slowly appeared on Kalibak's forehead. All sonic boom channels cannot be created out of thin air. This kind of portal is essentially just the mother box technology, and the mother box must have an operator, even if it is remote. Kalibak knew very well that all the sonic boom channels on the entire Apocalypse should be controlled by himself or his father Darkseid. As the son of Darkseid, he naturally knew the locations of all the sonic boom channels on the planet through the mother box. So where did this sonic boom channel come from? He stood up from the building and then saw a burst of white light behind the channel, followed by a pale-faced alien. If Kalibak was not mistaken, it should be a Kryptonian, who ran out from behind the sonic boom channel in panic. The other party was holding a half-naked female around his waist, with her shoulders exposed, as if she was caught in adultery. Then Kalibak saw the other party's face. I was shocked. There was no facial features at all. It was too scary for aliens. So what was going on? Kalibak didn't understand the situation for a while. He stared blankly at Superboy Connor, who was panicking and grabbing the woman made of mud. He flew over Kalibak's head and brought a sonic boom cloud behind him. Hey, you can't. Kalibak flew up immediately. No matter what, those who broke into Apocalypse directly should be enemies. He had dealt with such attacks before. The Green Lantern Corps attacked Apocalypse, so it was no big deal. However, for the sake of insurance, Kalibak chose to summon the Dark Elites under Darkseid. Each of them was an elite from the New Gods, and there was also the Nemesis team under the command of the Kind Grandmother. Note, the Kind Grandmother of the DC Villain. Yes, that's her real name. She's good at brainwashing and controlling, and she trains minions for Darkseid. The most classic story is that she once brainwashed Supergirl Kara into becoming Darkseid's subordinate. Kalibak watched Superboy Connor fly away crookedly, and he also flew into the air. Whoever you are stupid enough to come to Apocalypse and fall into a trap. He looked down at Connor, who was floating in the air with a look of exhaustion. Kryptonian, why are you? Kalibak hadn't finished his words, and then he saw a pair of crimson eyes behind the sonic boom channel. Buzz 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 buzz. Some kind of strange and vibrating humming sound rang out, and Kalibak didn't understand what this sound meant, but he soon understood. AA. Chapter 285. Superboy Prime is killing. How did things develop to this point? At this moment, Bane was stuck to the origin wall, feeling his thoughts being swallowed up by the wall bit by bit. This feeling was very strange, like climbing over mountains and crossing thousands of mountains and rivers, and suddenly looking back to find that there was nothing there, or like the morning dew and the feeling of loss when you find that you have completely forgotten yesterday's dream, or like, forget it. Bane turned his head with effort and saw a giant with a strange shape beside him. He maintained a roaring posture, as if he was still struggling and roaring on the origin wall, but at this time his cheeks had already been coated with a layer of golden light, making him look more like a work carefully carved by a craftsman than a living creature. So, how did things develop to this point? Bane thought so again. He had already decided to live in seclusion in the Himalayas and never care about Batman again. He had already let go of his meaningless obsession with Batman and was determined to embrace his new life. But the reality is that he was stuck on the origin wall at this time, willingly fulfilling Batman's wish and using himself to replace the prime Superboy that Batman needed from the wall. Batman had planned it long ago. Bane knew that Batman had already considered what to do if the zombie hairy man and the zombie black could not pull the prime Superboy off the wall. The answer was also obvious. Himself. When he came to the Himalayas to find him and asked him to help him, he had already anticipated today's result. That's right, because he is Batman. And Batman can always be 10 steps ahead of others. But he is Bane. He should have been able to easily see Batman's intentions. But he deceived himself and willingly drank the hidden poison. He was so stupid. Brother, are he and Batman really brothers? Is this a fact that Batman has discovered, or is it a trick to lure him into a trap? Bane didn't know. He felt something climbing up his body, just like when he was a child, in the lowest water cell in Penaduro prison, feeling the tide submerging his cheeks. The power of the Black of Decay in his body was also activated at this time, slightly warming his stiff body. Bane never thought that one day, he would actually feel the warmth of the Black of Decay's death breath. Bane was not sure how long the power of the Black of Decay in his body could last, and Batman's previous words echoed in his ears. Every life that comes into contact with the origin wall will be assimilated by the origin wall at the moment of contact, and transformed into a state of neither life nor death. Therefore, the Black of Decay can affect them, and then use this influence to peel them off the origin wall, such as Superboy Prime. Bane was a little dazed. The assimilation of the origin wall was getting faster and faster for him. He saw that his calves had been stained with a layer of gold. He knew that he would soon become a part of the origin wall, and like those many corpses, he would use his own flesh and blood to build the wall. The act of peeling someone off the origin wall is irreversible, because once the peeling begins, it is equivalent to you having come into contact with the origin wall. The reason why you didn't stick to it immediately and become a prisoner of the origin wall is entirely because of your connection with Superboy Prime. But once Superboy Prime is successfully peeled off the origin wall, he is freed from the superposition state of death and life bound by the origin wall, and is redefined as alive. The control of the Black of Decay over him is invalid, and the origin wall takes effect immediately, sticking you directly to the wall and assimilating you. Bane. Hey, listen to me. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that relying solely on the zombie hairy man and zombie black, they can't pull Superboy Prime off the wall. They don't have enough power, the power of death. I'm afraid you'll have to do it yourself. Am I asking you to die? No. Bane, do you believe me? Do you believe me? Bane lowered his head and saw that the gold had spread to the roots of his thighs. I will never let you be stuck on the origin wall. Believe me, I will never let you suffer such a fate. I will never give up on you, my brother. I have never been as sincere as I'm now. As long as Superboy Prime is released, I can force Darkseid to form an alliance with me. Darkseid is a king who always keeps his word and a loving god. As long as I can drive him, I can use his powerful force to fill in all the missing pieces of my plan and rescue you from the origin wall at the same time. As the new god of the fourth world, Darkseid can communicate with the origin behind the origin wall, just like humans praying to God. Oh, by the way, I think you don't know what origin is. He is the background board of everything outside the wall, the core of the omnipotent universe, and the driver of all things. If for humans, God is the god in mythology, or a new god like Darkseid, then for gods, God is origin. I promise you, Bane, I will definitely rescue you. You are just temporarily on the wall, not sacrificing your life. No, listen to me. I promise you, in the name of Batman, I promise you, I will never break my promise. I did think about this situation before, but I originally thought that if the two zombie hairy men could directly pull down Superboy Prime, there would be no need for you. It's just a backup plan. So brother, help me, help the entire universe. We are beloved relatives and friends, brothers and sisters. Bane guessed that this was why he was stuck to the wall at the moment. He sighed heavily again, watching the gold spread from the thigh to the lower abdomen. He suspected that Batman's words were all prepared in advance, and even his reaction had been planned. In fact, sometimes Bane even felt a little angry, and wondered if he would not follow Batman's script, and insisted on not fulfilling Batman's wish. But when he thought that, if he really did that, it might really kill the whole world, Bane finally gave up this suicidal idea. In fact, another important reason might be, even Bane couldn't explain it clearly. If he didn't listen to Batman's words, and insisted on going against him, would Batman have any other tricks up his sleeve and force him to pull people out of the wall? If it really came to that, it would be a toast instead of a punishment. There was no need for that. But no matter what, Bane was already on the wall. Things had already happened. It was useless to think about it. Now, what Bane needed to consider was, you better be okay, Batman. Bane cursed in a low voice. Superboy Connor was flying in front, hugging the faceless woman who had transformed from Clayface. At this time, his control was completely controlled by Chen Tao using the anti-Kryptonian drug provided by Poison Ivy, and he could not control his behavior at all. Although the Clayface woman had no expression on her face, Connor's face was much more colorful. He looked like he was about to ascend to heaven, and Chen Tao shook his head behind him. "Young man, you can't stand a little pressure. You are not good enough." Not far away, Superboy Prime directly blew up a large group of densely packed apocalyptian demons who came from not far away with one punch. The violent fist wind caused huge wind pressure. All enemies whose physical strength did not reach a certain level were squeezed into bloody meat patties. A large amount of blood-green ketchup washed the surface of Apocalypse below like rain. Chen Tao had been carefully observing the other party's wanton slaughter of Apocalypse basic combat units from behind. Soon, his madness naturally attracted the most powerful organization under the ruler of Apocalypse. Chen Tao watched several comet-like figures rushing from not far away. He roughly recognized who these people were. They were all members of the Dark Elite. Dark Elite, also known as Darkseid's Dark Elite, is composed of the strongest warriors personally selected by Darkseid on Apocalypse. Each of them has the power to destroy the world, and is the elite among the elites of Darkseid's men on Apocalypse. This guy is Kant. Chen Tao recognized the contestant who took the lead in attacking Superboy Prime. His two eyebrows-like beards were quite iconic. As he flew over, he asked, "Who dares to destroy Darkseid's property?" Chen Tao, who was squatting behind, just watched Kant rushing straight towards Superboy Prime with a confident and elegant face, and couldn't help but worry about him. As a member of their Dark Elite, Kant is the strongest fighting master in the DC universe, proficient in the fighting techniques of countless planets, and is the most powerful assassin and tracker in the universe. Anyone he targeted would be found and killed by him, no matter where in the universe he fled. But facing Superboy Prime, such a resume might be too chilling. But Chen Tao was still comforting himself. It's okay. The point is that everyone in the Dark Elite is of the new god race, which means that they are probably qualified to wrestle with Superman. So even if they lose, it won't be easy. Puff. With just one punch, Kant's upper body was smashed by Superboy Prime. This powerful character who can be called a strong player in any corner of the universe is now like a supporting role with only one line. He was destroyed by Superboy Prime before he even said the second sentence. The furious Superboy Prime blew cold air at his lower body in a madman, and the huge cold current turned a large piece of land in front of him that could not be seen at a glance into frozen soil in an instant. Chen Tao hurriedly controlled Superboy Connor to raise his flying height to prevent him from being accidentally injured by the cold air. The next person to attack Superboy Prime was the Mantis Warrior. He is the strongest warrior under Darkseid, second only to Darkseid himself in strength. Most importantly, he is immune to all physical attacks, and can even absorb any energy and magic attacks. Originally, he and Khan rushed over to attack Superboy Prime, but before he could raise his hand, his teammates were killed by Superboy Prime. He immediately felt very bad, braked urgently, and turned around to leave. But the red-eyed Des immediately appeared behind him. Swish. Superboy Prime tore the Mantis Warrior in half with his bare hands, like an angry child tearing up a painting he had just drawn. No matter how strong the immune ability is, it can't match the strange strength of Superboy Prime. Superboy Prime raised his head and continued to try to find a new target. Godfrey, also known as Glory Godfrey, is a master of manipulation. He has the ability to persuade thoughts and can brainwash and control the victims through charismatic words. He was stupid enough to try to invade Superboy Prime's mind. The furious Superboy used his fist to cut him into small pieces without any fat on it. What was the latest guy who rushed up? He was too lazy to admit it. Anyway, he was slapped to death by the Prime Superboy. The Nemesis team under the command of the kind grandmother also went to the battle, but they only trapped the Prime Superboy for less than a second. The Prime Superboy basically interpreted the meaning of the word invincible with his own strength, killing people and destroying houses, and soon the surrounding area was reduced to a sea of fire. Who are you guys? What the hell? What the hell? Chen Tao turned his head and saw Kalibak, the son of Darkseid, lying not far from him, with a big hole in his abdomen. Chen Tao was surprised at his strong physical fitness. Ordinary new gods would be basically finished after being hit by such a bullet, but he still had the strength to speak. Can we only say that he is worthy of being the son of Darkseid? Chen Tao immediately went up and twisted his body 3 times, turning it into a bat head, Batmobile legs, and some of the ugliest macuti he had ever seen. Then he casually smeared some dust on his face and hurried to Kalibak, who was still half dead. Your Highness. Your Highness. We can't stop the enemy in front of us at all. We need help and more control. Kalibak, who had already fainted, was awakened by Chen Tao's noise. He was in pain, confused, and didn't understand what was going on. His mind was full of question marks. Your Highness, Apocalypse can no longer stop this monster. Make a decision quickly. We can only beg His Majesty Darkseid to come back quickly, otherwise the whole planet will be destroyed. Kalibak looked at Batman. The other party was indeed a bit ugly. He seemed to have never seen such a unique slave or soldier with such ugly personality before, but these were not important. The important thing was that they really couldn't handle this matter. Before things collapsed in a worse direction, he had to recall his father to save the situation. I will immediately activate the mother box and open the sonic boom channel to get His Majesty Darkseid back. Kalibak said, it's urgent. Chapter 286 Darkseid. Am I in cahoots with you? I'm Billy Batson. You can also call me Shazam. Thunder Shazam. I've had many adoptive parents. Most of them adopted a child just for the government subsidy. They weren't good people, not even ordinary people. So many years ago, when I was sitting on the high steps of the orphanage, staring at the outside world, I always imagined that I would be a hero like Batman. You know, speaking the awesome word madfuck, flying around, saving people from danger. Ironically, as I grew older, I gradually gave up this ridiculous wish that I thought of, and began to slowly transform from a helpless child to a gloomy and irritable teenage orphan, and suddenly this wish became a reality. I never thought that one day I would really become the person I once thought of being. Really? I mean, why me? I'm not smart, and I don't have much courage. I'm just an ordinary person among countless people. There are countless people, countless people who are smarter and braver than me who deserve this power. But it's just me, and only me. Why? Even Shazam, the wizard who gave me the power, didn't give me the answer. So I tried to find the answer myself. The psychologist at school, who liked to play scarecrows, told me that if a person's virtue is not worthy of the position, he will only kill other people. He was right. But although he always said this, he had told me different situations. The day before he left school, he made a special appointment with me. He told me again that even if someone's talent is not enough to match the position, as long as he tries his best to improve himself and is willing to fulfill his responsibilities at critical moments, then for others, it is better than nothing. He told me not to belittle myself. Since I have already sat in that position, the first thing to do is to do what should be done in that position, and do my best to prevent myself from becoming the nail that collapses the entire empire. Note, the nail on the horseshoe is an illusion. Charles III lost a battle and destroyed an empire because a nail was not fixed on the horseshoe. Although I didn't listen to the doctor's words at that time, what he said kept echoing in my mind, and it became clearer now. I must not become the horseshoe that is not fixed firmly. Batman told us what bad results would happen if Darkseid took control of the world. Like Ryu, Chun-Li or Akuma, or the latest big guy Abigail, all of them are characters in the game, Street Fighter V, that he often plays, or Gul'dan or Varisa, characters in the game, World of Warcraft. I also like my current foster family and those deadly brothers and sisters. So even though this world is not very good to me, and has even done a lot of bad things to me, but for the time being, I still like this world, right? And the most important reason why I like this world is my father. My father who came to find me after leaving prison. Unfortunately, he lost me for more than 10 years, and then struggled to find my father. He is now hiding in the Red of all beings with Superman and his family, Flash's girlfriend, Green Lantern's girlfriend and brother, and the families of other superheroes. Temporarily safe. If Darkseid controls the entire Earth like the most terrible villain in the game, even hiding in the Red of all beings is just waiting for death. If we lose, it will be the real end of the world. My father will die. I don't know where on the earth he is, but he must be alive, and so is my mother who has been looking for me. There is no chance to escape. This is not a trivial matter like catching bank robbers and arresting perverts who are not wearing clothes on the street. I have no way to retreat. Darkseid, Shazam's roar resounded throughout the battlefield, and even the Dark Lord couldn't help but look sideways. Amid the roar like a tsunami, Shazam, who was wrapped in lightning, returned to the battlefield. Awareness is power, and faith is power. Shazam has never felt so powerful at this moment. He drew strength from the idealistic world and detonated it without scruples in the real world. All things in the world, obey my command. This most commonly used and common spell became incredibly powerful after his reshaping at this moment. The surging thunder and lightning, in harmony with his high raised cape, rolled up the whistling wind. Behind him were the rogues who followed closely, either riding frost or spewing flames, rolling up the turbulent wind and clouds. Hal, the Green Lantern who had just been knocked down, dragged his arm broken by Darkseid, and flew up again, followed by the dusty Sinestro. Wonder Woman picked up her shield again, her braided hair spread out in the fierce battle, sticking to her cheeks with 2 blood marks, adding more heroic spirit to her. Martian Manhunter finally put out the fire on him, and turned into some kind of tall, strong, green-faced and fanged alien beast again. The Flash, who had been lying on the ground from the beginning until now, finally regained his ability to run. He turned into a red afterimage, and appeared beside Wonder Woman. After just a few minutes, the situation faced by Darkseid seemed to have suddenly fallen from being invincible to being besieged again. Beep, beep beep beep. The Omega rays that were dispersed at the first time caught up with Green Lantern Hal and Flash Barry. The former was stunned by the Omega rays in an instant, while the latter, relying on the extreme speed of the speed force created by his every step, ran away with a single Omega ray. Darkseid looked at the unconscious Green Lantern with satisfaction. Green Lantern is a good experimental sample. Although Darkseid had killed many Green Lanterns at once in the past, that was because he was in the process of the Green Lantern Corps attacking Apocalypse, so he only got a lot of corpses. But if you want to study the Green Lantern Corps, you can't do it without living people. However, Darkseid has already signed a peace agreement with the Green Lantern Corps, and he can't just violate the agreement and capture a Green Lantern to study, so he will choose to keep the 2 Green Lanterns Hal and Sinestro who attacked him. I'll give you one last chance. Darkseid, with his hands behind his back, looked at the rest of the people. I'm merciful enough. He looked at Sinestro, who was standing next to Shazam with an ugly face. I've heard of you, Sinestro. He said, you should take your light and be loyal to me. And I have sworn to the Green Lantern to defeat all evil in the universe. Like you, Darkseid. The dusty Sinestro raised the lantern furnace. A vow you can't fulfill, Sinestro. Darkseid said, and even the Green Lantern Corps must submit to me. Darkseid saw that, although Sinestro said this, unlike the others, he no longer had the courage to attack him. That's why he just stood there and said harsh words at this moment. Hal, the Green Lantern with a broken arm, rushed up again. He materialized a train, but it was useless. Hal flew away again in a parabola. Wonder Woman swung her sword, as she always did. I'm a little tired of it, everyone. Darkseid said, and as he said this, he caught a lightning magic created by Shazam with his bare hands. The lightning, which was thicker than a human baby's forearm, hit his rock body, just like tickling him. Not far away, Aquaman, who had recovered from the ground, hurried over, and his injuries had been greatly recovered. He held the Aquaman trident in his hand and wrapped a bandage around his abdomen, as if he had used some emergency medicine to temporarily save himself. With his thick skin and flesh and Atlantean blood, he was basically fine at this time. Hearing what Darkseid said, he immediately retorted and asked loudly, should I be afraid? I'm the king of the 7 seas. If you still have a little intelligence. Darkseid's voice was still ringing. Maybe you are the king of the 7 seas, but I'm the god of the world. He took the trident of Aquaman that tried to pierce his eyes again, and then carefully inserted the trident into the same wound that sent Aquaman flying. Aquaman Arthur returned to where he should go in a posture and corner similar to the one he was sent flying before. Clang. The sword wielded by Wonder Woman was held in Darkseid's palm by himself, and then it broke into pieces the next moment, without even using the Crimson Omega effect. With a kick and a punch, Wonder Woman fell to the ground again, but this time the Lord of Darkness did not stop for the time being, and he pressed on step by step. Darkseid walked in front of Wonder Woman, looking down at her broken sword and Diana, who was constantly panting. "Don't even think about it," she said. "I just want you to sleep peacefully. When you wake up again, Grandma Kind will make you my most loyal guard." Note: Grandma Kind can train the Avengers through brainwashing to obey Darkseid's orders. The next second, the Crimson Omega effect gathered and burned in his eye sockets, and the bent rays directly hit Wonder Woman Diana. Wonder Woman screamed violently and soon fainted. "Since the strongest life on this planet has been captured, there is no need for me to waste time on other trash." The reason why Darkseid didn't kill before was because he wanted to see how strong Wonder Woman was, and secondly, he was afraid that if he killed too quickly, the rebels on this planet would lose their fighting will early and flee in all directions, and he would need to waste time running to different places to kill them one by one. Now that the Wonder Woman he wanted has been subdued, the remaining trash who is not as strong as Wonder Woman is useless. He created another large pot of fire and once again plunged the Martian hunter into the sea of fire. Darkseid turned his head to look at the gang of rogues who were attacking him, and the red Omega effect in his eye sockets almost overflowed. The thick fog created by the Weather Fog Master and the frost created by the Cold Captain could not pose a basic threat to him. These were just means to block his vision. In other words, among all the members of the resistance organization on this planet, called the Justice League, except for the Martian Manhunter and Wonder Woman, whose weaknesses were too obvious, and he kept targeting them with fire, there was no enemy who could leave scars on him independently. There was no need to linger on such a useless opponent. The next moment, he would. But at this moment, a sonic boom channel opened beside Darkseid. Darkseid heard his son and the strongest warrior Kalibak constantly calling him, "Your Majesty Darkseid. Your Majesty Darkseid. Apocalypse is under attack. We need your help." Darkseid's face, which was calm, even when he was beating Aquaman and Green Lantern, finally moved slightly. He frowned, turned his head, and focused his attention on the other side of the sonic boom channel, and then he heard a loud noise as expected. Then, he realized that he might have to go back to Apocalypse. So he turned his head and looked at Steppenwolf and his group who had been watching the battle quietly not far away. Steppenwolf, Contemplation Might. Darkseid did not call Reverse Flash by name, but continued, "I have something that requires me to return to Apocalypse immediately. You must take over from me and solve all the enemies in front of you." He glanced at the rogues standing there. They seemed to be rehearsing some kind of joint attack moves, but it didn't matter. Steppenwolf and Contemplation Might could solve it. "Yes, Your Majesty Darkseid, I look forward to fighting for you." Before Steppenwolf spoke, Contemplation Might spoke first, and the flattery in his tone was almost beyond words. "You." Steppenwolf wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. He just lowered his head. "Yes, Your Majesty Darkseid." Darkseid didn't say any more nonsense. The sonic boom to the other Kalibak became more and more urgent and sharp, like a roar mixed with some kind of fear. With just one step, Darkseid returned to Apocalypse. Question mark? Why is it a ruin here? Before I set out, this place was clearly full of dark red buildings. Countless slaves were forging countless warships for me under the drive of demons, and there were also large numbers of Alliance factories that were constantly working. But now, what appeared in front of Darkseid was a mountain of garbage, after being ravaged by Superboy Prime. "Who dared to Your Majesty Darkseid?" Darkseid blinked. He saw an Earth human, no doubt. He was just wearing a hood with pointed ears. But the person under the hood had a high grin on his face, and his skin was strangely pale. "I'm Batman." He heard the Earth human introduce himself like this. "You and I are on the same team. You're finally here. I've been looking forward to you for a long time." Darkseid didn't quite understand what the other party was doing. Who did all this? Kalibak. Darkseid tried to call out his eldest son's name, but no one responded to him. "Don't shout. I'm the only one here." Then he heard the man who called himself Batman in front of him whispered, "If you don't quite understand who I am, then please allow me to introduce myself. I'm Batman, from the Justice League, and now I'm your ally." Question mark? What are you talking about? Justice League? Didn't I just beat up the Justice League? When did I become your team again? You. Darkseid wanted to speak, but the next second Superboy Prime's fist hit him in the face. I can't finish writing today, but I will definitely make up for the 4,000 words. Chapter 287 Superboy Prime beats Darkseid. Boom. Who are you? Boom. Stop. Boom. No matter who you are, you. Boom. My name is Chen Tao, and my profession is Batman. I guess Darkseid must be very confused at this moment. The point of his confusion is why Superboy Prime attacked him like a mad dog, and why Superboy Prime almost ignored me who was so close to him. This is of course because I'm Batman. Okay, just kidding. Hehehe. Damn, I'm addicted to pretending to laugh wildly, and I started laughing subconsciously. I always thought I was a serious person. In short, the answer is very simple. Because at this moment, from my perspective and that of Darkseid himself, Darkseid was swinging a pendulum-like uppercut to hammer Superboy Prime's chin, and the deep red Omega energy exploded in his palm, while Superboy Prime responded with frost breath and more powerful continuous punches, beating Darkseid into a daze. This seems to be a very normal situation, and is very easy to understand, but from the perspective of Superboy Prime, what he sees may be somewhat, well, slightly different from reality. I have warned myself many times that Superboy Prime is the closest to perfection among the different versions of Superman in the multiverse. In most cases, it is wishful thinking to want to control him. But only the Bloodslaughter Bull, a physical entity similar to this angry emotional energy, will have a positive buff on Superboy Prime. To some extent, it is true. The host possessed by the entity representing the angry energy, Bloodslaughter Bull, will naturally have powerful power. In a certain timeline, Green Lantern Hal, who was possessed by the Parallax monster, representing the fear energy, directly became Parallax Demon Hal, causing the heroes to suffer. So this buff is undoubtedly a boost to strength, but the side effects that come with it also include the illusion that can be controlled by the Bloodslaughter Bull. Therefore, give me back my Lori. Kryptonian, you are committing a Darkseid's eyes emitted a fiery Omega effect, colliding with Superboy Prime's heat vision. At first, the Omega rays had the upper hand, but as Superboy Prime began to hold his head and scream like a lunatic, the two originally thin heat visions began to thicken along with Superboy Prime's insane howling, and finally became as thick as a bucket, pouring towards Darkseid. Darkseid groaned, and the Omega rays pressed back again. But Superboy Prime screamed louder and louder, and the more he screamed, the happier he was. His two eyes directly turned into searchlights that sprayed heat vision, directly drowning Darkseid's Omega rays from the side, and directly turning everything around his body into ashes. Monkeys are funny to begin with, and they are even more naughty after eating apples. Darkseid heard Batman making sarcastic remarks beside him. That's enough, you. Darkseid wanted to turn around and say something to Chen Tao, but then, a torrent of hot vision rushed down like a waterfall. Darkseid spoke with difficulty. No matter who you are, I can use any method. Lori. Lori. My Lori. Superboy Prime was shouting his girlfriend's name again. Under the illusion of the Bloodslaughter Bull and multiple intelligence reduction buffs, Superboy Prime had completely forgotten that his hometown, Earth Prime, had died in the hands of the Anti-Monitor. His girlfriend and adoptive parents were all dead, and even the timeline of the universe had been restarted several times. He just tried his best to chase the reflection of the old time, trying in vain to fish out the reflected moon in the well, and then watched it shatter and turn into ashes. He tried to turn that world upside down and straighten out the reflection of the golden age, but things just told him cruelly and ruthlessly again and again. Times have changed, and those days are gone forever. Chen Tao looked at Superboy Prime. At this moment, with the help of hallucination, in the eyes of Superboy Prime, Darkseid is no longer the rough face like a rock. Instead, it is the face of Lori. This is the anger curve that Chen Tao carefully planned for Bloody Bull. Everyone he sees is his dead girlfriend Lori angry because his girlfriend's appearance is desecrated. Everyone he sees is the face of Superboy Connor with his girlfriend Lori on his back. As long as this set of procedures is not broken, it is enough to keep the other party angry for a long time. Kryptonian, I ask you, where did you take my girlfriend? How dare you go against his face? Darkseid's words were suddenly interrupted. He wanted to ask subconsciously, but in the end he held back and planned to speak properly. I don't know any lore. Darkseid said, calm down, our fight is meaningless. But Superboy Prime ignored him at all. Bloody Bull wove some dialogues that were probably mocking in his mind, and Superboy Prime exploded on the spot. He grabbed Darkseid's fist with his bare hands, which was aimed at his cheek before he attacked. Then Darkseid felt that the small hand of Superboy Prime was grasping the surface of his fist, and it was bending backwards. What shocked Darkseid even more was that he was completely unable to resist such a strange attack. The furious Superboy Prime had begun to gradually suppress Darkseid in terms of strength. After all, he was Superman, the god in the comics, who could absorb power with his mind, as long as he wanted. Darkseid felt that he had not succeeded in saying a complete sentence. Your Majesty Darkseid, it seems that you have encountered a little problem. Then Darkseid heard Batman's voice. Do you need help? No. I refuse. I'm a god. Darkseid said, I never need help. Even when he was suppressed by the furious Superboy Prime, his rock-like hand struggled to pinch Superboy Prime's hands. At this time, Darkseid turned his head and looked at Batman seriously. Darkseid will not need your help. First this Kryptonian you brought, then you will all die. I will paint my throne with your blood as the price for your audacity to attack Apocalypse. Kalibak will chew up every bone of yours and place your skull as a tribute on my throne. The Dark Lord threatened, I will tear off your wings, pull out your tongues, and dig out your eyes. You will kneel before Darkseid. Yeah, these are all great ideas. Maybe, Chen Tao said, but you are obviously never a god. His expression was indifferent. Darkseid saw that the corners of his mouth seemed to be raised with a smile, but it seemed not. God looks down on the world from above. God will not intervene. God will not bleed, cry, laugh, or love. Darkseid turned his head and pretended that he was concentrating on fighting the powerful enemy in front of him. He heard Batman's voice echoing behind him. But you are different. You struggle, you fail, and you bleed. Superboy Prime punched Darkseid in the face. Blood flowed from Darkseid's nose. The god also began to bleed at this time, just as he claimed that mortals would suffer the same fate. Take out your last trump card, Darkseid. Darkseid heard Batman's voice. Don't pretend that you have no way to deal with Superboy Prime. You and I know that this is not true. A long time ago, after you conquered Apocalypse, you grabbed death, or at least grabbed the side that represents death. Darkseid suddenly looked at Batman. This action was so fast that it abruptly interrupted the punch he was about to throw at Superboy Prime, and Superboy Prime punched him in the head, but Darkseid didn't pay attention to Superboy Prime. He used his face to block Superboy Prime's fist, and then stared at Batman. How did you know? Chen Tao was neither sad nor happy. That is the Black Runner. It is the physical embodiment of death. No one can escape, and no one can outrun it. You locked it into a host to control it, and from then on the god of death became your terrible weapon. Others say that giving death to others is just an adjective, but you are the only one who wields death as a weapon to attack others. Chen Tao said, you have been keeping it and not using it against Superboy Prime. Isn't it to guard against me? Are you afraid? Because you don't know the specific depth of my power, so you dare not deliver a fatal blow? Because you don't know how strong I am, so you pretend to be conservative? No, Darkseid. Chen Tao told him. This makes you look very timid. As Chen Tao spoke, he slowly walked towards Darkseid, who was still fighting with Superboy Prime at close range, and the dark red anti-speed force began to wrap around him after the silver white particles flowed through his body. Show me your true strength, Darkseid. Let me see how strong you are. Chen Tao stared at Darkseid. He knew very well that, even though the other party was not looking at him at this time, he was still staring at him in other ways. Come on, release that blow. It would be best to severely injure Superboy Prime. Superboy Prime is so perfect and so powerful. Only a perfect Superman like him can have no way to control him. No one can manipulate his mind. Before, he had fed Superboy Prime the most potent Joker potion after injecting Blood Slaughter Bull into him, but now there is still no reaction. This means that Superboy Prime in his perfect state is almost completely immune to any control skills. Unless Superboy Prime is seriously injured. Darkseid, just left like that. Green Lantern Hal got up from the ground in a daze, looking at the ruined battlefield. It was noisy here just now, but now it is as quiet as a cemetery. Hal moved his body and accidentally touched his injured part and immediately took a breath of cold air. He used the Green Lantern ring to make a simple support for himself and then looked around the entire battlefield. Soon he found the Martian Manhunter lying on the ground. Martian Manhunter had climbed up before and was seriously injured by Darkseid again. Now half of his body was emitting charred carbon. Green Lantern Hal knew that the other party was not unable to heal these minor burns by himself. It was purely a psychological reason that affected the physiological changes, making Martian Manhunter vulnerable to the flames. "I'm sorry," Martian Manhunter said. "I'm really sorry. We survived. Darkseid is gone, and Batman's plan has been launched." After being stunned for a long time, Heatwave slapped his head, and a ball of fire rushed directly from his forehead to the sky. "We won." "I'm afraid not yet, Amazon warriors." Wonder Woman's voice came from under the ruins. "By the way, is there anyone who can pull me out of the soil first? I'm a little weak." Shazam flew over and pulled Wonder Woman out of the soil. Wonder Woman panted and tried to find her sword in the ruins, but there was nothing. "My sword is lost," she said. "But I can still fight." Then she gave up looking for her sword and took out the lasso of truth from her waist. Diana felt extremely tired, which was almost impossible because she was an Amazon and her body did not produce lactic acid. In a certain timeline, Batman, the real Bruce Wayne, once used this characteristic of Diana's body and used nanorobots to create illusions in her central nervous system, which would cause Diana to fight tirelessly with imaginary enemies until she died of exhaustion. Therefore, for Diana, she may never know what tiredness is in her life, and she doesn't know why she can't continue to move after working for a period of time. But Diana really felt tired, just like the scenes described by those friends. She felt weak in her hands and feet. This was because a continuous burst of power far exceeded her normal strength limit. Wonder Woman Diana felt that all the bones in her body were groaning, and her muscles were resisting to continue fighting. They were wailing to stop herself. "Our enemies are still there, on the battlefield," she told her teammates, encouraging them to boost their morale. "We must defeat them before we can be considered victorious." Wonder Woman's eyes were on the meditation mites and Steppenwolf not far away. Where did the Reverse Flash go? Is he brewing some conspiracy again? But Diana no longer had the mind to think about these. She focused her attention on the magic worm that had already floated in the air. The huge transparent body was rippling with colorful brilliance, as if brewing some powerful spell. Wonder Woman felt the alarm bells in her heart. "Prepare for battle," she told everyone. A cup of wine in the spring breeze. Yang was never the best in the world. But later, everyone in the world said that he was the best in the world. P.S. This is a story about friendship, ideals, and reconciliation. Chapter 288, Meditation Mites Believe in Darkseid. My name is Albert Swan. I'm Reverse Flash now, but I will soon become the Flash. I'm running fast, and my biggest rival in life, my most familiar old friend, my most hated enemy, my most admired idol, Barry Allen. Swan, let me go. Now is not the time for us to fight. While running at high speed, Reverse Flash heard that the Flash's voice was a little lost, which was a sign of exhaustion. The Speed Force could unreasonably accelerate everything the Flash touched, which is why the Flash would not rub against the air at high speed when running with others, burning them into skeletons. Therefore, the sound of the opponent shrouded in the Speed Force should also be clear and audible. However, at this time, the sound began to blur and tremble, which meant that the Flash's Speed Force was plundered and absorbed by the reverse Speed Force he controlled. He was getting slower and slower, while in contrast, I was getting faster and faster. You will kill the entire Earth. Swan. You will also kill your future. You are committing suicide. The voice of Barry the Flash seemed to become increasingly distant, as if it came from the horizon, and in contrast, the grim laughter of the Reverse Flash was heard. "Barry. Oh, Barry. Look at you. Poor and helpless Barry." The surrounding scenery was like fast forward, leaping madly behind him. and 2 red and yellow figures were running along the sea, and the raised sea water was like a sky curtain spreading across the sky. At the edge of the horizon, the warm sunlight began to shine on the 2 of them. At this moment, they had already left the American Metropolis at night, the Darkseid landing battlefield, and ran to the other side of the Earth. The Earth is destroyed, and you get nothing. When the face of Reverse Flash appeared beside Barry and kept pace with him, the Red Shadow stretched out his hand anxiously and grabbed Reverse Flash's shoulder while running at such a fast speed. "What do you want, Swan? Kill me? Are you willing to let the entire Earth be buried with me for this?" "No. The Justice League still needs my help. I'm an important fighting force in the League. We must hold back Darkseid. In order to you can get rid of Darkseid's Omega Rays, but you can't cause any harm to him. Can you still be considered an important fighting force?" Reverse Flash sneered mercilessly. "Save energy, big hero. Now is our turn. You can't imagine how excited I'm for this moment, and how much preparation I have made." Strands of black and red reverse speed force climbed up the Flash's body, contaminating his originally yellow speed force bit by bit. "What are you doing? Devouring you, baby, devouring you. But this is just one of the things I'm doing." Reverse Flash said, "There's one more thing. You." Barry hugged his head. He felt countless knowledge erupting from the reverse speed force that Reverse Flash forced into his body and shot into his mind. Use the speed force to create an unstable parallel universe and thus exile the enemy. That's right, Barry, that's right. This is a technique invented by your future self, and it's no less destructive to the timeline than Time Remnant. Note, Time Remnant is an advanced skill in using the Speed Force, in which the Flash actively creates a time paradox, such as traveling back in time to 1 minute ago, to help himself 1 minute ago to fight, but this will also cause him to no longer travel back in time 1 minute later, thus creating a paradox, causing the self who traveled back in time to disappear after the timeline self-corrects. But before disappearing, he can still serve as a combat force to fight. The Flash held his head. He felt that his body's movements had become a little sluggish. It was the Reverse Flash that was affecting his actions through the reverse speed force injected into his body. "What do you mean, Swan? What exactly do you want to do?" "Oh, Barry, poor Barry. Isn't it obvious enough what I'm going to do?" Then he heard the Reverse Flash's hideous laugh ringing in his ears, and the next moment the Flash felt that he was pushed hard by the Reverse Flash, and the Flash, who was running at high speed, suddenly lost his balance and fell. He spun like a top, rolled, jumped, fell, and then hit a tree that was so big that one person could hug it, and fell into the mud. This place seemed to be in a mountain jungle where few people had ever been, and there were trees everywhere. Thanks to the protection of the Speed Force, Barry was unscathed. "Well, I'm afraid that's not the case." He lowered his head and looked at his forearm, which had just healed. It was broken because of a hit by Darkseid before. He had just used his self-healing ability and his own skills to connect the broken bones and grow them again. However, at this moment, it twisted out a strange arc again. Obviously, it was broken again. But Barry didn't have time to pay attention to this. He looked at the Reverse Flash who pounced on him like a whirlwind. After the after images of the two people exchanged a few moves in the woods, soon, the Red Shadow was pressed against a big tree by the yellow Reverse Flash. The Reverse Flash's fists fell on the Flash like a rainstorm, and Barry could only hold his head. He keenly noticed that Reverse Flash had no intention of killing him. After all, if Reverse Flash really wanted to kill him, the supersonic knife would obviously be more dangerous than this kind of painless punch. Therefore, although Barry was thinking of countermeasures, on the surface he still held his head and let Reverse Flash attack. "I want you to die heroically in the battle against Darkseid." Reverse Flash became more and more excited as he fought, as if all the expectations and grievances of these years were gathered in his fist. "Then I will replace your name. I will make you disappear in history. I will make your name unknown. I will make your relatives and friends, everyone forget you. I will make everyone forget your merits and achievements. When you open the history books, everyone will only remember that Albert Swan was the famous Flash later. In the history that I created with my own hands, no one will remember you, Barry Allen. You will be drowned in the documents of history." He stopped the continuous beating, then grabbed Barry's neck and lifted him up from the ground. I hate you, Flash. I hate you. This is my goal. I want to make you disappear. In response, the Flash just looked at him indifferently. Then he suddenly asked, can you defeat Darkseid in this way? What do you mean? Reverse Flash was a little confused. The other party's reaction was completely different from what he imagined. My question is, as long as I open that parallel universe, I can defeat Darkseid, right? How stupid. I won't let you return with honor, Barry. And ordinary parallel universes can't hold Darkseid. Unless someone has been squatting there to guard, it's only a matter of time before Darkseid breaks out of the cage. So? Asked the Flash. So what I taught you is to use the Speed Force to create a mutually destructive version of a parallel universe. Reverse Flash said, you need to be forced to release the Speed Force to transform that parallel universe and anchor this parallel universe you just created, which has no past and future, and is even extremely unstable. Only in this way can you truly trap Darkseid. He sneered, but to do so is to expose yourself to the Speed Force. You will be kidnapped by the Speed Force, Barry. Just like the fate of every Speed Force user, we are all destined to become part of the Speed Force, either forced or actively choosing to embrace the Speed Force permanently in exchange for a powerful force to favor us for a short period of time. That would be best. What? Reverse Flash was stunned for a moment. He looked at the Flash's face that was stained by the reverse Speed Force. The face that was originally full of solemnity, worry, and vigilance against him suddenly showed a smile as blue as the clear sky behind them. What I mean is, it would be best if that were the case. The Flash said, I already know how to create a stable parallel universe. I should go and save the world. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? Once you do this, you will be kidnapped by the Speed Force immediately. I know. What are you talking about? Then Reverse Flash heard the Flash's voice. I know the consequences. But sometimes we have no choice. Reverse Flash didn't speak. He listened to the Flash's last sentence. I'm ready for everything. Meditation might. Thunderbolt explosion. Boom. What's the benefit of joining Darkseid? Meditation might. Wonder Woman swung the lasso of truth and used it as a whip. With one whip, she directly smashed the huge stone that was attacking her. Then she was flew away by the magic explosion, hidden behind it by the meditation might. She got up from the ground with a dusty face. Since you are determined to join Darkseid, why don't you attack me? Come on, don't hide. Meditation might was unmoved. He lightly stepped aside and tried to attack Shazam from behind, whose body was not much bigger than a thumb. But even in this case, Meditation might still found him easily. He mocked Shazam loudly for trying to attack. Do you think you can beat me? Do you think that, as long as you cast a shrinking spell on yourself to attack me, the problem will be solved perfectly? Do you think that I have absorbed too much magic power and will be stupid enough not to notice the little tricks you are doing? Meditation might told Billy, I'm a wizard with hundreds of years of experience. No, you are a fake wizard who has always wanted to look down on everyone else. But his voice was immediately refuted by Billy in a louder voice. Billy, who was in a shrunken state, jumped up and attacked the tentacles of the meditation might. Although his body became smaller, it was obvious that Billy successfully used the correct magic and his strength did not decrease at all. The huge body of the meditation might was thrown away by him alone. But I will try to pity you, because I can understand the feeling of being treated roughly by someone taller than myself, so I will give you one more chance. Surrender. However, the evaluation of the meditation might was as follows. Extremely stupid. He flipped in the air like a dragon. Shazam returned to his normal size in an instant, and huge lightning struck the meditation might, but the experienced wizard created a huge light. Evil light shrouds, blinding quickly. In an instant, Shazam's attack suddenly deviated to an unknown place. The void becomes phantom, and the giant hand appears. Get out of here, you big bug. Hal, the Green Lantern, flew behind the meditation might. He tried to support Billy, but was knocked away by the meditation might in an instant. Two huge hands made of sea blue magic energy stretched out from the meditation might's hairy squirming body, and with one punch, Hal, who was already in a bad state, was knocked away. Wonder Woman tried to lasso the meditation mite, and she did succeed, but soon she found that she had lassoed the Green Lantern Sinestro. Throughout the battlefield, the opponent had been in a state of neither passive slacking nor fully exerting his strength. The meditation might use some kind of spell to deflect Wonder Woman's attack. Oops. Wonder Woman, who realized that she had lassoed the wrong person, could only abandon the lasso of truth, then crossed her arms, and the two wrist guards collided violently, colliding with the meditation mite's magic fist in a violent explosion. One of the magic fists was immediately blown to pieces, but Wonder Woman was also thrown high by the shockwave. The rogues launched an attack on the meditation mite, but soon they found Steppenwolf standing in front of them. Meditation Mite turned his head and looked at Shazam. We are the only ones left now. For my father, for justice and fairness. Shazam stood up again while enduring the pain in his body. He roared at Meditation Mite, I will defeat you. Wait, your father? Meditation Mite said, didn't Batman tell you that I controlled your father's mind and sent him to be a spy to infiltrate the Justice League? Shazam was stunned. What did you say? Oh, it seems that Batman doesn't completely trust you either, Billy. Meditation Mite said, I controlled your father's mind. I know his thoughts very well. It is impossible for him to come here solely on his own conscience. Your father doesn't care about you at all, Billy. No. You are lying about my father. What I said is absolutely true, because I want you to understand that the meaning of fighting is a waste of effort. If you join my society, I will treat you well, far better than your father could. Join your society? Although the people on our continent call us monsters, it does not mean that this is the case. Meditation Mite said, we are outsiders like you, abandoned, despised, lost, lonely, and so are you. I'm not alone. Meditation Mite said, so I choose to serve Darkseid, because he can give me what I want. He can give me everything I want. Chapter 289 Darkseid decides to attack the meditation mites. Without death, we wouldn't be who we are now. We wouldn't value life so much. Do you understand? Death is not evil. The darkness is calling them home, like a chill, an echo, a projection, but it will never be forgotten. Death will always chase you, and you can never escape it. Death is there, and we will die one day, maybe today. Death treats everyone equally, old people, children, and life is precious because of this. Black Runner. That is Darkseid's most powerful weapon. When he first dominated Apocalypse, he claimed that he had captured death, or a form of death. This is Darkseid's most powerful trump card. In the original history, he even used Black Runner to attack the Anti-Monitor and almost killed him. If the Anti-Monitor hadn't used the anti-life equation to take control of the Black Runner from Darkseid and use the Black Runner to kill Darkseid, the final outcome of the Darkseid war might have been rewritten by that blow. I'm Chen Tao, a time traveler. I'm now trying to find a way to get something out of the fire. I have done experiments before. I tried to use the speed of Gorilla Grodd and the stasis of Turtles to help me share the heavy burden of synchronizing Red Death and Destroyer at the same time. I failed. It was far from enough. If I don't want to cause their bodies to have any sequelae such as permanent disability, otherwise I can only fully synchronize Red Death and part of Destroyer at best, that is, let a few bone spurs grow on my body and increase my physical strength. Obviously, this can't let me deal with Darkseid. If I can only do this, then I'm at most an enhanced version of Flash. Even if I'm much stronger than Barry in this state, it is meaningless before I reach a certain limit. For a lion, what difference does it make whether I'm a goat or a cat? Of course, if I'm ready to sacrifice the lives of Grodd and Turtles and share the pressure that exceeds their limit at all costs, it is not impossible to force Red Death and Destroyer to be fully synchronized. But I won't do that. It's not because I want to follow the iron rule of not killing. That thing is just a piece of paper to me. I won't kill people intentionally, but if I have no choice, I will never stick to the old rules. What I mean is that even if I force the synchronization, the time that Gorilla Grodd and Turtle can last is limited. Do you think I haven't done experiments? The speed force will tear Grodd's muscles, and the shared burden will make him burn himself, as if he is trying to run at a speed beyond his speed limit. And stasis will accelerate Turtle's aging. Originally, he used stasis and made himself look like a middle-aged man with white hair. Once I used the speed force to link him, forcing him to use stasis to cover me, exceeding the upper limit of what he can bear. The end result is that turtle will fast forward to old age and be buried. In this case, it would be meaningless for me to forcefully synchronize two members of the Dark Knights. I could still protect myself by synchronizing only the Red Death. But if I synchronize the Ravager, the situation would become that if I could not defeat Darkseid before Gorilla Grodd and Turtle died on the spot, I would be at the mercy of others. If Gorilla Grodd and Turtle died suddenly, I would not be able to relax much. Luffy could transform into Gear 4 again after 10 minutes, but my situation would be a one-shot deal. So I need Darkseid's help. With the help of the Dark Lord, I can do many things that I could not do before. At this moment, at Apocalypse, a deafening roar. No one saw where the Black Walker came from, just as no one knew how death came so suddenly. He just suddenly appeared in front of you one day, knocked on your door, and said, "Knock knock, it's time to follow me." Then you found yourself being passed through by him, and then there was darkness like a tide. Chen Tao knew that Superboy Prime had been weakened to the extreme by himself. The Blood Slaughter Bull was originally an extremely powerful embodiment of anger energy, but it was now constantly deflecting the opponent's attacks in order to produce more anger for Superboy Prime. If it was Atrocitus, the Blood Slaughter Bull would suck his anger away immediately, and then the whole person would immediately emit Buddha light from his head like Buddha, and then be angered by the Blood Slaughter Bull again, and become angry. But Superboy Prime in front of him was different at this time. The opponent's anger seemed to be endless. The Blood Slaughter Bull had already opened his belly to eat, but Superboy Prime still looked like he was in a state of rage. This was not because Atrocitus's anger was not as great as Superboy Prime's, but the point was that Superboy Prime's anger had a real target to vent: Darkseid. People who often quarrel will know that an object that can be attacked is the best way to keep yourself angry during a quarrel. A person cannot get angry at the air. Even the biggest enemy will need a physical target. If Chen Tao had conjured up a head of the Guardian of the Universe when he angered Atrocitus, just like Darkseid hugging his girlfriend Lori from the perspective of Superboy Prime, Atrocitus would have been even angrier. And if there is no target or the target is not the main object of hatred, anger will become less sustainable. Just like the mortal host possessed by the Blood Bull in White Day, after killing his enemy, he had no anger at all, and was immediately abandoned by the Blood Bull. But Darkseid is not the target that can be easily destroyed. Its strength is also reflected in its resistance to beating. Most people would have died long ago after being hit by Superboy Prime's punches, but for Darkseid, this is not a fatal injury at all. Chen Tao even feels that Darkseid has not broken through the defense. After all, Superboy Prime has been trapped on the origin wall for too long and has not been exposed to the sun for half a second. The Blood Bull was taught badly by Batman and knows how to limit the host's power and deflect the host's attack. The goal is to make the host angry all the time, but unable to kill the enemy, and then become even angrier after seeing it, and eventually become a perpetual motion machine that produces anger, giving him a good time. Chen Tao also equipped him with a larger dose of Joker Potion. This potion may not be of any use when Superboy Prime is in a state of complete victory, but if the opponent becomes weaker or injured, it will at least have some effect. In this case, Superboy Prime's strength, which had not yet recovered, is equivalent to being further weakened and becoming weaker. So, this is what Chen Tao had expected. A deafening roar erupted from Superboy Prime's mouth. This sound was more like a scream than an angry roar. The whole world collapsed, and the energy that was almost condensed into a solid body splashed out of his body like blood, and then penetrated the sky. Everything was silent. Darkseid turned his head and looked at Batman. The helper you invited is finished. Black Walker disappeared into thin air without a trace, just as he came without a trace, and just as sudden and swift as death. He is just a bluffing waste, a fool who relies on his own powerful strength to do whatever he wants. Darkseid commented on Superboy Prime. He is just a child with power, who knows nothing. His eyes crossed the sky and looked at Superboy Prime lying in the middle of the ruins in the distance. Even through countless construction waste and smoke, Darkseid could still see the situation at the scene clearly. Superboy Prime was lying on the ground with his forelegs up, Half of his body was hit by Black Walker and a blue crack appeared, and countless energy escaped from the wound. He lay there quietly, as if he was dead. Your plot is useless, Batman. Darkseid turned his head to look at Chen Tao. He put his hands behind his back, lifted his feet off the ground, and flew to Chen Tao. Before I grant you death, you must tell me where you found this monster called Superboy Prime. He looked down at Batman. You'd better cooperate and tell me. Maybe I can make you die faster. The same answer will be given if I pry your mouth open. He said this, but only heard Batman counting down. 5. Darkseid turned his head suddenly. He was not stupid enough to ask Batman what he was doing. The other party was the one who released Superboy Prime, and he must have more thorough understanding of this monster than himself. 4. If the other party thought that Superboy Prime was not dead, then there was a high probability that the other party was not dead. 3. Darkseid had appeared in front of the huge pit where Superboy Prime was in the distance. This was a huge deep pit created by the comet-like impact of Superboy Prime, which was comparable to a basketball court on Earth. The shockwave centered on Superboy Prime and directly raised the surrounding area within 100 meters to the ground. At this time, the surface of the Earth, which had just experienced a huge impact like a meteorite impact, was about to face a new attack. Darkseid. 2. Chen Tao whispered to himself. The Dark Lord raised his hands high, and the Crimson Omega energy condensed in his palms. Darkseid mastered the Omega effect, which allowed him to shoot Omega rays from his eyes that could track others, and also condense energy in his hands for use. He accelerated to the level of supersonic speed in just a few seconds, and suddenly attacked Superboy Prime, who was lying there like a dead state. 1. Chen Tao said. Darkseid heard Batman's voice and chose to go all out. He did not intend to drag this battle any longer. If he dragged it on for any longer, it would only cause more trouble. In the distant sky, countless demons were quarreling because of the battle between Darkseid and Superboy Prime. The entire planet glowed with a dark red light, resonating with the power condensed by the monarch of Apocalypse. Darkseid fell towards Superboy Prime like a meteorite and prepared for Superboy Prime's possible counter-attack in his heart. And sure enough, he saw Superboy Prime open his eyes. There seemed to be a hint of clarity in his eyes, no longer in that state of rage. He stood up from the ground, clenched his fists, looked up at Darkseid flying towards him, and then slowly squatted down. Boom. Darkseid's fist and Superboy Prime's fist collided fiercely, and in an instant, the whole world lost its sound. The deafening roar enveloped the whole world. Chen Tao stretched out his hand and let the silver-white particles roll around his body. The half-red and half-gold hideous armor appeared on his body. Chen Tao synchronized with the Red Death and quickly searched for Darkseid, who was blown away by a punch throughout Apocalypse. Soon, he saw the monarch of Apocalypse lying on his back in the ruins tens of thousands of kilometers away. Want to cooperate with me? Chen Tao asked. I refuse. Darkseid said, and he flew over again. Superboy Prime wreaked havoc on Apocalypse, and the Blood Bull once again aroused his anger, causing him to continue to lose his mind. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Tao appeared in another place, and the Dark Lord was lying on his back like more than 10 minutes ago. Want to cooperate? Get lost. 20 minutes later. Want to cooperate? Darkseid ignored Chen Tao. I told you a long time ago that the same trick should not be used a second time against Superboy Prime. What's the point of you summoning the Dark Walker again? You know that this thing can't do anything to that Kryptonian monster. Darkseid took Chen Tao's words as fart. 30 minutes later, 40 minutes later, 50 minutes later. Darkseid sat silently in the ruins. He looked up at the sky. Superboy Prime was flying towards him like a comet. After fighting for so long, he didn't look tired at all. Instead, he was full of energy, becoming more and more crazy and furious, with a happy smile on his face. Because of his fast speed, he had ignited the air around him, bursting into dazzling flames. Want to cooperate? The Dark Lord heard Batman beside him ask him. I can help you get rid of Superboy Prime. Darkseid took a deep breath. Tell me. Very good, but I have a condition. You must first help me get rid of the meditation mite. You haven't learned anything from others, kid. And I have been studying in the Eternal Library for hundreds of years. I will cast a curse and turn your fragile heart into an apple for me to swallow in one bite. You can't stop me. My magical knowledge is unparalleled in the world. Earth, Metropolis. The meditation might is roaring. His body expanded more and more, and endless magic power poured into his body, making it as big as a double-decker bus. With just a simple burst of magic power, he was able to repel the attack of the entire Justice League. Darkseid, give me the magic power of the entire Earth. He sprayed out a beam of magic, and the Martian Manhunter, who had just recovered, was on fire again with screams, jumping around on the battlefield like a screaming chicken. Green Lantern Hal grabbed the Martian Manhunter, who was still struggling. This was not an easy task. Ron struggled too violently. If it weren't for Green Lantern, no one else could even catch him. Hal threw the Martian Manhunter into the water with a plop, and then looked at the meditation mite. This guy, how can he be so strong? Chapter 290, Reverse Flash invades the red of all living things. Wonder Woman crawled out of the ruins. She was somewhat thankful that the Flash had moved all the residents here before. Otherwise, there was no telling how many people would die in such a big battle. In front of these superheroes and villains, ordinary people were like tofu. She raised her head and looked at the sky not far away. The body of the meditation mite had been expanding, and now it was floating in the air like a small airship. But then her expression changed. She raised her shield and was immediately knocked out by a big axe. It's best not to be distracted when fighting me, Amazon. Steppenwolf stepped forward, holding the big axe with 9 fingers and slashing down. Wonder Woman tried to support herself. Aquaman Arthur tried to pierce the Aquaman trident into the opponent's body from behind, but Steppenwolf turned slightly to the side, and the tip of the fork was stuck in the gap of his armor. Arthur lost his grip, and was lifted up by the opponent. Your planet will surrender to Darkseid. Wonder Woman was forced to pounce, and this was the moment that Steppenwolf had been waiting for. They are all masters of fighting. No one will make moves that can be easily predicted by the enemy, nor will they let people predict the direction of their attacks. But Wonder Woman was forced to face the enemy head on, in order to save Aquaman Arthur, which is undoubtedly a huge flaw. Steppenwolf grabbed Aquaman Arthur's neck, and used his whole body as a weapon to hit Wonder Woman. Just as the two of them became rolling goods, Steppenwolf strode forward, and chopped down the giant axe at Wonder Woman. Diana gritted her teeth, knelt on one knee, and raised her shield. She knew that her old strength was gone, and her new strength had not yet been born. It was difficult to block Steppenwolf's premeditated killing move, but at this time she had no choice but to try her best. However, she was already ready to bear it. At the moment of the attack, she felt someone grab her shoulder and instantly took her away from the range of the attack. Wonder Woman turned her head, and the person who came was Barry Allen, the Flash. At this time, the black and red reverse speed force and the golden speed force were flowing on Barry's body, rendering his whole person half golden and righteous, and half evil and dark. Barry. But Wonder Woman did not have the joy of meeting her teammates, but immediately became nervous. Where is the Reverse Flash following you? Where did he go? The Flash's appearance here alone means that the Reverse Flash did not fight with him, but went somewhere else, which is the most dangerous. In a sense, the meditation mite is already stronger than the Steppenwolf. Even if Shazam, the Rogues and the two Lanterns are left there, the situation can still be said to be barely balancing the opponent's combat power and maintaining a state of neither victory nor defeat. But if the Reverse Flash appears there, I'm afraid it will immediately become the last straw that bends the camel's back. No, it will be the last big 300-kilogram dumbbell. In fact, strictly speaking, such tactical distribution is not reasonable. If the goal is to win the battle, the correct approach is to find a way to delay the strong, then gather the absolute advantage of combat power, quickly kill a weak person, and thus establish our advantage. But the tactics of the Justice League, or the tactics designed by Batman, supplemented by Martian Manhunter, and commanded by Wonder Woman, were designed from the beginning to delay time. The core planning idea is to seek stability, not to achieve success, but to avoid mistakes, to separate all enemies, so that each enemy is on a battlefield with equal strength to itself, to prevent the enemies from joining forces, and creating a 1 + 1 = 100 effect. But this tactic now has a huge flaw. The Flash failed to delay the Reverse Flash. This will definitely cause a major collapse of the situation. No, Barry. You have to find the Reverse Flash and hold him back. Wonder Woman broke out in a cold sweat. She grabbed the Flash's collar. When you were fighting him before, how did he get out of your sight? I don't know. Barry was also anxious. I just told him that I was willing to sacrifice myself to defeat Darkseid, and then he started to get furious, and then Steppenwolf's wheel-like axe chopped over again. The Flash grabbed Wonder Woman and Aquaman Arthur, who was lying on the ground, and avoided the opponent's attack with his speed that far exceeded Steppenwolf's. His super speed enveloped the two of them, and also accelerated them. Wonder Woman heard the Flash say, then he somehow opened a space channel. It should be some kind of subspace, and then he ran directly into it and disappeared. What kind of space is that? Calm down, Barry. Think about it. What did you say to Reverse Flash? What might he do? I just told him that I was willing, and then he called me hypocritical, told me not to pretend like a moral guardian, and said that he already had a way to force me to sacrifice, and he was ready for everything. Wait, I seem to understand. What he meant was, Flash Barry suddenly woke up from a dream. His eyes suddenly turned red of all living things. The way to force me to sacrifice is to threaten me with my girlfriend Patty and my dad. He just found that the other party suddenly disappeared, and he panicked. He hurried back to the battlefield to look for Reverse Flash's trace, and did not think of this for a while. He hugged his head, but Batman clearly said that the red of all creatures is safe. How did Reverse Flash get in? It's obvious. Maybe it's Reverse Flash himself, or maybe it's the Mind Mites. They have cracked the way to enter the red of all creatures. That place is no longer safe. Wonder Woman took a deep breath. Listen, Barry. Steppenwolf's axe attacked again. He chopped left and right, but he couldn't cut the Flash, who was holding Wonder Woman and Aquaman Arthur. He shouted angrily to the sky. Batman trusts me more and once gave me something he called a remote control. Wonder Woman said, take this thing to Gotham City, to the office of Poison Ivy. She gave a specific address, and then continued, there is a magic circle that Batman used magic to let Killer Croc leave. It can open a temporary channel to the red of all creatures. It requires real person authentication and the remote control in hand to activate it. Wonder Woman could even feel the gears in her brain spinning constantly. Since Batman only gave me the remote control and gave me personal authority, you have to take me there so that you can enter the red of all creatures. Without further ado, Arthur, you have to hold on for a while and fight Steppenwolf alone. Otherwise, once the Reverse Flash kidnaps the entire Justice League's family, Hal's childhood sweetheart and biological brothers, Bill's adoptive parents and his brothers, everyone will lose the will to fight. At that time, the entire battle will be at risk of collapse. As she spoke, she found that both the Flash and Aquaman Arthur were staring at her. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with what I said? Or is there something on my face? Then Wonder Woman silently watched as Flash also took out a remote control from his belt that was exactly the same as the one he was holding at the moment. Aquaman Arthur, who had golden hair and a golden beard, also scratched his butt and took out something that was almost the same as the ones they were holding from behind. In the time that was infinitely slowed down by the Speed Force, the three of them were silent together. At least Batman didn't lie. Aquaman Arthur giggled twice. Barry and I didn't know that there was a temporary passage in Gotham City that could lead to the red of all creatures. It seems that Batman really only told you. Wonder Woman still didn't speak. Her face flushed a little bit, and then she turned her head away suddenly. I bet Batman must have recorded your authority on that magic circle. Barry, you can definitely open it with your remote control, so I don't need to go. Ah. Aquaman Arthur asked, but didn't you say that Batman only gave you the authority, and you need to be there in person to open it? Don't say it. Wonder Woman stopped him. Shut up. We have to focus on dealing with Steppenwolf. Let Batman go to hell. Barry didn't say any more nonsense. He threw the two people away and ran directly to Gotham City. It's always like this, Clark. Louis sat at the table, looking at the dark red sky outside the window. The desert all over the sky made it easy for people to misunderstand that this was not some alien space, but somewhere on the earth. But the strange blood red tone always reminded Louis that they were not in the place they were familiar with at this time. It seems like it was the same last time we faced Brainiac. Everyone was sent into the red of all creatures, as if they were quietly put into a bottle. Batman doesn't want to control us. Clark explained hurriedly, this is just a necessity for the battle. We are too easy for the enemy to use as a breakthrough target. I know. Louise said, I don't mean to complain. She looked at the unchanging scenery outside the window. I'm just a little nervous. Although it's not the first time, I still don't know the final outcome of the battle. Then Louise looked at Clark and said what he hadn't said yet. Batman will always win. I knew you would say that. She walked to the white sofa next to her with her belly that seemed a little bit pregnant, but was not actually pregnant. When Louise bought furniture here at the Red of All Creatures, she insisted on using white, with the purpose of at least making a color distinction between the interior and the exterior. But sometimes, don't you think Batman is omnipotent? Louise said, I'm not questioning Batman's ability. He has always turned the tide so many times, but you seem to be too optimistic about him. It seems that everything can be handed over to Batman, as if everything can be handed over to him directly without having to think about it. He always succeeds and always wins, but you have never thought that Batman is actually immortal. No matter how confident he appears, he may still fail. Louis said, in fact, we don't know what his plan is, right? But we just listened to him and entered the Red of All Beings. I think such trust is a bit blind. So Batman left the two of us for protection. Mr. Reporter Man. Killer Croc's voice came from behind the door. He was wearing a casual outfit that looked like he was on a Hawaiian vacation, with pink fur on his body. He pushed the door open with his tail and walked in with a pot of mango smoothie with a straw in one hand and a pot of hot coffee with milk in the other. That's why Ivy and I are here. No matter who comes here, we will beat the hell out of them. We are the two of us who are the strongest fighters here, along with Death Shooter. Killer Croc said, this guy says goodbye to his daughter every time he goes on a mission, as if it's the last time, but doesn't he always come back alive? TSK. He looks so sad and angry, as if he's working without getting paid. If you say bad things about someone behind their back, people will hear you. But then, Death Shooter's voice rang out outside the door. Unlike Killer Croc, who was dressed as pretty as a flower, Death Shooter was fully armed, with weapons all over his body that almost filled up his tactical vest. We are here to protect others, not to take a vacation. He warned Croc, you'd better act like a bodyguard. The longer you hang out with Batman, the more you slack off. I understand that you are not a professional bodyguard, but you have been in Gotham for so long, and have done so many things. I think this is a low-level mistake for you. It's okay. Croc said, Batman has arranged most of the things. We are here to protect them just as a formality. Even if someone invades, can they stop us? However, just as Croc was chattering, a breeze blew into the room, and time seemed to suddenly stop. Deadshot's eyes were bloodshot. He saw a yellow figure appear in the room, and the flowing air was sprayed on every living person. A large ball of blood exploded from Croc's body. The supersonic hand knife cut through his body, and the scales that could resist bullets seemed to be non-existent. Before he finished speaking, the two drinks fell to the ground and shattered. Then came the sound of the Death Shooter exploding suddenly and then stopping abruptly. Enemy attack. Enemy. Puff. Clark protected Louis behind him and saw a reverse flash pull the knife out of the Death Shooter's body. On the trembling and blurry face, a pair of red eyes stared at him. He immediately made a hand gesture to Louis with his back to him, ready to turn into a zombie Superman at any time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291. Who can catch the reverse flash? I'm better than Darkseid. Poison Ivy rushed over after hearing the news. For the user of the green of all things, the red of all things might not be the best place to use the green power, but in the magic circle specially arranged by Batman for his convenience, Poison Ivy could communicate with the green of all things without any obstacles. In fact, to put it simply, the place they are in now is no different from the islands of decay caused by the invasion of the red of all things by the black of decay. It is because Batman and his many villains are extremely powerful that the Totem Council, the real owner of the red of all things, has to accept it with a pinch of the nose. If someone else did the green of all things, please come this way trick in the kingdom of life, the totem council would have exploded long ago. As soon as Reverse Flash took a step, he was tripped by the vines growing on the floor under his feet. His figure only stopped in place for half a second, and more vines had already caught up with its speed, like countless oil snakes, tying Reverse Flash into a dumpling. The opponent seemed to have lost the ability to resist in an instant, but Poison Ivy did not take it lightly at all. You think you can trap me like this? You know nothing about the Speed Force. Ugh. Reverse Flash screamed halfway through his words, and saw a rafflesia flower rising next to Poison Ivy. The center of the flower was a weapon that looked like a speaker aimed at Reverse Flash and emitted waves of low frequency sound waves. You can use the Speed Force to vibrate your own molecules to virtualize yourself and thus pass through most of the matter in the universe. I know. He heard Poison Ivy's voice coming, the most common way to use the Speed Force, but it is not without flaws. As long as you are disturbed by infrasound waves that keep changing frequency, you can curb your actions. Batman has already considered how to deal with you. Poison Ivy manipulated more vines to tie Reverse Flash more tightly, and 3 other identical machines emerged from the heart of the rafflesia flower that grew on the floor, aimed at Reverse Flash, and then spoke together. After doing all this, Poison Ivy wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, turned around and quickly used the vine in her hand to plug the bleeding wound of Death Shooter. As for Killer Croc, he had already climbed up from the ground without any injury, and his cold eyes reflected his healed body. Are you kidding? This is the red of all living things, Killer Croc's home ground. He usually draws strength from here, and now he is standing here. Speak. He walked to Poison Ivy in a hurry and stretched out his hand, looking as if he wanted to grab the collar of the tied up Reverse Flash, but he didn't dare to get too close, so he asked from a distance, "How did you find this place?" He said, "We have built so many fake bases to confuse people, so many fake bases made by Clayface. How do you distinguish them?" Killer Croc raised his wrist, and a set of projection communication device on his wrist, the same as Batman's, flashed blue light. The other Clayface bases didn't send me any abnormal information in advance. This is impossible. From the perspective of probability, the probability of you finding the real owner when you first find a base is extremely low. Even if you kill all the Clayfaces, it's useless. Each of them is not the real Clayface, but a part of Clayface. But Killer Croc stopped talking halfway. He stared at the Reverse Flash who was killing people in different Clayface bases on the screen. He turned his head stiffly. If this guy is the Reverse Flash, then those who attacked the fake fortress of Clayface. It's a time remnant. Killer Croc turned around and saw another Reverse Flash leaning against the doorframe. What do you mean? If you are the Reverse Flash, then the one we caught. Killer Croc turned his head, and an Ivy's ugly face. He saw the Reverse Flash they just caught disappearing, and invisible in the vines, as if being erased from this world by some kind of eraser full of great power, and then modified to the correct appearance. An advanced application technique of the Speed Force, that is, actively creating a paradox by constantly traveling to 1 minute ago to help oneself, and then taking advantage of the combat power of these few minutes later selves before they are erased by this paradox. Killer Croc turned his head and saw another new Reverse Flash Time Remnant clone appeared in the room. He was vibrating at a high frequency, standing in a row with the original Reverse Flash who was also vibrating, and then the two merged into one. So, he heard the voice of the Reverse Flash. "Have you thought about how to die?" Poof. Before Reverse Flash finished speaking, half of Killer Croc's body was cut open again. Poison Ivy roared, as if she wanted to turn the machines that appeared from King Flo's heart to besiege the other party, but in an instant, the machines and the baskets used as bases were shattered together. Ahaha. There will be no second time. Don't even think about it. Whoosh. Reverse Flash turned his head to avoid the fist wind behind him, and was shocked by the scene in front of him. Half of Superman Clark's face was festering in front of him. He didn't look like a living person, but like a zombie that had been dead for a long time. And his fist just brushed Reverse Flash's scalp and swung over. "My body." Killer Croc took this opportunity to quickly connect the half of his body that was almost broken. If he was outside, he would not die from this knife that almost cut him in half, but he would still be in trouble. but this is the red of all living things. With such injuries, he can at least hold on for 5 or 6 times. He got up from the ground and looked at Superman, who was fighting with Reverse Flash. Something is not right. Killer Croc got on all fours, and the damaged parts of his body were quickly repaired by his own wriggling flesh and blood. Superman has been controlled by the Black of Decay. Wait, but why is his speed still so fast? Fast enough to compete with the Reverse Flash? Killer Croc understood these magical natural energies, or in other words, any means of control. There has never been any method that can guarantee that the full strength of the controlled person can be fully exerted. Note, in the original comic The Corruption Kingdom, the Flash controlled by the Black of Decay actually lost to Animal Man. Animal Man said in person that his speed has slowed down. Then he looked closely and saw that the golden lightning of the Speed Force was flashing on the unconscious zombie Superman. Poison Ivy was not as leisurely and elegant as Killer Croc. She quickly picked up the seriously injured Deadshot, who was still lying on the ground, to prevent him from really becoming death. Then she grabbed Killer Croc, who was still looking around, held Louie in her arms, turned around and ran out of the room. I should be thankful that Batman insisted that we hide the traitors and their families separately. Now I know why. As she spoke, she hurried down the stairs, controlling the huge vines along the way, to lift up the family members one by one for protection. My god, I originally thought that the way to control Clark was to shake the joystick, do some wave punches up and down, etc. Killer Croc was lifted in the air by the huge plant, controlled by Poison Ivy, and continued. I didn't expect that it would be much simpler than I thought. He looked at Superman, who was surrounded by the Speed Force and was fighting passionately with Reverse Flash in the room. This can automatically attack after calibrating the target? Nonsense. Poison Ivy said, no operator can keep up with the reaction speed of Superman's super brain, even though that brain may have begun to rot at this time. She explained, Batman and Bane made a set of auxiliary attack systems for Superman. As long as the nanorobots on the neurons are used, Clark can fight on instinct. Then Ivy changed the subject, but I have to warn you, even with so many preparations, without regaining consciousness, Superman's abilities can only recover 70% at most. I don't think Superman can drag on for long. We have to hurry. Then Poison Ivy was speechless, because she had just led most of the people out of the hall, and then she saw Reverse Flash waiting for all of them outside the door. Where's Superman? Louie, who was tied there and had not made a sound from just now until now, shouted loudly at the first time, where is my husband? What did you do to him? Reverse Flash touched his ears nonchalantly. You shouted too loudly. He is not dead. Please don't get me wrong. This is not because I'm kind, but because he is already a believer of the Black of Decay and cannot die. I sent him to the Island of Decay to play for a while. Poison Ivy stretched out a vine, blocking Louie, who was about to say something. Then she took a deep breath and walked towards the Reverse Flash. Batman also left her some targeted weapons to deal with the Reverse Flash or the Mind Might, and Poison Ivy felt bitter. But how much effect these targeted weapons can have, and whether they can be ignored by the other party, is debatable at this point. What's the big deal about kidnapping other people's family? Albert Swan. Poison Ivy tried to distract Reverse Flash while talking, while quietly manipulating the green of all things to keep sending weapons up, as long as he could match them up to deal with Reverse Flash. However, the other party did not speak. The next moment, Poison Ivy immediately felt the crisis of death. This feeling of imminent death was so real, as if the Yellow Shadow's trembling hands were about to cut her neck. No, not really. It seemed that it really was. It's just that she didn't have time to react. Poison Ivy could almost feel the other party waving a knife at her. Time seemed to stop, and it was as if a frame was dropped in the video. Just as Reverse Flash's high-frequency trembling supersonic hand knife was about to cut Ivy's chest, in an instant, a crimson shadow suddenly appeared on the battlefield. He hugged Reverse Flash, and suddenly, both of them turned into goods rolling on the ground. Swan. Poison Ivy's eyes were focused, and the first time she saw the Flash, she immediately realized that once the Flash came to help, the next battle would not be one she could intervene in. She quickly manipulated the plant to turn into a giant six-legged spider-like creature, packed up all the family members who were too scared to speak and threw them on it, then turned around and ran. Berry. Amid the violent sound of the Speed Force, the Flash Berry was wrapped in lightning and blocked the way of the Reverse Flash. That's it, Swan. Don't even think about it. The Reverse Flash looked at him playfully. Do you really think you can? But his face changed immediately, because at this moment, the space beside him began to break, and then a huge suction force enveloped him, pulling him towards the world behind the space door. Reverse Flash showed a look of astonishment on his face. You used the Speed Force to create a miniature parallel universe and created a gate to try to exile me into that parallel universe. Reverse Flash was almost laughing with anger. Barry Allen, you dare to use the tricks I taught you against me? Such tricks will not work on me. With a hissing sound, Reverse Flash was immediately sucked into the parallel universe created by the Speed Force. Before he finished speaking, did you succeed? The Flash turned his head and saw a flower left on the ground with a lifelike eyeball on it. It looked like a surveillance camera left by Poison Ivy at the original spot. Can this trap Reverse Flash? Obviously not. Reality immediately gave the answer to Poison Ivy's question. A hole was torn in the void again, and Reverse Flash came back at a faster speed. Well done, Barry. This parallel universe you created has trapped me for 2 years. What a pity. Originally, you created it well, and it should not have been broken through so easily, but you are too unskilled. After all, you are a novice. Reverse Flash looked at Barry, who had a grim expression on his face, and the most important reason is, the corners of his mouth curled up into a hideous smile. I have been fooling you. Swish. In the limited time, when the Flash could not react, he felt a punch in the face, and then flew backwards like a comet. My speed is much faster than yours. Punch after punch, the Flash's face changed drastically. The Reverse Flash in front of him was no longer in the state when he fought with him before. His speed was several times faster. I have absorbed your Speed Force and created my own Reverse Speed Force. You can't imagine how strong I am. No one can catch me. I am the god of speed. Flash, Flash, can you hear me? In the vision of Poison Ivy, the Flash and Reverse Flash had blurred into a large mass of golden and red, and could not be seen clearly at all. Are you really okay? And then the next second Reverse Flash appeared in front of the camera. He picked up the Flash, who had been beaten to death, and gently threw him in front of the camera. The red in his eyes became more and more dazzling, like a quietly flowing river of blood. Poison Ivy saw through the camera he made of plants that the Flash silently said with his mouth, "Run. Batman will be back soon." The Flash heard Poison Ivy threatening on the opposite side. You can't beat him. No, Ivy. The Flash, who was held in the hands of Reverse Flash, looked at her with his bruised eyes. Go quickly, find a way to leave the red of all creatures. Don't confront Reverse Flash head on. You don't know that Reverse Flash's speed has surpassed that of ordinary speedsters. I was wrong, very wrong. The Flash's eyes were filled with despair. Reverse Flash had been playing tricks on him before, and his speed had already exceeded the ordinary level. With Reverse Flash's current speed, what kind of person can catch him? Darkseid? Huh. The next second, the Flash blinked. He stared at the portal that appeared in front of him, and almost thought he had seen it wrong. It's Batman, followed by Darkseid? Question mark? Chapter 292, Fighting alongside Darkseid. I can help you get rid of Superboy Prime. Tell me about it. Very good, but I have a condition. You have to help me get rid of the Mind Mite first. You're getting too greedy. On Apocalypse, Darkseid, who had just been knocked away by Superboy Prime with a punch, flipped and fell for several kilometers, and finally fell to the ground, plowing a large area of buildings and metal roads. He got up from the ground expressionlessly, and spat out a large mouthful of mud that had been eaten into his mouth. The Mind Mite expressed its loyalty to me through Steppenwolf. PFFT. Loyalty? Are you serious? Such loyalty is worthless to you, even if it is true. What's more, the loyalty of the Mind Mite is more of a joke than a noun in my opinion. He heard Batman sneer. Besides, I didn't know that the Dark Lord was actually a good king who loved his subordinates. Are those rumors about what you did in the universe just rumors? Of course not. The most infamous Lord of Apocalypse is to conquer a planet and then turn all the natives on the entire planet into demons. But even though Batman said so much, Darkseid's rock-like face still had no expression, as if he was really a statue. What he said just now was just a test, but the result was terrible. Batman didn't know why he knew him much better than he thought. Darkseid was wondering where Batman's extraordinary understanding of him came from, but no matter how he thought about it, there was no result, so the Dark Lord immediately gave up this meaningless effort. "Tell me all your conditions, Batman," Darkseid said. "Don't beat around the bush." He looked at the prime little Superman who was venting his anger at the earth below, because he had lost his target. After the other party regained his sanity for a short time just now, he soon fell into a state of extreme madness again. His heat vision was like a hot steel knife, cutting through the surface of Apocalypse like tofu, going deep into the mantle, and even pointing directly to the center of the earth. "My conditions are very simple, and they can be accomplished with just the movement of a finger. Darkseid, I want you to help me capture the Mind Might alive." Darkseid was just about to say something like "well done" to get out of this situation, and then agree to Batman's request, but the other party didn't seem to have any intention of stopping for a moment, and continued. "I also want you to help me rescue Bane from the Origin Wall." "Well, you don't know him. He is one of my enemies. Don't rush to refuse. I know you can communicate with the Origin behind the Origin Wall, and ask him to release him. I also ask you to help me catch the Reverse Flash. This guy runs too fast, and his use of the Speed Force and the Reverse Speed Force he created is superb. Even if I have tampered with him in advance, it will be almost impossible for us on Apocalypse to catch him. I also want you." Darkseid wanted to say something else, but there was no room for him to interrupt. He could only watch Batman continue to go on and on, chattering like a drake, and then mentioning our Apocalypse one by one, taking out orders and requests one by one. "As long as you join the battle, the situation will be different immediately. With your Omega rays, plus the Flash and I, the two of us are enough to catch him. No matter how fast Reverse Flash is, he can't escape the dragnet we have set up on Apocalypse. This is a battle that only you are qualified to participate in. Except for you, me, and the Flash, no one else is qualified to peek into that world of extreme speed. Wonder Woman may still be qualified to join the battle before Reverse Flash uses the Reverse Speed Force to strengthen herself, but her current speed can only be compared to Reverse Flash's." Batman urged, "Make a decision quickly, hurry up, I have a lot of things to do for you, Darkseid. You must also know how ridiculous it is to be a king without land." Darkseid heard Batman say, "Dark Lord, you don't want Apocalypse to be destroyed, do you? Time waits for no one. The longer it drags on, the more damage Superboy Prime will do to Apocalypse. Don't you understand, when the Dark Walker is powerless against Superboy Prime?" Darkseid heard Batman say, "You can't do anything to Superboy Prime." Darkseid still had a blank expression on his face, and he seemed to always have this expression. Behind Batman, Superboy Prime, who was as far away as a small dot, burst out a heat vision that penetrated the sky. No, it can't be described as a line, but a heat vision column. Two tall buildings disappeared into the invisible in the heat vision column in front of Darkseid, like ice cream melting under the sun. Superboy Prime roared to the sky, and his voice shook the sky. "In the previous battle, you also tried to use the sonic boom channel to teleport Superboy Prime away, right?" Darkseid heard Batman whisper, "But unfortunately, Superboy Prime is perfect. As long as he doesn't want to leave Apocalypse, no matter what method of teleportation is ineffective for him." Darkseid's tense face finally relaxed a little, and the human anger on his marble-like face seemed a little unreal, and made people feel like they were hallucinating. "Don't look at me like that, accept the reality. Only I, Batman, have the method to deal with Superboy Prime." The Dark Lord heard Batman's voice, "Only I know how to control Superboy Prime. After all, he was released by me. How could I dare to let him come to Apocalypse before I was fully prepared? So this is the situation now. You can try other means to see if you can drive Superboy Prime away from your Apocalypse. Otherwise you should be prepared that the other party will not leave until Apocalypse is completely destroyed. Enough." Darkseid punched the ground, and the violent shockwave immediately made a big hole in the ground. He jumped up from the ground, grabbed Batman by the collar, his eyes bursting with red Omega energy. "How dare you? How dare you? How dare you do such a thing? Look at what you have done. What you have done." Chen Tao let the other party grab him, Darkseid needed a small step. He just repeated to Darkseid in a stiff and cold voice, "Agree to my conditions. This is the only way you can send Superboy Prime away." Superboy Prime, who has been furious for a few hours, has almost turned the surface of half of the continent of Apocalypse into ruins. But what if he continues to be furious on Apocalypse for 20 years? Chen Tao stared at Darkseid's eyes burning with omega flames. "You know he regards you as an opponent, but have you ever thought about why he doesn't attack me? Have you ever thought, if he chases you and attacks you for the rest of his life, regards killing you as his life goal, have you ever thought that I can do this?" With a plop, Chen Tao was thrown heavily to the ground by Darkseid. Chen Tao heard the Dark Lord's low voice, like a volcano about to erupt. He was furious, but had to suppress his anger, and said to Chen Tao, "Enough, Batman. Let Superboy Prime stop. I will do what you ask me to do, and I swear I will never break my promise. In addition, I have another condition." Chen Tao said, "I'm all ears." Darkseid said, "I want you to swear that you will never attack Earth again, and never harbor ill will toward anyone on Earth." Darkseid said nothing. "Promise," Chen Tao said, "you are a king who always keeps his word. Once you make a promise, you will never go back on it. This is my most important request. Unless you promise me, I will not help you send Superboy Prime away." Darkseid stared at Batman, and the malice in his eyes almost burst out along with the blood red in his eyes. The two of them confronted each other for a long time, and finally, "I refuse." Darkseid said, "I will not make such a promise." He saw Batman's face immediately darkened. "Then you'd better look at your Apocalypse. But I can make another promise." Darkseid said, "I swear, if we work together sincerely, as long as you are still alive and my consciousness can still dominate my body, I will never set foot on the Earth." Seeing that Batman wanted to speak, Darkseid stopped him first. "Don't think about making me change my mind, Batman. I have been magnanimous enough. You should kneel down and thank me for my mercy. You're right, I really won't break my promise, but this is my last bottom line, otherwise I would rather fight to the death with Superboy Prime. Don't doubt that I have such awareness." He said, "You've done a good job, but you've really done a good job. But I advise you to stop while you're ahead." Chen Tao knew what Darkseid meant. He knew very well that Darkseid had no intention of letting him go, and his actions had already made Darkseid's hatred for him reach its peak. After they joined forces to deal with Superboy Prime, the fight between them would immediately break out. Darkseid's tremendous anger needed someone to vent, and he would never let Batman get away with it. "There's no room for negotiation," Darkseid said. "Either agree or the negotiation fails. There's no third option. I gave you a chance, Batman." His firm attitude even surprised Chen Tao. "What on earth did I do to offend you that made you hate me so much? You..." He wanted to say something else, but when he met Darkseid's eyes, he finally closed his mouth. Facing Darkseid's malicious gaze, Chen Tao's mouth also curled up with a grim smile. "You won't let me go, so that's it. Well then, this is what you want, Darkseid. I made the meditation mites so fat, just to wait for this moment. Deal," he said to Darkseid. They crossed the sonic boom channel and appeared at the edge of the Earth. But then Chen Tao immediately received a call for help from Red Evil beings. In fact, when he first saw Darkseid, the Flash was already a little desperate. After all, he had just witnessed Darkseid's amazing record of fighting against the entire Justice League on his own. Everyone besieged the opponent, and he was still at ease, and even had room to hold back. What's more, now that the other members of the Justice League are not present here, Darkseid alone is a dimensionality reduction attack for everyone present. Killer Croc and Poison Ivy can barely be considered qualified combat forces in front of Reverse Flash, but they are just food for Darkseid. Then his eyes continued to focus and saw Batman standing next to Darkseid. Compared with Darkseid, who looked like a little giant, the opponent's 1.8 meter figure seemed a little short. Barry didn't notice him for a while, but he soon noticed what was happening on the field. Darkseid was obviously in the same group with Batman. They came out of the sonic boom tunnel together, passed through the red portal of all living things opened by Batman, and landed on the battlefield in one step. Wait. Let's sort it out. Darkseid and Batman are in the same group? Am I crazy, or is Darkseid crazy? Why are Darkseid and Batman together? Regarding the matter of Superboy Prime, Chen Tao had been very tight-lipped in the early stage. From planning to implementation, he hardly told anyone, and even prepared the bat sandwich he ate on the morning of the action. In addition to Bane and Atrocitus, the two direct participants, he even killed the mudface attached to him. Therefore, for the Flash, such a thing without any signs suddenly appeared in front of him, and for a while his brain almost stopped working. Did Batman control Darkseid? How? Mind control? What kind of mind control can, or have reached some kind of agreement, but Batman has no bargaining chips? Could it be that he packed up the Earth and gave it to Darkseid? Flash's brain, which rotates faster than ordinary people, thought of 7 or 8 possibilities in an instant, but without the key information that Prime Little Superman caused trouble on Apokolips, and Darkseid was powerless. No matter what result he inferred, it did not match the scene in front of him, so he just stayed there for a while. Oops. Flash heard Batman say, "It's too hasty, it's sloppy. You should let Darkseid bluff the other party first." Flash turned his head and saw that Reverse Flash had turned into a real stream of light and ran towards the distance of the red of all living things. When the other party saw Darkseid and Batman appear together, he actually made a decision at the first time: turn around and run. But it's not too late now. The Flash heard Batman say, "Come on, Barry. Before we fight side by side, let's get to know your new teammates first." Darkseid. Marvel. My abilities and assistants refresh weekly. Traveling through Marvel and becoming a detective. Laker's abilities and assistants will be refreshed every week. Sharingan. Trembling Fruit. Raijin Jaka. 1000 Years of Killing. Invincible Hot Wheels. 100% Catch Blades. With bare hands, Laker is very satisfied. There are no weak skills, only weak players. Mirror Catwoman. Nikita. Phantom C, Sadako, Alien Queen. Laker said it doesn't matter. An assistant is the same, even when the lights are turned off. Just wait and see. It won't be long before I become the most funny and the most powerful detective in New York. Laker is full of confidence. Chapter 293. Admiral Darkseid captures Reverse Flash alive. The Crimson Omega Rays, bent like something that doesn't exist in reality, are more like someone casually drew a strange zigzag line with a red ballpoint pen in a two-dimensional world, imprinting a deep red eye-catching fear on the light red shoal of the red of all living things. This deep red energy burst has slaughtered countless creatures that fought back in anger under the ravages of the Apocalypse's demon army countless times, but they have repeatedly failed on Earth. The yellow figure running at high speed suddenly split into 3, and then 2 of them were roasted into skeletons by the Omega Rays in an instant, and the remaining one continued to run away until he was blocked by the Flash, who rushed over and hugged the other's legs and another new Omega Ray. Impressive, Chen Tao said. He stood next to the original version with his hands behind his back like Darkseid himself, his head held high, pretending to be deep, and said, "No one has ever been able to escape my Omega Rays." Darkseid, your Omega Rays? Although they looked nothing alike, Batman looked like a smaller version of Darkseid. The Lord of Apocalypse didn't intend to waste time talking to the psychopath. He put down his hands, which had been behind his back, and let them fall naturally on both sides of his body. Then his eyes glowed red again. Beep, beep 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 beep. The Omega Rays burst out again in succession. Pairs of energy rays, like snakes, attacked the Reverse Flash, who was beating the Flash Berry not far away at a speed beyond the limit of human reaction. If it was that Kryptonian and the Amazon woman, they would never use such a method. They usually... Chen Tao continued, and then he couldn't make it up anymore. Well, if Superman is in good health, he would at most fall into a coma after taking a blast of Omega Rays. Superman Prime just used his iron head to take it. Although Wonder Woman's body is not strong enough to withstand the rays, her Guardian Bracelet is one of the artifacts created by the Olympian gods. When it is fully exerted, it can also repel the invasion of Omega Rays. Now it seems that the rays are useless. God, you are such a waste. Shoot there, shoot there. If you shot to the left just now, he will be dead now. Okay, just cut the middle of his heart. No, you made a mistake. This is still a time remnant. Alas, that's not how you fight. Darkseid turned his head and looked at Chen Tao indifferently. Just when Chen Tao thought that Darkseid was about to fire an Omega Ray at him, Darkseid turned his head and said, "Shut up, Batman." Darkseid's words were concise and to the point, so Chen Tao took advantage of the situation and shut up immediately. He wouldn't really be stupid enough to try to see what it would be like to anger the Lord of Apocalypse. He said these nonsense to distract Darkseid's attention and conceal his real purpose, not to make Darkseid furious. The purpose should always be clear. And even though Chen Tao was talking trash and belittling Darkseid's Omega Ray to nothing, he never underestimated the other party. The Omega effect is a special entropy force, which is the destructive opposite of the original creativity. Strictly speaking, although sometimes Omega Rays behave like a heat vision that can turn, it is actually not the case at all. It is much more powerful than heat vision, and even has some meaning of instant death effect. When used at full power, Darkseid can simply wipe out his enemies, unless they are strong enough to withstand it, or are protected by the Wall of Origin, like Superman. So when facing Darkseid's Omega Rays, Reverse Flash is forced to constantly use time remnants, a method of actively creating time paradoxes, to replicate his moves, and actively sacrifice those time remnants, to be destroyed by the Omega effect, thereby preserving his original body. This response is very correct. Although the opponent is constantly surrounded by the Flash and the Omega Rays, so that the space for maneuvering is getting smaller and smaller, at least he is still not at a disadvantage under the siege of Darkseid and the Flash. Taking advantage of the fact that Darkseid and his new teammate Flash are not particularly tacitly cooperating now, he can always find a gap. At that time, whether it is to escape to other timelines or hide himself in other ways, there will always be a way. Although Batman used the power of the Red of All Living Things to stop Reverse Flash from opening the Red of All Living Things passage back to Earth right now through the magic cast on him by the Mind Might, Batman could not stop him within the entire Red of All Living Things. As long as Reverse Flash escaped the pursuit of Darkseid and the Flash, the Red of All Living Things was so big that he could just run to any corner that Batman could not notice, and he could open the portal and go back. If Batman could stop him from such a distance, then he was not just a low-level agent of the Red of All Living Things, but Maxine, the King of Life, that is, the daughter of Animal Man. As for what would happen after returning, Reverse Flash had a cold face. He hadn't thought about it yet. The situation was terrible. Batman suddenly reached a consensus with Darkseid, which caught him off guard. This was a situation he had never expected before. In order to logically let the Flash die in the battle with Darkseid as he had seen in the future, he had thought about most of the possibilities that might happen. He had even deduced that Batman could charge himself through the Turtle and Gorilla Grodd, and use the strange ability of suddenly possessing the Speed Force and the physique of Doomsday for an unlimited time, while Darkseid's ability was weaker than expected, and the Flash didn't need to sacrifice at all. Everything went smoothly before. Darkseid was strong enough, and the Justice League was defeated. Next was Batman's return. No matter what he would do, he couldn't bypass Darkseid, and the Flash would be threatened by his family and become a sacrifice like Gorilla Grodd and the Turtle. Everything was planned well, but suddenly it seemed that all the situations were out of his control at a certain moment. Move some real skills, Darkseid. There is no point in being deadlocked now. Even at the state of running at high speed, due to the Speed Force and the Reverse Speed Force, the Reverse Flash could still clearly hear what Batman said to Darkseid. But remember, I want to capture him alive. Capture him alive. Can't be dead. Can't have broken legs. Ridiculous. Now they are all hostile. Even in the alliance with Darkseid, the Lord of Apocalypse, Batman still insists on the ridiculous iron rule of not killing. Ridiculous. How could Batman talk to Darkseid like this? What on earth does he rely on? Is the Lord of Apocalypse so easy to talk to? Reverse Flash narrowed his eyes. However, since the incident has already happened, it is meaningless to think about the reason, and the stupidity of the enemy is his opportunity. He has found a flaw in the cooperation between Darkseid and Flash. Originally, Flash had absorbed a lot of Speed Force from him, and his speed was far inferior to his own. Now he can still mediate with him, completely relying on the cooperation with the Omega Ray that is infinitely tracking him. But as long as he can find a way to successfully pass through the interception of the two in different directions, and then start running at full speed, Flash and the Ray will eat dust behind him. and that move. He dared to teach Flash how to use the Speed Force by creating an unstable parallel universe and exiling the enemy into it, and of course he used it very skillfully. Although he knew that this move alone could not trap Darkseid, it was enough to delay him until he could escape. Yes, an opportunity. In 1/10,000 of a second, Reverse Flash found the flaw in the cooperation between the two. From the perspective of an outsider, the yellow lightning that had been trapped in the red zigzag lines and crimson shadows seemed to pause for a moment, and then it broke through the siege and rushed into the distance, leaving only the Flash and the Omega rays that continued to track him, eating dust behind him. Darkseid finally made a move. He turned into a grey shadow in an uncharacteristic way and rushed towards Reverse Flash at a speed only slightly slower than that of the Flash. Although the Dark Lord was huge, he was extremely flexible. Before he approached Reverse Flash, 7 or 8 Omega rays had already spewed out of his eyes again. This time, he was not cooperating with the Flash alone, but with two people. The Flash, who had just fought with Reverse Flash, also tried his best to continue to burst out his speed. With a bruised face, he waved his high-frequency trembling hand knife and rushed towards Reverse Flash again. Fighting is always the best teacher. After being beaten by Reverse Flash only once, the Flash looked like he could skillfully use supersonic hand knife. In an instant, 3 attacks came from 3 different directions towards Reverse Flash. Even though he suddenly fell into such a critical situation, Reverse Flash still seemed to be at ease. He once again skillfully separated a time remnant and sent it to the Omega ray that was shooting towards him. This time, he even used only one time remnant clone to hit all the rays, consuming them all at once. Then, in a violent explosion, Reverse Flash smashed his own time residual clone, which was burned into Mr. Skeleton by the Omega effect, and threw all his ashes from another timeline on the Flash's face. Then, he used his speed advantage that far exceeded his opponent's, stepped on the Flash's face that was already bruised and swollen by him before, and took advantage of the momentum to leap. Without the assistance of the Ray and the Flash, Darkseid's speed was really inferior to him. He calmly dodged Darkseid's swinging punch and went directly out from under his crotch. He seemed to be running away, but in an instant, Reverse Flash's figure suddenly paused. In that less than 1% second, Reverse Flash's chance of escaping was completely ruined, and he was immediately caught by 3 people. What on earth is this? Reverse Flash stared at the countless mechanical components that emerged from his body with his eyes wide open. These things seemed to be born out of thin air, born from his own flesh and blood, and were both grotesque and disgusting. He trembled, and in an instant these things immediately passed through the molecules of Reverse Flash and fell to the ground, and Reverse Flash almost broke free from Darkseid's palm, but then he was caught by the Flash, who was also shaking at a high frequency, and he could no longer escape. What is going on? Batman, what did you do to me? At this time, Reverse Flash was hugged from behind by the Flash in a standard hugging posture, and the Dark Lord picked up the 2 of them and threw them in front of Batman. Reverse Flash was puzzled. It's impossible. You did leave a lot of nanorobots in my body, but I just shook the molecules of my body and passed through the material once. These robots should have been forced to leave my body. Reverse Flash said, they are just some nanorobots. Your nanotechnology is not even as high as the technological content of the civilian version of nanorobots in the future where I live. He said, all this is impossible. This is not scientific. He murmured in a low voice, as if he had not recovered from this huge blow, but the next second he screamed in pain, and more metal components continued to emerge from his body like mushrooms after rain, suddenly interrupting his attempt to change the frequency of his body shaking and try to escape again. The reason is also very simple, because this is not science, but magic. Chen Tao looked at the other party, feeling very satisfied. Although he had left some tricks on Reverse Flash before, as long as the opponent was far enough away and kept using the ability to travel through molecules, these tricks could not do anything to the opponent. But if he faced Darkseid and Flash at the same time, this little interference would become the key to his defeat, and he didn't even have time to use the trick to exile Darkseid to other parallel universes. And the point is, Chen Tao stretched out his evil hand to Reverse Flash with great expectation. See, the villains can always bring him surprises. After letting him go, Reverse Flash, who returned from leveling up again, was undoubtedly too strong. In this universe, villains alike, being blessed by God, and even Darkseid almost couldn't keep him. Silver particles wrapped around his body, turning one of his hands into the appearance of the Red Death, and then he began to rub the opponent's body slowly, and then he successfully found a ray of reverse speed force from Reverse Flash, and immediately felt like he had found a treasure, and carefully pondered it. "You are very good, very good." There was a light in his eyes that Reverse Flash could not understand. "Very good, very good. Now the puzzle is complete, at least part of it." Then he stood up, with a straight face, and said to Darkseid, as if he was giving an order to his men, "Come on, Darkseid. Tie him up, and take him away." Darkseid. Chapter 294. Darkseid raised his fist behind the meditation mite. I wonder if anyone has ever seen towing. I mean, towing. Maybe people living in cities have long forgotten this most primitive and ancient method, but in fact, towing means that, when the boat is going against the current, the trackers will tie thick and strong ropes to themselves, and then use manpower to pull the boat forward. Thick and strong ropes. Yes, of course, something that breaks when pulled, cannot be called a rope. And above the ropes, connected to each tracker, there is a main rope, which allows the commander to control the direction of each tracker's force, and then control the direction of the boat. This main rope is more important than other ropes, and it also bears the tension of other ropes, and the strength requirements are a step higher. The selection of materials for this main rope must be very careful. First of all, the compatibility of this rope must be good with the boat it is going to tow. Chen Tao grabbed the unconscious Reverse Flash. At this time, he was tied up like a Zhangzi. Not only did countless metal components extend from his flesh and blood to tie him up tightly, but a large amount of magic was engraved on his body to ensure that he completely lost the power to resist. He stroked his body, and suddenly, the black and red reverse speed force jumped and surged on his half palm that had been transformed into the Red Death. "See, we have a good compatibility, hehehe." Chen Tao quickly extinguished the Red Death synchronicity on his palm, and he grabbed the back of Reverse Flash's neck and held him upside down in his hand. Secondly, this rope must be strong enough. He slowly felt the huge black and red lightning in Reverse Flash's body. The power that was completely opposite to the speed force was refined by Reverse Flash himself. At this time, these reverse speed forces coexisted peacefully with the speed forces that he had swallowed the Flash before. Although it seems that Reverse Flash was captured by Darkseid and Flash, and he is not that strong, the most important question is, it seems that not many people can win in such a joint battle. Even if Chen Tao had not intervened with his preparations beforehand, Reverse Flash would have almost escaped. Such strength is enough to replace Gorilla Grodd and Turtle Man as the rope. So, now we have the rope, we can go find the trackers. And all this happened under Darkseid's nose. Shazam! Chen Tao roared, and a lightning bolt struck him, transforming him into the body of the magic Shazam. This is the power of Shazam that he tricked from Billy before, and the other tricker before him was the Mind Might himself. Therefore, part of their power is from the same source in some ways, which will make the Mind Might suffer a great loss. This connection is not a one-way, but a two-way pull. Just like tug-of-war, the stronger one will undoubtedly have the upper hand. However, Chen Tao did not rush to see the meditation might at this time. Instead, he used the magic lightning from Shazam's power to wrap around Reverse Flash's body again. These magic lightnings matched the black, red, and golden lightnings that were passively stimulated by Reverse Flash, and the result was the same as he thought. Since the magic lightning of Shazam's power had been in harmony with the speed force in the previous experiment, there was no reason why it would not work with Reverse Flash. Although it was expected, Chen Tao was slightly excited when the theory derived from the previous experiment with Flash in the laboratory was proved to be feasible in actual practice. That's right. You can't just prepare one tow rope. After meeting a stronger towman, the previous towman can also become a tow rope. Everything can have room for maneuver. It's just an example and a metaphor. It's not really towing. What Chen Tao has to do is much more complicated than towing. Not far away, Poison Ivy found that Reverse Flash had been captured through the big eyeball plant left in place, and she also returned with many family members. They all sat on the giant plant spider, letting the spider-like monster made of trees move its 6 legs to carry them back. Chen Tao gave the Flash an order, reverse flash through Superman to a certain island of decay. Those are the outposts, where the black of decay invades the red of all creatures. Superman lost control of the remote control and his target, and only had the instinct of passive counterattack. You look for the surrounding islands of decay, and must rescue him. After rescuing him, Killer Croc will open a passage for you to return to Earth, and you will report to the battlefield again. He arranged the hostages one by one. Bah. The families of the Justice League walked back into the room, and Chen Tao finally took a breath, and then turned to Darkseid, who had been standing there with a slightly overly good temper. Then let's go, he said. We can't do the job as roughly as we did against Reverse Flash this time. He said, sense of humor. Do you understand what I mean? Darkseid. A sonic boom channel opened, and Darkseid and Batman walked in and disappeared immediately. We are the police of the universe, not suicidal lunatics. Hal Jordan lay in the ruins gasping for breath, and then heard another Green Lantern Sinestro beside him say to him, "It's time to escape. You have resisted for your mother for so long. It's good. You and I know that such resistance is futile. When Darkseid really comes back in a while, the situation will continue to collapse." Hal didn't listen to the old bird. He stood up and tried to continue to materialize some weapons. The energy of the lantern ring is less than 15%. His ring was reminding his master how tired he was, but Hal turned a deaf ear to it. He skillfully drew an entrance to the other dimension from the void beside him, and reached out to take out the Green Lantern furnace from it. He had just seen Sinestro, and it had not been long since he used this trick, but he had already used it so skillfully. He quickly charged up, and then stopped talking nonsense with Sinestro, and was about to rush forward, but was stopped by the senior Green Lantern with pointy ears. Enough, Hal, don't go up anymore. Don't you realize the gap in strength between you and Darkseid? Such a battle is meaningless. The reason why Darkseid didn't kill you all the second he saw you was purely because its laboratory was in urgent need of all kinds of materials, especially a precious, living Green Lantern. Sinestro gritted his teeth and said, "If it is not necessary, I will not persuade you to abandon your own home planet." But the last time the Green Lantern Corps tried to arrest Darkseid, they assembled more than 3,000 Green Lanterns, but 1/3 of them were killed just by reaching Darkseid's seat. He said, "You have exhausted the combat power of half of OA, but you still can't do anything to Darkseid. Are you really so arrogant that you think you are stronger than more than 3,000 Green Lanterns?" Sinestro took out the remote control given by Batman again. "Or are you counting on Batman's backup to turn the tide? Don't be funny. Even if there is a group of people in this universe who can match Darkseid, it will never be a fledgling rookie Green Lantern and a bunch of messy native teammates on his home planet." Sinestro stuffed the small remote control back into the flying backpack that he had materialized with his Green Lantern ring, and then said, "I have fully taken into account how much you miss your home planet, so I have been here with you to fight Darkseid for so long. But you should have discovered in the end that it is almost impossible to defeat Darkseid. Darkseid is a moving scourge, a living disaster, and it is foolish to refer to him with human thinking. So retreat quickly, Hal. I have been with you until now, and I have done my best. Are the facts now still not enough for you to accept? The Earth has been targeted by Darkseid, and there is no hope, but we have to survive." Batman lured Darkseid away, which was a very good method, but he can't trap Darkseid forever. Now we are facing the Mind Might, who is much easier to deal with than Darkseid. Sinestro grabbed the arm of Hal Jordan who was walking by him. "I had originally made some preparations for us to successfully escape from this planet that was about to be conquered by Darkseid, such as spaceships and food, but now it seems." Then Sinestro met Hal's eyes, which were full of determination. Even if Hal did not speak, Sinestro knew what he meant. "Come with me, rookie. This is far from a battle we can participate in. Even the greatest Green Lantern should not die obediently. No." But Sinestro's earnest advice only earned Hal a low gasp. He said, "No." He said concisely, and then directly past Sinestro, and flew towards the battlefield, where he was knocked away again. On the other side, the infinitely expanding Mind Might had been stretched to a crystal clear body. Impossible. How can you have my Shazam power? Exclamation mark. Shazam, Billy Batson, has become the main force in the siege of the meditation might. Even though he is a minor, his superpowers are undoubtedly the strongest among those who can still move at the scene. But at this moment, he was hit by a lightning bolt from the meditation might that was the same as his own, and his whole body was shaking like a sieve, and he made an unbelievable sound from his mouth. This is not right. The book the old wizard gave me told me that the magical energy of each wizard has subtle differences and personal characteristics, and it is impossible to be exactly the same. How did you steal my Shazam power? Of course it was your father. The meditation might is very honest. Its appearance has changed a lot. Except for the transparent belly, the rest of its body is covered with heavy scales, a mouth full of sharp teeth, and a pair of flesh wings growing from its back. What, are you kidding? Shazam roared and rushed towards the meditation might again, and then flew back at an even faster speed. Meditation might laughed at him mercilessly. You are so gullible, kid. You are so eager to feel the love from your absent father that you can't see the truth at all. Maybe you don't want to see it at all. He grinned and kept hitting Shazam's defenses. In any case, you look so pitiful and hateful now. You put your family and even your world in danger. I'm very glad that a person with such a fragile heart can be chosen to be the new warrior. It makes everything much easier than I expected. I manipulated your father, so I manipulated everything. The Rock of Eternity. The Cellar of Eternity. Listening to the meditation might telling him what he had done one by one, Billy's mind was in a mess. How dare you? How dare you control my father and use it to steal my power? Billy was speechless for a moment, just repeating the same words over and over again like a child. Well, he seemed to be a child too. Yes, I did it, idiot. My father loves me, and you wait. What did you say? The meditation might laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Billy Batson. Poor orphan. Do you really believe that your father came to you voluntarily? Billy looked at him. What are you talking about? Let me tell you about your father, Billy Batson. It took us a long time to finally find his whereabouts. Your father is not looking for you, Billy. He is living as usual, stealing people's wallets at the train station to make a living, alone. He never thought about you, not before, not now. Everything is a lie. A huge burst of magic power exploded from the body of the long worm, and Shazam, who had lost his mind, flew backwards and through the ruins with billowing smoke. The voice of the meditation might continue to ring. I want the power that the wizards and the Eternal Council refused to give me many years ago. I want the right to use the magic of all 7 continents. I want to be the most powerful magical being in the many kingdoms. I no longer want to be despised by those who think they are superior to me. Flames spewed from his mouth, burning on Billy's body. You know what it feels like to be under thousands of people, don't you? And when they looked back at you with disgust, it took me years to get back to the Eternal Rock. I sacrificed everything just to meet my heroes, the council, just because I wanted to learn from them and become one of them. Do you want to know what the council did? They laughed at me, and I sent them to hell. The huge body of the meditation might was swaying, dancing, and twisting in the air. All kinds of huge magical powers gathered on his body, transforming into all kinds of powerful magic, and spewing towards the entire battlefield. And now, the meditation might is in control of everything. Darkseid promised me the magic power of the entire planet, and I will accomplish unprecedented feats. Billy tried hard to open his bruised eyes, and saw that the meditation might was not in a hurry to kill him, but was showing off his power in the air. Behind him, a huge sonic explosion channel happened to open at this time, and it was the returning Darkseid who appeared in it. The new enemy has not left, and the old enemy has returned, and Billy's heart sank. But at this moment, he saw Darkseid raised his fist. Chapter 295. Your Majesty Darkseid, why did you surrender first? The meditation might has become a huge magic node. Darkseid stood in silence in the air and saw the meditation might turn its head and call his name with its ugly compound eyes in surprise. In his mind, he kept thinking about what Batman had said to him before. I heard the spell, 7 locks, 7 doors. The hidden magic kingdom, showing its body to the warriors. Those doors not only opened with a bang, but they were also wiped out forever. A continent, a war, no locks, no doors. And this is where the meditation might is most dangerous. Great Majesty Darkseid. As long as the Justice League is completely wiped out, the 7 continents will be united. The human world will become a sacrifice, and this new kingdom, my kingdom, and your kingdom, will not reject the existence of Darkseid and magic. We will protect it. We will rule it completely. Now I'm a real warrior. Haha, 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 haha. Darkseid's rock-like face showed a thoughtful look. When did he promise the meditation might that they would rule together? Never mind. It must be some minor errors in the communication process. Even without Batman, he would correct these mistakes. He raised his fist and continued to recall what Batman said to him in his mind. You can't just kill the meditation might. He has absorbed most of the magic energy from other magic continents. I'm sure those magic latitudes must be in turmoil now. They are simply powerless to stop what the meditation might does to them. Colors appear in the dark land that is always black and white. Game bugs appear in the game land that is like a real game world. Lightning and thunder appear in the sky of the mysterious land. The playground in the fun land turns into a terrifying monster hell. And the wild land. You can't just take ruthless action and kill the meditation might. He is like a big barrel filled with hot oil. Once it is lit, it will immediately burn. Maybe you don't understand these abstract concepts, but the fact is, once he dies, the magic power absorbed by him will be suddenly released, which is definitely not a good thing for my planet. So you must make sure that when you attack him, his injuries are not too serious and will not cause his death. At the same time, you must make sure that his injuries are not too light and will not leave him with the power to resist. You need to grasp the key points yourself. This sounds like an ambiguous statement. Darkseid thought quietly, like a rock. Such a complicated request. You really didn't think I would make a mistake? He recalled what he had said to Batman before. Then will you make a mistake? I won't. Then it's over. You are Darkseid. You have the control ability, and I trust you, my teammate. I trust you. I trust you. I trust you. Darkseid blinked his eyes. He always felt that this voice was layered, constantly resonating in his mind. It seemed both ironic and funny. You are a king who keeps his word. As long as you promise me that you will do things well, you will never mess it up. As long as you severely injure the might, I will immediately appear and control him with magic, and then we will solve a few other things, and I will help you solve Superboy Prime. I mean what I say. Darkseid shook his head slightly, trying to get rid of Batman's flattery from his mind, and then began to slightly refine the information in their conversation just now. He always felt that Batman was hiding something from him. All of this, the reason he gave about not being able to kill the meditation might seemed a little weird. It sounded reasonable, but it always felt like a kind of beauty that bullied you for not knowing magic. And Darkseid really didn't know magic. But it didn't matter. Even if Batman had some conspiracy, he had other plans. Your Majesty Darkseid? Your Majesty Darkseid? HMM. Darkseid came back to his senses and saw the meditation might standing in front of him, kneeling. Although it was just a magic worm, it had many legs, so when it knelt, it bent many times more than others. Your Majesty the Great Darkseid, do you want to deal with these ignorant rebels yourself, or let your loyal servant meditation might do it for you? As long as we kill the Justice League first, we can slowly search for Billy Batson's father who was hidden by Batman on Earth. I don't know if it's because he absorbed too much magic power, or because he is about to see the dawn of victory. Meditation might seems a little crazy, and thus completely sees those magic powers. The territory belongs to you, and the magic belongs to me. All matter belongs to Darkseid, and all magic belongs to meditation might. Darkseid frowned. He thought about it, and then said, okay. Then you do it. Yes, the Great Darkseid. Darkseid looked at the other party diligently, and turned his head to the Justice League member who used magic. Magic? What was magic? Anyway, he continued to attack that magic, and the two people fought fiercely. The meditation might temporarily gain the upper hand with its powerful magic body, but the member of the Justice League was still able to use some magic to attack the meditation might's fragile abdomen that was swollen by magic. But even though the warrior hammered the meditation might, it still cried like a child and asked the meditation might to return his father like a weak baby. Your dad. Oh, poor Billy. Are you still unwilling to accept the reality? Why did you save your father? He is nothing but a scum, a villain. I've heard enough of your nonsense. Give my dad back to me. It's all my fault. Seeing Billy still howling and rushing up, Meditation Might finally turned cold. Okay, since you still don't believe it, I have to give up persuading you and send you to the coffin. Don't worry, if there is a chance, I will definitely send your father down to accompany you. This can be regarded as the sincere feelings between you and your father, although the only sincere one is you, a poor little creature. Hey, wait. An expression of surprise and joy suddenly appeared on the ugly and hideous face of Meditation Might, and he suddenly turned around on the spot. My magic has broken through a certain level in the continuous absorption. I feel your dad again, and the power from Shazam that I absorbed through him. He turned to look at the crying Billy, with a greater ambition in his eyes. Look, what a big surprise. I was worried that, after killing you completely, it would take a lot of time to regain the power of Thunder Shazam, but now it's already delivered to your door, right? It seems that Batman's attainments in magic are limited after all, and the entire Justice League is stupid and doesn't understand the laws of magic at all. He floated in place and first used a small spell to knock Thunder Shazam away. Billy wanted to get up from the ground and fly over to continue fighting, but he was immediately trapped on the ground, lying on his back in a big letter shape. Be quiet, little guy. The strong malice almost dripped out of the compound eyes of the Meditation Might. Billy dared to guarantee that every word he said to him now must have been what other wizards had said to the weak Meditation Might at some time. A loser like you can't possibly understand magic. In front of the great power of magic, you are just a worm that doesn't know what you can do. Look at you. Ha ha ha. You seem to be trying to break my spell. With what? With your half-baked magic? He seemed to be deliberately learning the tone of those wizards who had bullied him in the past, so as to satisfy his desire to vent. This matter was so obvious that once he started to learn, his tone became particularly strange. Who did you learn magic from? A book. The trauma of those youthful years reshaped the Meditation Might, not only making him an evil magic monster that made countless wizards tremble, but also a permanent trauma in his heart. He threw Billy heavily to the ground, and then began to chant the mysterious and complex syllables continuously. As he chanted, a portal opened in the void, and flying from the other side of the portal was CC Batson, the traitor who should have been caught by Batman, who was imprisoned with Supergirl Kara, and the biological father of Thunder Shazam, Billy Batson. At this time, he was flying in the air, his eyes glowing white, and he was floating towards the Meditation Might. The closer he flew to the giant bug, the more the imprisonment magic on his body collapsed in front of the huge magic of the Meditation Might, and the Meditation Might didn't even need to continue to cast counterspells. Until he appeared in front of the Meditation Might, the magic completely disappeared. CC Batson's face showed a grim smile, and the insect face of the Meditation Might also showed the same smile in anthropomorphic form. Come, merge with me. With huge magic and the power of the wizard Shazam, I will be invincible. No. Shazam, who was imprisoned on the ground by the imprisonment magic, roared to the sky. He kept struggling desperately, frantically casting all kinds of messed up spells he learned from books, trying to save his father from the clutches of the Meditation Might, but in vain. He could only watch the huge Meditation Might shrink a little bit, and then was about to fly into CC Batson's cochlea. Woo woo woo, Dad. Finally, he began to cry. This process seemed a bit slow. The body of the Meditation Might was too big. It absorbed too much magic power, so that its body became extremely bloated. These magic powers gave it a spellcasting limit that exceeded that of ordinary mages, but it was also limited by its own magic power level. Now the Meditation Might was like an athlete who had become super fat. No matter how superb his skills were, they could not make up for the huge weight that suddenly appeared. Therefore, in terms of specific spellcasting, although the power was strong, the speed became a bit slow, especially the spells cast on himself. No, you are trying in vain. The Meditation Might's body had begun to shrink from a huge truck to the size of a leopard. This size was so perfect that Darkseid could just pinch the lower half of his body with one hand and then crush it. You see, doesn't this meet Batman's requirements? Now the Meditation Might has become a long worm, and its size is small enough to reach a suitable position. It only needs to be cut off at a certain point to determine the injury. It is simple and clear. As the meditation mite shrank, it was still laughing strangely. Despair, fear, tremble, cry. The huge insect sang in the air. With the help of Darkseid, you and your Justice League will never be able to. Bang. The meditation mite turned its head and looked at Darkseid blankly. Billy was stunned, and he also looked at Darkseid blankly. What is going on? Roar. The meditation mite's roar shook the earth. Darkseid, I'm so loyal to you. Why? How dare you? The meditation mite's lower body was directly crushed by Darkseid's unethical sneak attack. He struggled to interrupt his magic to shrink his body, raised his head, and blew a breath of magic towards Darkseid, and his upper body became huge again. You betrayed the oath between us. Darkseid, I have offered my loyalty to you. And this loyalty is worthless. Darkseid said. Then you go die. Sudden with such a heavy blow, the meditation mite seem to be a little unconscious. He flapped his wings furiously and bombarded Darkseid with all kinds of free spells, but in an instant he saw Batman appear beside him. Do you need help? You. The meditation mite felt that all the hair on his body was about to stand up. The magic show is incomplete. The meditation mite is completely unable to cast magic. Boom. The violent explosion of Omega rays directly destroyed all of the attacks of the meditation mite. The meditation mite trembled and looked at the red eyes in the smoke and dust, shining towards him like a lantern. Your action just now was unnecessary. I can still deal with such a thing with ease. I can still continue to use CC Batson. The appearance of Batman finally made the meditation mite sober up a little. He hurriedly wanted to mobilize CC Batson. This guy absorbed Billy Batson's Thunder Shazam magic and was born to be the best person to use the magic taken from other continents. Now that CC Batson has been taken back, he can use him. Then the next moment he saw CC Batson suddenly hugged him without anyone controlling him and then stuck to his body, directly cutting off the trajectory of its still changing magic. Darkseid only punched and half of the meditation mite's body exploded. Chapter 296 Robin and Darkseid's plan. Sad Shazam. Oh my god. You're using too much force. At this time, the Justice League member Shazam, Billy Batson, was staring at Batman in a daze, screaming and blocking Darkseid. While he kept accusing Darkseid of using too much force, he carefully helped up the mite that was staring and unable to speak. The big insect that was just showing off in the air was now only about 1/4 of its body. His disgusting body fell into the dust and the wreckage of the building ruins, and the insect's mouth parts made a squeaking sound like a leak. Batman seemed to care about the mite very much. He landed on the ground with an expression of infinite surprise and conspiracy, and then took 2 steps at a time, and picked up the mite that was lying on the ground and couldn't move. He hugged the ugly thing, as if he was not holding an ugly and disgusting big insect, but a naked beauty. You are finally mine. Oh, luckily, you can still be used. He murmured in a low voice like a pervert, and in a burst of silver white particles, he changed his appearance to a robe. Chui book seeming. The meditation mite will never die. After using the anti-speech magic to stabilize the injury of the meditation mite, Chen Tao waved at the electronic speaker that the meditation mite had just been smashed. It was a thing like a radio. After all, the meditation mite was just a bug. Unless it was possessed by others all the time, such as Dr. Savannah, he needed to use the radio hanging around his neck to chant spells. This is why those wizards once judged that the meditation mite could not learn magic, because it was a bug, and he sees magic or most magic must be chanted before it can be used. This is not the Hogwarts next door, where there is so-called silent casting. And just now, with Darkseid's punch that broke half of his body, the electronic speaker also fell to the ground and shattered. Darkseid attacked from behind, and the protective magic attached to the speaker by the meditation mite was as good as paper. The meditation mite widened its insect compound eyes. Batman's behavior of repairing its speaker rekindled a glimmer of hope in his heart, and then he looked at the black nanorobits in Batman's hands in despair, completely covering the electronic speaker into the shape of Batman. It was a Batman shape in the physical sense. The originally golden electronic speaker now turned black, and 2 pointed bat ears grew on it. The magic power of the metal spirit completely covered the meditation mite's control over it in an instant. The meditation mite felt that it could still connect to this speaker at this time, but it was wishful thinking to use it to recite a spell. Wait. The meditation mite suddenly realized something. For so many years, it has been using this electronic speaker as a voice generator for chanting spells. If the speaker is controlled by someone, oh, you are such a special baby. Dear bug baby, I'm beginning to like you. Really? Billy looked at Batman in disbelief as he picked up the mite from the ground like a princess in a somewhat crazy way. His father CC Batson flew over with an expressionless face and stood quietly beside Batman. Oh my god, Batman. You have long ago killed my father. How could you? His father was unharmed, and Billy didn't care that Batman looked like a psychopath. He hurried to his father's side while looking at Darkseid standing in the air with his hands behind his back with full vigilance. I have long discovered that the mite has controlled your father. He heard Batman say, so now your father is unharmed, but the mite is lying here. He saw Batman turn his head and look at him with a solemn face. So, what's the problem now? He stood up with the mite in his arms. At this time, the apocalypse demons raging on the battlefield seemed to have received the news. The demons, like a tide, roared and whistled, circling and flying in the night sky behind Batman, and began to retreat like migratory birds. They seemed to be an endless group of bats, dancing and circling in the dark night sky, flying towards the sonic boom channel that was reopened on the sea. There were so many demons that the wind they raised when they flew close to the ground made Batman's cape rustle. Billy raised his head and looked at Batman, who was looking down at him. Even though he was a child, he understood everything. He felt his lips trembling. You did it, Batman. Got, you did it. Is this the method you mentioned before? He suddenly became excited. You are so cool. You turned Darkseid into your subordinate. Darkseid in the air had a blank expression on his face. Fuck, fly up to the sky. Darkseid is Robin now. Darkseid in midair, although he didn't know what Robin was, still had red light in his eyes. When Darkseid joins the Justice League, he will serve Titani, his senior, and then... Shut up. Chen Tao hurriedly stopped Shazam's suicidal behavior. This guy was as outspoken as a child. Well, he was just a child, so his emotions were up and down. Happy when he said he was happy, terrified when he said he was terrified, and he didn't even intend to ask how he reached an agreement with Darkseid. If it was Marty and Manhunter or Wonder Woman, the first thing they would say when they opened their mouths here would definitely be to ask about this. But when it came to Thunderbolt stupid Billy Batson, he was just laughing foolishly. Your father is still under the control of the meditation mites. Chen Tao used only one sentence to make Billy's emotions fall like a roller coaster. Billy, who was laughing just now, immediately thought of his father. Oh. He ran over and wanted to say something to his father CC Batson, but the other party still had a blank expression. What's wrong with him, Batman? He looked at Chen Tao in panic. Is he still under the control of the meditation mite? No, he is no longer controlled by the big bug. It's just that I'm controlling him. In order to use him to trick the meditation mite, I deliberately let the meditation mite find him, and then controlled him, and reversely blocked the meditation mite's magic at the critical moment. Chen Tao explained to Billy in detail. After the meditation mite cheated you of the power of Shazam, the meditation mite used magic to usurp your father's position as the magic guard. Let's put it simply. He said, maybe you wanted to share the magic of Shazam with your father at the beginning, but the meditation mite made a move and established a connection between himself and this power. He made himself the first creature in thousands of years who was not recognized by Shazam, but could still use the power of living lightning. So what? Billy looked at Chen Tao with some confusion. So this means that what the meditation mite said was right. He had been controlling your dad before. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Billy said, as long as my dad is okay now. Then Chen Tao's face showed some indescribable expressions. Okay, he said. He snapped his fingers, and CC Batson, who was still under control, fell straight to the ground, and then shouted, Shazam. A flash of lightning flashed, and CC Batson's transformation was lifted. The strong man, who was originally wearing a red and white uniform with a lightning logo on his chest, almost the old version of Billy Batson, turned into a middle-aged man wearing a t-shirt and green trousers. His temples were a little grey, and the whole person looked a little haggard and downcast, like a drunk wandering on the street, without the enthusiasm and excitement that he had when he came to Billy Batson that night. Some things, maybe you need to see them with your own eyes to understand them better. Chen Tao said slowly, I have thought about it for a long time, whether I should tell you directly, and I have also thought about it, you know, really, why do I have to tell you everything? Well, I admit that this is the only thing I didn't decide before the war. Billy felt a sense of panic for no reason. He looked at the somewhat tangled expression on Batman's face, and repeatedly asked questions like what does this mean? Actually, I can do all of this. Chen Tao said, for example, let Clayface appear or something. He can weave a beautiful story for you, a beautiful dream, and even accompany you for a lifetime. Chen Tao stared at the panicked Billy with his eyes, but you know that's not true, right? That's not true. He heard Batman say to him, I once knew a guy named Brainiac. His favorite thing to do is to put everything he likes in a bottle and protect it well. But I can't do that, right? I shouldn't protect everyone in bottles, otherwise I'd be no different from him. Batman, you'd better hurry. Darkseid said, I have already sent a message to Steppenwolf, and the battle on his side has been terminated. I have fulfilled everything I promised. You must go back to Apocalypse to help me deal with the beast, Superboy Prime, right now. I know, Darkseid. Don't nag like an old mother. Chen Tao interrupted him, don't forget that I still have things for you to do, don't worry. He turned his head and looked at Billy again, hiding the gleam in his eyes. Darkseid's attitude seemed a little too nice. He was just urging him instead of taking any action directly, which seemed very abnormal. Is the Dark Lord of Apocalypse so kind? After signing an agreement with him, he helped him catch the Reverse Flash and fight the Mind Might. Later, he would go to the Origin Wall to help him pull Bane down. During this period, Darkseid was frequently insulted. Just now, Shazam even said that kind of words, but Darkseid was indifferent. What a joke. He is the Dark Lord, not a comedian on the stage. Chen Tao is sure that Darkseid may have other plans of his own, and it is better not to be what he guessed. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome, really very troublesome. But anyway, let's solve Billy's problem first. What do you mean, Batman? See for yourself. Chen Tao said so, and then used magic to hide Darkseid's figure in the air, and then he brushed his cloak and disappeared in the air with the Mind Might. At this time, CC Batson, who was standing on the ground and being controlled, was immediately released from the magic. He fell to the ground with a bang, and then he climbed up, while touching his head. Dad, are you okay? Billy hurried forward to support him. You are safe. Where am I? CC Batson asked, while touching his head. He seemed to remember nothing, and there was only confusion on his face. You are in Metropolis, don't you remember? Hey, back off. Who are you? Where am I? CC Batson regained consciousness. He hurriedly climbed up from the ground and pushed away Billy's support. Metropolis? I remember that I was in Chicago before. Why the hell am I here? Billy felt himself shaking again, even though he was standing steadily at this time, like a sculpture puppet. I'm the local superhero, and there was an accident. Yeah, and I have nothing to do with him. Of course, sir. Can I ask you about your son? My son? What are you talking about? Your son, Billy. How do you know him? Did you read my mind? Are you looking for him? Looking for him? Listen, my ex and I didn't want that child a long time ago. We are really not cut out to be parents, and we didn't get along that well. Let's put it this way, she's a mess. If you're accusing me of this, and asking me if I feel guilty, of course, I guess so. CC Batson turned his head and faced Billy Batson with the back of his head, but I'll live more comfortably without him. I mean, he will live more comfortably without me. Listen, superhero, can I leave now? I still have my own life to worry about. Do you understand? Yes, of course, you can go. CC Batson stood there blankly for a while, a little at a loss, and Billy Batson was the same as him. Then CC Batson turned and left. The surrounding demons had all flown to the sonic boom channel on the sea at Darkseid's call. Even if some did not fly away, Batman had set up a blinding magic above CC Batson to prevent him from seeing anything in the sky. The surrounding residents had been evacuated, and the fighting had all stopped. Even if he left here on foot, he would not be in any danger. Billy Batson had 1,000 words to say. He wanted to greet with a smile, and also wanted to curse, but in the end he was just dumbfounded. Maybe today Billy prevented Darkseid's invasion and all the most dangerous things he could think of, and did everything he thought a superhero would do. But I'm afraid today is not the happiest day of his life. Woo. Thanks to the fat boss Zing for the reward. I woke up in the afternoon today and saw this news. Woo. Chapter 297 Bane is rescued. Reverse Flash and Flash are subdued. Chen Tao left Shazam standing there in silence. He had no time to comfort poor Billy Batson because the matter was far from over. He returned to the side of the meditation mite again, picked up the meditation mite, and gave Darkseid an order without hesitation. Stop the fight between Steppenwolf and Wonder Woman, and bring them all here. Then you stay here, and wait for me to come back, and arrange the next things. Then he held the meditation mite in one hand, and twisted out a golden ball with the other hand. It was the treasure of the Death King, the golden ball. As the golden portal, created by the golden ball began to ripple, Chen Tao raised his foot. Just as he was about to walk in, he suddenly remembered something, and turned to Darkseid and said, "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. You still have one thing to do, arrest Dr. Sivana. You and Steppenwolf will do this together. Steppenwolf will tell you who Dr. Sivana is. This guy is good at keeping himself safe. He disappeared from the beginning of the battle. I don't want him to cause me any trouble in the future if I miss him this time." Chen Tao was not worried that Darkseid would not be able to catch Dr. Sivana. Steppenwolf did a good job in the early stage. Several villains basically confirmed the main action plan centered on submission to Darkseid. Even if someone had some small ideas, it was generally like this. So once Darkseid and Steppenwolf started to backstab, it would be difficult to trick Dr. Sivana into appearing, and it would be a piece of cake to deal with him. After explaining the task, Chen Tao didn't care about Darkseid's reaction. He crossed tens of millions of kilometers and appeared on Ice Moat, the base of Atrocitus. He landed on the ground. In the valley not far away, the red light central energy battery was burning. Chen Tao flew closer with the meditation mite, and then saw Atrocitus half kneeling in front of the central energy battery. In front of him was a pre-drawn, extremely complex blood magic circle. "Have you finished preparing what you need to do?" Chen Tao asked him. "Of course, Batman." Atrocitus, who had his back to Batman, replied, "I have been preparing since I came back from the origin wall. Everything is ready. A magic circle that completely eliminates the darkness in William Hand's heart." He turned his head and said, "It will be more profound and effective than my simple use of the cosmic magic wand." "You. What the asterisk asterisk asterisk?" Before Atrocitus finished speaking, he saw the half-dead meditation mite being beaten to a pulp and carried by Batman. The anthropomorphic insect face was full of grievances, but his electronic speaker was still in Chen Tao's hand, so he couldn't do anything at all. The insect face of the meditation mite was immediately excited when it saw Atrocitus appearing in front of it, and the insect mouthparts kept hissing, but Atrocitus didn't understand a word. Chen Tao picked up the half-dead meditation mite from the ground. Although he had never been sure whether meditation mite was the person behind the abduction of William Hand, and he also didn't know how meditation mite got William Hand away. But since he saw meditation mite appear at Hand's funeral home, and compared with Atrocitus, when meditation mite claimed to him that only he could help him find William Hand, the answer was basically out, and it was almost certain. William Hand at this time was just a nobody, even a minor child, not the first Black Lamp corpse who would trigger the key figure event of Blackest Night in the future. Unless the Black Death Emperor was going to break into the material universe and abduct his apostles directly, who would take William Hand away. In other words, if the Black Death Emperor had the ability to enter the universe directly now, he would not have to train William Hand. As for what method was there to make meditation mite speak, Atrocitus saw lightning created by the power of Thunder Shazam wrapped around Chen Tao's hand. Oh, Atrocitus knew that one. The Mind Mite had been trying to get this thing before, and he did succeed. The Red Light Lord had been in the Mind Mite gang for quite a while, so he knew all this. So Batman was going to use this living lightning power to induce the Mind Might to release William Hand. Batman won't share these living lightning powers with him. What's the point of that? Zzzzzzzz. But Atrocitus thought halfway, and then stared dully at Batman, poking his palm wrapped in lightning directly into the body of the meditation mite, electrocuting the big insect, and making it twitch all over. He saw Batman kick the meditation mite, which had only 1/4 of its body left, to the ground. Due to the serious injury and the countless magic circles on its body was no longer as big as before, so it looked even more pitiful. Batman kicked the opponent again and again, and the meditation mite curled up in pain, and the color of its body turned red and green because of the severe pain. Batman did not hold back, and the black Nanorobot turned into a crowbar in his hand. He laughed wildly and hit the meditation mite's insect skull with the crowbar. Tell or not? Tell or not? Tell or not? Hiss, 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 hiss. Chen Tao did not give the meditation mite permission to control the electronic speaker. The big bug twitched in pain, and its mouthparts kept sucking air, but it could not utter a word. But even when the meditation mite looked so painful, Chen Tao paid close attention, and still found that the meditation mite had come to the field in front of him, but was still deliberately absorbing the lightning created by the power of Thundershazam that Chen Tao used to electrocute it. Chen Tao pretended not to see it, and let him do it. Suck it, suck it. After all, he is the only creature that can use the power of living lightning without being recognized. The more he absorbs now, the easier it will be to control in a while. Chen Tao thought so, while turning on the other party's permission to speak. As soon as the permission was granted, the first sentence of the meditation mite was, "Don't fight me. I confess everything, please. Don't fight me." The meditation mites really didn't play any tricks. Soon, the skinny and hungry William Hand was released with a confused look on his face. Then he met 2 pairs of surprised and happy eyes. William Hand. X2 Chen Tao rushed over, followed by Atrocitus. After scanning his body and confirming that he would not die immediately, the 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you won't die for the time being. Then the 2 of them began to examine William Hand's body. They were so enthusiastic that they almost scared the other party to pee. No. Where on earth is this? Help. I want to go home. A few minutes later, William Hand sat in the center of the magic circle, his mouth crooked, his eyes slanted, his eyes dull, motionless, and Chen Tao breathed a sigh of relief. Atrocitus is in a darkness elimination operation has begun. In the original comic history, Atrocitus, who predicted the Blackest Night, once wanted to come to the Earth to eliminate the darkness in William Hand's heart in advance. And such behavior is undoubtedly a crime for Alan Sinestro, who rushed to the scene after hearing the news. So Atrocitus failed as a matter of course, and the plan to cut off the Blackest Night from the source was declared bankrupt. And now, with his interference, William Hand can always accept the inner darkness elimination game quietly. This may be able to forcibly cure his necrophilia at one time. Will this have some positive impact on the arrival of the Blackest Night? But Chen Tao has no time to care about this. He still has Darkseid to worry about. If you can't get through today's level, there is no need to worry about the Blackest Night. After instructing Atrocitus not to kill anyone and handing William Hand over to the Dark Emperor, Chen Tao left Atrocitus, who was still performing a shamanic act on William Hand, and hurried back to Earth. He still had a lot of things to do. At this time, Reverse Flash was tied up in a corner of the Red of all living things. He looked coldly at the many jailers who were surrounding him and commenting on him. Killer Croc, Poison Ivy, and Clark, who had returned to normal and looked a little weak, supported by his wife Louise. He no longer wanted to hear clearly what these people said to him. At this time, his heart was full of doubts. This was not right. This was different from the future he saw. What went wrong? He had completely lost control of the situation. Would the Flash really fail in the war with Darkseid as he saw in the future? He should have stood by and led everything and witnessed it himself, instead of being locked up here like a loser. Then he saw Batman appear in front of him. He drove away the guards who were watching and took him into the shelter built for the families in the Red Desert of all living beings. He took him alone to an empty silver-white room. This place was different from other places in the shelter that were obviously used for rest and self-protection. But it was bare here, and Reverse Flash was not sure what Batman wanted to do. you want?" he asked directly, but soon Reverse Flash saw Batman take out a ring from his universal belt in front of him, and then pressed it, and then the small ring immediately popped out a set of Flash uniforms. Reverse Flash? Then he saw Batman hurried away again. Lonely. Dark. Deep. For so many years, what I have been chasing is just a reflection. Bane was currently fixed on the origin wall. His consciousness was being swallowed up by the wall bit by bit. Maybe it would take a while, maybe soon. He looked at a creature next to him that had condensed into a statue. The thing flapped its broad wings and seemed to be flying out of the wall at the last moment of its life. Bane was thinking about Batman again. The reason he wanted to defeat Batman in the first place was that he wanted to defeat his own demons, his own nightmares. His childhood had shaped him into a monster, and the perennial sense of crisis had made him unable to feel happy. Only by defeating Batman could he find peace, or he would die at the hands of another monster. Defeating Batman was his own vain obsession. But after this obsession had disappeared and everything was gone, Bane had always felt that his life was worthless. He tried to enrich himself by looking for his father. He wanted to find his blood relatives, which was a way of finding his origin. But in the end, after searching for a long time, he actually found Batman again. "You saved me, Batman." Bane raised his head slightly, and the roar he once made at Batman seemed to echo in his ears again. "I'm no more harmless than this monster. But you saved me, so I will spare your life. We are bound together for life." This was like a promise, but also like a curse. So Bane said nothing. He lowered his head and saw that the gold had spread to the back of his neck. That gold, dazzling gold. It climbed over his bulging veins, began to grow uncontrollably on his chin, and finally crossed over his nose, gently and tenderly pressing the flapping nose. He knew that Batman might not be able to make it in time for the appointment, and he was not sure whether Batman deliberately did not come to the appointment, but it didn't matter. When Bane looked back on the past, he found that Bane's life was meaningless. His hatred for Batman, whether it was at the beginning or at the end, was extremely child's play. He was a person who lacked in a drive. Save the world? Destroy the world? Rule the world? Even the commander of Gotham? Or did he want to resurrect someone? Change the past? Did he have anyone he loved? What did he pursue? What philosophy did he want the world to agree with? Fear, or madness, or riddles? Nothing. His life was just a void. Even every goal in life was something he thought up himself, rather than a pursuit from the heart. He is not like Darkseid, or the Joker, or the Scarecrow. There are only bats. There is only Batman. Even taking over Gotham is just like a child trying to steal a toy from another child. Conquering all evil? What a grand goal. Is he really interested in it? Does he really regard this as his life's work? No. Under that strong body, Bane's heart is empty. He does things without logic or plan. This does not mean that he will not make plans for a specific goal, but this feeling is difficult to explain in words. It should be said that he has never thought about what to do after achieving his goal. This is Bane, and I'm Bane. Maybe sleeping forever on the origin wall will be my destination. In this way, he will never have to think about the meaning of life and the direction of life. Bane thought so, and he began to feel a little sleepy, and the gold spread over his temples, making him drowsy, as warm as in his mother's amniotic fluid. He wanted to go home. He wanted to fall asleep. Then he saw Batman. Bane. That hazy otherworldly voice seemed to roar in his ears in a high pitch, and to hum in his heart in a low voice. Bane heard Batman's voice. "I came as promised. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 298. Darkseid's Ambition. Chen Tao hid in the dark, quietly watching Darkseid negotiate with the source. Part of the Chinese translation group translated it as origin, behind the origin wall. He knew that this was not an exchange he was qualified to participate in, and he only needed to wait quietly for Darkseid to get things done. As a giant flaming hand wrote and drew on the wall, Bane soon fell from the origin wall. He floated and swayed in the void behind the wall, his strong body like a fallen leaf. Chen Tao flew over and caught him. "Well done," he said. He held Bane by the back of the neck and looked into Darkseid's malicious eyes. "It should be over now, Batman." Chen Tao heard Darkseid say, "It's time to fulfill your promise. One more thing." Chen Tao said, "I ask you to release the control of the cyborg Superman Hank Henshaw and Superman's cousin, Supergeneral Kara Kent." The malice in Darkseid's eyes became even stronger, as if he was about to drip out Omega energy, and he did so. "Okay, I'll finish these. After you help me deal with Superboy Prime, I swear I won't continue to play with their minds." Darkseid was very cooperative. With such a fierce face, he looked as easy to talk to as the vendors who sold low purity flour at the gate of Arkham Asylum. The favorite thing for those vendors to do is to buy flour and give away grenades. Anyway, the price of grenades has been reduced to the level of burritos because of the internal circulation of Penguin. After buying them, you can fly to Arkham Asylum and shoot at it to save your most admired idol. Although Darkseid did not have the vendor's flattering smile, his help to Batman was as cheap as the flour sold by the vendors. Even Bane, who looked listless and was held in Chen Tao's hand like a big cat, found something wrong. He wanted to say something, but he shut up tactfully and let Chen Tao and Darkseid continue to talk. "Before I come to help you, I still have some things to do on Earth. I will come to help you after I finish them. It will take no more than 2 Earth hours." Although Darkseid's stone face did not change at all, anyone who was not blind could see that his expression had become slightly colder. The Dark Lord did not reply immediately. He floated in front of Batman and just looked at him. The atmosphere was a little stagnant for a while, and Bane began to secretly try to mobilize the 4 different natural energies in his body. He was very skilled in using the 3 powers of red, green, and black, but he was not very good at the metal spirit. Fortunately, the metal spirit seemed to be controlled by someone and never made a fuss like the red, green, and black powers. But in the end, Darkseid did not do what Bane thought. He lowered his head and looked down at Batman. "It's up to you. That monster has been destroying my planet for so long, and 2 hours won't make a difference," he said. 2 hours. Just the last 2 hours. "We'll do it when the time is up." He looked at Batman and said, "Then we have a deal. You can't break your promise." 2 hours? 2 minutes later, Chen Tao and Bane appeared on Ice Moat, the base of the Red Lantern Corps and the location of the Red Lantern Central Energy Battery. Bane finally recovered some mobility at this time. He had just broken free from Batman's cat-like posture and chose to walk on the ground with his own feet. It's not that he didn't want Batman to fly with him. He had just proposed to stand on Batman's back and fly like a sword, like a skateboard, a bat, but was sternly rejected by the other party. Since the Red Lantern Corps was just a startup, this place was still like before, with messy wreckage and ruins everywhere, as well as desert-like hillsides. They took 2 steps, and soon, the huge red light central energy battery came into view, and below it was Atrocitus, who was still dancing, and William Hank, who was surrounded by the magic circle. Chen Tao signaled Bane to accompany him and wait for Atrocitus to finish. "Hey, but," Bane said, "you know Darkseid only gave you 2 hours, and you should also know that this guy must have some conspiracy." Bane said, "I'm a conspirator." Batman's gaze. "At least I used to be." Bane explained, "That's not the point. The point is that I can smell the other party's conspiracy. That is almost beyond words. When I want to achieve a certain goal." Bane began to analyze himself. "At least he has a say in this regard. I usually give up something that I don't think is too important in exchange for the key to achieve that goal. I admit that sometimes my plans lack imagination and humor, but I must admit that Darkseid's behavior now perfectly fits the characteristics I mentioned." He said, "Darkseid is so cooperative, he must be planning something. Have you made up your mind? If you can see it, then of course I can see it." Soon Bane heard Batman's answer. "Darkseid's conspiracy? I think so." He turned to look at Bane, but for Darkseid, absolute strength can directly destroy everything. A conspiracy that does not reach a certain level is a joke to the Lord of Apocalypse. And what is really worth our Majesty Darkseid's careful planning? It is nothing more than manipulating the Prime Superboy and turning him into a thug like Supergeneral Kara or Cyborg. However, Chen Tao did not tell Bane this. Some things are most convenient to keep to oneself. He casually found an excuse, and I don't know the target, that is worth Darkseid's careful planning. Let's take it one step at a time. Darkseid saw that enemies of Supergirl and Cyborg were so powerful that he would attack them. He himself has a tendency to like to collect powerful subordinates, not to mention the prime Superboy who made him taste the taste of being pressed on the face and hammered on the ground. That powerful monster is simply a natural assistant for Darkseid on his way to control all living beings. How could he not try his best to get him? There is only one purpose that can make Darkseid so submissive, and that is for the greater good. And what he did also had a very suitable opportunity. Superboy Prime was severely damaged. Darkseid trusts Batman, just as Batman trusts Darkseid. Maybe talking about this so-called trust sounds ridiculous, but it is really happening. Chen Tao never doubted that Darkseid could defeat Superboy Prime with his help, and vice versa. It was based on the expectation that he would never lose against Superboy Prime, that Darkseid dared to have the ambition to control Superboy Prime, instead of directly pasting him back to the origin wall. But there is no need to tell Bane all this. Chen Tao paid attention to the time, and saw that Atrocitus's dancing slowly slowed down, and began to gradually end. Chen Tao had asked Atrocitus how long it would take to do it before, and now the time was just right. And this is one of the more important reasons why he came here. He needs to personally escort Atrocitus's spell. After all, the purpose of Atrocitus is only to eliminate the darkness in William Hand's heart. The essence of this spell is no different from the history of comics, when William Hand, the Black Hand, was taken away by the Green Lantern of Mercy, and his mind was distorted directly, turning him into a self-repentant person. However, in the process of casting the spell, it is very likely that an accident will occur. If William Hand is accidentally killed, well, that would be a lot of fun. In a timeline called Flashpoint, since Green Lantern Abin did not die, Hal Jordan did not become a Green Lantern, so he could not stop Atrocitus, who came to Earth for the first time, from casting a spell on William Hand in an attempt to prevent the arrival of the Blackest Night. As a result, Atrocitus failed, and William Hand not only did not erase the darkness in his heart, but unfortunately died on the spot. This not only failed to delay the arrival of the Blackest Night, but greatly accelerated it. As soon as William Hand, the Black Hand, died, he turned into a Black Lantern corpse on the spot, and the Black Death Emperor was immediately able to enter the main world, even whispering in the other's ear, to persuade the other to commit suicide. Although his power was not as strong as in the original Blackest Night, his Black Lantern Corps still attacked one sector after another, and the situation immediately collapsed to an unparalleled level. So Chen Tao was worried about such a problem. After all, in the Dark Universe, anything could happen. If the Black Death Emperor was really brought out on the spot, he would explode. But now it seems that there is no danger. Atrocitus's operation has been very standard. As William Hand, who was locked up by the meditation might and hungry for a long time, screamed loudly, the opponent, who seemed to be a little malnourished, fainted on the spot, but was still alive. Very good, Chen Tao said. He walked to the side of Atrocitus and whispered to him, then the next problem is what we have to worry about now. About the blood slaughter bull. The meditation might slowly opened his eyes. He had been bleeding just now, and fainted due to excessive blood loss. He got up from the ground and looked around, and finally confirmed that Batman was not by his side at this time, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He wanted to unlock the magic on his body and escape immediately, but soon found himself depressed that he could not control the electronic speaker to say even half a syllable. But fortunately, he was not completely desperate. He still had a little power of Thunder Shazam that he had secretly absorbed before. He originally established a connection with Billy Batson's father C.C. Batson through magic, and became the first creature in history who could use the power of living lightning without the approval of Thunder Shazam. But as Billy Batson was completely disappointed with his biological father C.C. Batson, the power of living lightning that he had shared with him before also returned to him with his disappointment. This is the most important core principle of Thunder Shazam sharing his power. Under normal circumstances, the object of Shazam's power must be Billy, who sincerely believes that the other party and himself are different members of the same family. So now there is a very simple truth. CC Batson's power of living lightning is gone, and the meditation might that established a magical connection with CC Batson to use the power of living lightning has no power of living lightning to use. Then the matter should have been settled, but just now, the meditation might found a new person who could borrow the power of living lightning, Batman. Billy Batson also shared his power of Thundershazam with Batman. What kind of foolish generosity is this? And how tempting is this? As long as he successfully connects to Batman's power of Thundershazam, he can sweep away the decline and make a comeback, at least get out of the cage. So the meditation might began to gamble again, and then he went all in again, and he won the bet again. After being defeated by Batman and captured by the other party, he successfully stole a trace of the power of living lightning from the other party and successfully used the connection he had established before to connect with this power of living lightning and once again possessed the power of Thundershazam. This means that the meditation might, can escape. The meditation might kept shaking the jumping and surging electric light on his body, and the current condensed into a small lightning hand in front of him that could be controlled by him. He had already pulled his electronic speaker closer and then kept stimulating it with electricity, trying to continue to activate the speaker so that he could recite the spell to escape. But soon the smiling face of Batman appeared in front of him. It was a real smile, with a pale chin and macupe, a wild laugh that stretched to the corners of his mouth, and exposed gums. It was as scary as it could be. What do you want to do? But the next second, the meditation might found that Batman began to repair his injuries. His lower body, that was crushed by Darkseid, soon began to get better little by little under Batman's magic, and finally became perfect. Then he felt the connection again, and countless magical powers were poured into his body again. The magical powers he absorbed from the 7 continents reconnected with himself. He looked at Batman in confusion, and then felt the connection between himself and Batman through the power of Thundershazam, and the whole bug began to tremble. No. He had realized what Batman was going to do, but it was too late. Apocalypse. Darkseid looked at the Prime, who was still wreaking havoc in the distance. Beside him, the kind grandmother with missing arms and legs lowered her head. "Your Majesty the Great Darkseid," she whispered, "everything is ready. As long as that monster is seriously injured." Darkseid added, "He will surrender to me." Not far away, there was a trace of clarity in the eyes of the Prime. Chapter 299. Some regrets can never be made up. Albert Swan sat in his cage. His name was Reverse Flash. He had been chasing the reflection of the Flash for many years, and at this moment, the person standing in front of him was none other than Batman. A set of Flash uniforms? Reverse Flash looked down at what Batman had thrown at him and sneered. His hood had been taken off by Batman at this time, and Reverse Flash lowered his head, letting his messy brown hair hang down on his forehead. "What tricks are you playing again, Batman?" "Oh, wait. Let me guess first." He suddenly waved his hand to stop Chen Tao from speaking, and then said, "You want me to help you do this and that? Don't even think about it," he said. "It's ridiculous." He almost didn't give Chen Tao a chance to speak. "Come on, how are you going to convince me? Threaten? Or use the bargaining chip to let me return to the future?" He looked at the other party. "You can ask, but you know it's all in vain. If you don't help me, then I can only go to the Flash." Then he heard Batman's voice sounded calmly. "Think about it. This is an opportunity. The opportunity to become a hero completely." Reverse Flash was silent. "Isn't this what you once wanted? To become a hero? You will have a place in history and star in a chapter of the great epic. You have wanted to replace the role of the Flash countless times, and now this opportunity is in front of you." Reverse Flash responded with silence. Seeing that Swan was not moved, Chen Tao's voice became gloomy again. "Don't think you are so important, Swan. I will never use you as my last trump card. You know I have the turtle and the gorilla grodd. So you go and use them. Why do you want me?" Reverse Flash said. He looked at Batman. "Your behavior is very strange. Very strange. Why must I be the one?" Then he saw Batman's body flashing green light. Strands of green wrapped around his body and finally condensed into the appearance of Green Lantern. The Green Lantern symbol from OA and the Batarang on Batman's chest merged together. The other party stretched out his hand, and soon the ring on his hand began to tremble slightly, and then a Green Lantern ring was copied. This is one of the many functions of the Green Lantern ring. By creating a temporary replica, other people can also have the ability of Green Lantern. Sinestro has used this trick many times in the history of comics, and even helped Hal Jordan continue to use the power of Green Lantern after being expelled from the Green Lantern Corps. This is a Green Lantern ring. You can control it with willpower. It can provide you with a certain degree of protection by materializing armor. Chen Tao told Reverse Flash, "You can choose to rot here, or you can choose to do something else. In short, I leave things to you." He threw the ring in front of Reverse Flash, along with the Flash's uniform. Then he didn't say anything more, and disappeared behind the golden vortex portal in front of Reverse Flash. Only Reverse Flash was left alone, staring blankly at the things in front of him. I'm Superboy Prime. I feel like I'm flowing. The world has changed in my eyes, gentle and familiar. That is my world. The golden age of many heroes. The soul of every hero is as bright as gold. Then I witnessed those broken things. I know what people say about me. I'm a great demon who wants to destroy the world. I try to destroy reality and reshape a new world. I'm a murderer who wants to murder hundreds of millions of people. I crush the Justice League with ease, slaughtering the heroes that people admired and loved. I'll let their warm blood splash on my face. I was a butcher with blood on my hands. I know everything. But I did those things for a reason. Everything I did was to get them back, her back. I was born in the origin universe, where all the superheroes were characters in comic books. My girlfriend Laurie was my world until the end of the world. I will always remember that bonfire party at the beach, but I discovered my superpowers for the first time. That night, I looked up at the sky all night, and I heard some strange sound, as if someone was calling my name in the sky, as if someone needed my help. So I jumped and fell. I will never forget the first fall. Laurie helped me up from the ground. She chuckled and said to me, "Nice try, Superboy." Yes, I think that's what she said at the time. Her eyes contain all the beauty under the starry sky. Her kiss smells good, making people feel like electric shock, no matter how many times. That night we walked along the beach together. We talked for hours about our fears, our hopes, the future we would share. We talked about getting married, having a dog, having children, even though I felt something was pulling me, calling me. Then I saw the meteorite. I flew. I had superpowers. I flew into the night sky, and there I met Superman, Clark Kent, who was also flying. He was from another Earth. I had read in comics that there were an infinite number of parallel Earths in the multiverse. I just didn't know that they were all real. I was happy to go with him to save the universe. Everything I had read about, everyone I had read about I had seen in person, and Superman told me that I had the power to help them save all realities from the threats I had been reading about for months. And as we fought, the multiverse collapsed into a single universe, and I wasn't there, but I know that Laurie was dead, and my parents, my friends, all gone. I never got to say goodbye to Laurie either. I tried to accept this fact, but when a few years later, I had the opportunity to resurrect Laurie and everyone else, I had to try. I was in so much pain, and I took it out. Then I was forced to kill a lot of heroes, and I became a monster. This led me to where I'm now. But you know what's the funniest thing? I don't care anymore. I've seen a lot of people die and come back to life. Superman, the big event of the death of Superman. Batman died in Final Crisis, but it was just an illusion. Green Lantern, Hal once died with the Sun Eater in End of Night. The second generation Robin, Jason Todd, aka Red Hood, died in Death of the Family, and Superboy Prime shattered reality with one punch to revive him. Some of them were even killed by me, but the timeline was restarted, and they all came back to life. So, what does it matter? Is there really anything important? I mean, the timeline always restarts, every few years, and even faster and faster in the past 2 years. No one's choice has any meaning, because as long as time restarts, everything will be overturned and started over again. Those things that really happened will be covered by new history and become things that never happened. So what is the meaning of this history? I don't know. There is no point for those heroes to fight against me. Since the timeline and history will always be rewritten, why can't I write a better ending? When Chen Tao and Darkseid returned to Apocalypse, they saw Superboy Prime sitting quietly on the top of a ruin, with the bodies of demons everywhere under his feet. Corpses piled up, blood flowed like a river, and countless green blood gathered into a pool of blood under Chen Tao's feet, dripping endlessly. Chen Tao tiptoed and stepped over a demon who was still alive. He could even feel the other's muscles trembling under his feet. He raised his head and looked at the Prime Superboy standing on the top. He was looking down at his opponent with his godlike indifference and arrogance. The Blood Slaughter Bull, who should have completely controlled the opponent's mind, had now turned into a half-real and half-virtual shadow, constantly gathering not far behind the Prime Superboy, circling and hovering in the air like a snake, but not daring to approach the opponent's body. The Prime Superboy in front of him had already forced the Blood Slaughter Bull out of his body with his own strength. "No. Please. Don't drive me away, you need me." The angry emotional energy of the lamp beast was like a drug addict addicted to flour at this moment. It couldn't stop eating the Prime Superboy, but some huge deterrents still made it afraid. It looked at the Prime Superboy from a distance, and didn't dare to cross the line. This might be because the Prime Superboy had clenched his fist, or it might be because of the huge canyon next to him that had appeared on Apocalypse and was blasted out by his fist. Chen Tao guessed that the Blood Slaughter Bull must have been hit by a few punches from Superboy Prime. Even if the Lantern Beast is difficult to destroy, it would definitely not be a fun experience to be hit by Superboy Prime's fist. In the multiverse, any god who can change reality, whether it is Perpetua or Dr. Manhattan, their changes to reality are based on various strange powers, such as crisis energy, anti-crisis energy, and so on. But Superboy Prime is different. He changes the universe purely by brute force, pure strength. Therefore, even if he has not returned to his heyday, his blows are not insignificant. Superboy Prime's eyes focused on Darkseid's rock face. The Lord of Apocalypse originally planned to continue to maintain his signature expressionless face, but soon gave up. He subconsciously raised his fist and raised it flat above his chest. The Prime Superboy who regained his sanity was even more terrifying than the one in the manic state. If the former was just a crazy beast, furiously attacking everything around him, now he was a willful child who lost his temper and broke the universe, a child with his own hatred and joys and sorrows, which was much more terrifying than a beast that attacked everyone indiscriminately. "Darkseid," Prime Superboy said. His eyes swept across the Lord of Apocalypse and stopped on Chen Tao, Batman. Then he said concisely, "I will kill all of you. Use whatever means you have, Batman." Darkseid whispered to Chen Tao, "He is now extremely dangerous." He looked at the calm face of Prime Superboy with fear. Darkseid, who always liked to act expressionless to scare others, finally met a calm face that made people feel more creepy than his. Then he turned his head and saw Batman looking at him with a smile, and he couldn't help but feel angry. "You still want me to make the first move? Do you think I'm holding back?" Darkseid said, "Don't be ridiculous. If I had the ability to deal with Superboy Prime, I wouldn't cooperate with you. You already have an idea in your mind, don't you, Darkseid? The first moment you see me." Black and red lightning wrapped around Chen Tao's body, and the turtle and gorilla grodd in countless distant spaces almost groaned at the same time. As the red and gold figures appeared on the battlefield, Chen Tao stood in front of Darkseid, and Darkseid also cooperated very well, and summoned the Black Runner again. He cooperated so tacitly, as if it was not him who said that I had no way to deal with Superboy Prime. Chen Tao carefully looked at the Black Runner standing quietly beside him. It represents the inevitable death of life. It is a specific aspect of the rule of death. Just as the second sister of the Endless Family represents the death of liberation from mercy and sympathy, the Black Death Emperor represents the inevitable end of the universe and the ultimate opponent of living things. But in the previous battle, he still found it difficult to break through Superboy Prime's defense. But at that time, Superboy Prime was still going crazy, but now he has regained his composure. Even with the cooperation of Batman Chen Tao, could Darkseid summon him again and cause any harm to Superboy Prime? Chen Tao let out a long breath. He raised his head and looked into Superboy Prime's deep red eyes. "Superboy Prime." He called the other person's name directly and then said, "I know what you want to do." He said sincerely, "I know how you feel. The ability to tamper with history and change the past at will is so fascinating, but once used, it is like opening Pandora's box. When you change it for the first time, you want to change it for the second time, and the second time, you want to change it for the third time. However, there are too many things in life that are worth regretting, and they cannot be changed one by one. He said, stop it while it's not too late. This is my last advice to you. But before Superboy Prime could speak, he saw the other person's face turn into his own. Chapter 300, The Punch That Shatters Reality. Boom. Amid the violent explosion, the ground of Apocalypse began to tremble. The violent shockwave turned the ground upside down like a stir-fry. Millions of tons of soil and rocks were thrown into the air. Prime Superboy grabbed Darkseid's neck and danced wildly in the air. Ah. Boom. Prime Superboy grabbed Darkseid and brought him to the ground like a comet, then threw him high up and hit him in the air again and again with the most classic Superman punch. The violent explosion shook the entire planet. Then he kicked Darkseid to the ground with his heavy foot. The two slid on the surface of the planet like plowing the land. Prime Superboy rode on Darkseid's body and shot left and right. The series of combination punches hit the opponent and made him curl up with his head in his hands. The surrounding soil was crushed and separated by them like waves. The countless demons killed by Superboy Prime turned into mud and merged with the entire planet they protected. Batman. Darkseid's roar shook the world. Enough. Where are your reinforcements? In the gap between Superboy Prime's continuous punches, he saw a figure with red and gold on one side and black and red lightning wrapped around his body, following them closely and occasionally switching back to the state of nanorbits. Darkseid knew that the other party's state of super speed seemed to be unable to be maintained for a long time and had to stop after a few seconds. The other party only used that state to keep up with the ever-changing battle locations of the two of them and did not even think about helping with the punches. Where's the help you promised? Where's the trump card you promised? Darkseid struggled to break free from the entanglement of Superboy Prime. He used his hands and feet to crawl in the mud and stretched out his hand to Batman. Hurry up. However, he saw that Batman on the opposite side had an expression of seeing a ghost on his face and quickly switched to the state of having super speed and ran away. Darkseid even saw the other party put his feet together and then turned into a wheel, spinning very fast, and disappeared in an instant. Damn it. Don't lead the battlefield to me. I told you, support will be here soon. Darkseid wanted to crawl over, but Superboy Prime grabbed him from behind by the collar and dragged him back. No. Darkseid's 10 fingers left deep marks on the ground. He struggled desperately, but to no avail. In the end, he was pulled close by Superboy Prime. He knew that Superboy Prime was going to kill the stronger of the two first, and it was obvious to the other party that he was the stronger one. Batman was faster than both of them, which was probably one of the reasons why Superboy Prime focused on dealing with him first. This might be recognition from the enemy, but Darkseid was not happy at all. Batman, help me. Why are you just watching? He showed an expression of loss of composure on his face, like a scared fool, struggling desperately to leave Superboy Prime's side. He was not as calm as the Lord of Apocalypse. He successfully deceived Superboy Prime, so at that moment, the other party raised his fist, and then the goal was wide open. And Darkseid's counter-attack broke out at this time. The Lord of Apocalypse roared. He suddenly turned around and then grabbed Superboy Prime's leg fiercely, and the heavy punch carrying Omega energy exploded in Superboy Prime's face, creating a deafening shockwave. Then he hugged the other's body, which was smaller than his, and slammed his head into the other's face. The deep red Omega rays burst out from his eyes, and he fought with the heat vision of Superboy Prime at close range. It was a beautiful counter-attack, unexpected, decisive and powerful. Superboy Prime didn't seem to react at all. That Darkseid, who was suppressed by him just now, still had some strength left. Before his heat vision could gather, the Omega rays hit his eyes with a devastating force. When he covered his eyes in pain, Darkseid hit him with a knee, and then his head tilted back high, and then he had a drop of blood from his nose. Well done, he said. Superboy Prime still maintained his expressionless expression, and then he suddenly smiled and gave Darkseid a hideous smile. The huge giant was immediately terrified. His rock-like face once again showed an expression of disbelief, which was simply the most potent aphrodisiac for many conceited and powerful people. Just when Superboy Prime's eyes were once again attracted by him, the figure of the Black Runner appeared behind Superboy Prime again. Found, a life form. It was originally dead, but it was not killed. The black figure on the glider was so fast and the timing of its appearance was so clever that Chen Tao, who was synchronized with the Red Death, was caught off guard. He swung the sickle in his hand and came towards Superboy Prime's back. Kal-El from Earth Prime, everything will die. Darkseid's face became calm again, no longer pretending to attract the enemy's attention. His burning eyes quickly calculated how much time the Black Runner's attack could delay for him. Batman told him that his trump card that could severely injure Superboy Prime needed time to charge, which meant that Darkseid himself needed to delay for enough time to make Superboy Prime focus on himself instead of focusing on destroying his Apocalypse. The battle between them seemed to cause great damage to Apocalypse, and in fact, it was indeed great, but at least it was less than Superboy Prime's direct rush into the core of the Earth and spraying heat rays. If he hadn't stopped him at this moment, Superboy Prime, who had just killed all the demons, would have almost done so. In 1/10,000 of a second, Darkseid waited for the Black Runner to hit Superboy Prime from behind again, but at this moment, his eyes met Superboy Prime's eyes. Those eyes were smiling, but Darkseid could still deeply see the madness contained in them. The mad factor was hidden in the deepest part of his eyes, burning like fire. An indescribable ominous premonition suddenly emerged in Darkseid's heart. Superboy Prime turned around abruptly. The figure of the Black Runner rushing towards him was reflected in his eyes. It was the living embodiment of death, inevitable death. Anyone who touched it would fall into eternal sleep, the kingdom of death. Superboy Prime moved his shoulder. The wound from the previous collision was still aching. Some kind of power of death had been eroding half of his body, constantly emphasizing to his body you are dead. But he was simply too strong. Too strong. With pure brute force, he denied the concept of death itself to cover him. This was definitely beyond the understanding of the Black Runner. This was why the Black Runner disappeared immediately after attacking Superboy Prime. For the Black Runner, every time he appeared, he would take a life. Any creature that touched him would die immediately, and he had never encountered an exception. But he saw it now, right? So Black Runner needs to correct his mistake. He mistakenly estimated that Superboy Prime was a dead creature and left before the other party died. This was a mistake, and he must correct him now. So Superboy Prime reached out a hand to meet Black Runner. He slowly clenched his fist, and then the golden biological field gathered at his fingertips. A huge force surged and roared in his body. Then, there was a deafening roar. The world was deafened for a moment. Superboy Prime swung his fist at Black Runner with all his strength, and reality shattered in an instant, wailing in destruction. Darkseid covered his face, and when the smoke and dust cleared, he saw that half of the shoulder of the Black Runner, who he had placed high hopes on, had disappeared along with his head. The physical incarnation of death struggled to run forward 2 more steps, and then fell to the ground with a plop. The incarnation of death, the terminator of all things. Behind him, Superboy Prime's cape fluttered, and he spat at the fallen Black Runner. The terminator that was terminated. Chen Tao looked at the Black Runner lying on the ground. This is too exaggerated. But it doesn't matter. For the Black Runner, he is death, so there is no such concept as death. Superboy Prime just beat the other party to temporarily shut down, which is a good thing for him. After all, the Black Runner needs a stronger host to be able to exert stronger power. Darkseid was grabbed by the neck by Superboy Prime again. The other party was tearing the arm of the Lord of Apocalypse with force. Darkseid was screaming. It was a real scream, not fake. One of his arms was broken by Superboy Prime. Hurry up. Hurry. Darkseid was dragged back by Superboy Prime again. His hands plowed deep marks on the ground. He was beaten to the point of exploding. Chen Tao squatted in front of the Black Runner. I know. He said, don't rush me. The Flashberry Allen once broke free from the Black Runner with his own will. Reverse Flash silently watched the Green Lantern ring in front of him fly up, and Batman's voice sounded from it. This replica Green Lantern ring used the Green Lantern energy to construct Batman's face. Reverse Flash looked at it gloomily. And if the Flash can do it, then Reverse Flash can definitely do it. I'm even afraid that you can't do it, so I left you this Green Lantern ring. Darkseid will summon the Black Runner, and I will help you merge with him through the resonance of the Speed Force. I told you that I will never help you, Batman. Reverse Flash said, unless you force me. Come on. He said, I guess you must be prepared to force me. But you will never think that I will cooperate with you. Never, never. Then, he turned over, making himself more comfortable in the magic circle. The Green Lantern ring can protect your body and ensure that you will never be torn apart by the Black Runner. The Batman after image embodied by the Green Lantern ring seemed to have not heard what he said at all. It seemed that this was a video recording, not a real-time call. He continued to talk to himself. This ring can open a storage space, which stores 7 tons of water from the Lazarus Pool and the swamp monster tubers cultivated by Poison Ivy. These things full of life force can help you get rid of the influence of the Black Runner. After all, you don't want to become a physical servant of death, constantly traveling around and harvesting other people's lives in this life, right? But I won't work for you. Reverse Flash taunted. Do you think I'm a fool? Although he said this, Reverse Flash was already desperate. In the future he saw, Flash would be wiped out in the battle with Darkseid, but at this time he had been captured and completely lost the qualification to lead everything. So will things develop as he saw in the future? He suddenly lost interest in communicating with the recording left by Batman, then shook his head and lay there. Be careful, after you are possessed by the Black Runner, the other party may want to control your mind, but even if you escape the Black Runner, you will still be seriously injured. So, I'm afraid that, after you end the possession, you will no longer have the strength to fight. Reverse Flash raised his head suddenly. The information suddenly revealed by Batman made his eyes, which had not cared at all before, suddenly widen. He instantly realized why Batman asked him to be the host. When facing Darkseid, Batman must rely on the Flash he trusts to help him face the enemy, and because of this, Barry Allen cannot be seriously injured by Superboy Prime. So Batman chose him, Reverse Flash, to be his weapon against Superboy Prime. Wait. Reverse Flash suddenly realized the current situation. He suddenly realized the future he saw. He had long seen that Batman and Darkseid were seemingly in harmony, and they would have a battle in the future, but he still couldn't figure out where the scene of Flash's sacrifice he saw before came from, because from the current situation, it seemed to have become an impossible thing. But he has thought of it now. He was seriously injured in his victory over Superboy Prime, and was unable to participate in the battle with Darkseid. Isn't this the prerequisite for the Flash's sacrifice? When Batman faced Darkseid, he suddenly found a scene that required the speedster to sacrifice. The Turtle and the Gorilla Grodd were not fast enough, and he, the Reverse Flash, was seriously injured and unable to run. So the Flash took the initiative to sacrifice himself and defeated Darkseid. You see, fate has arranged everything clearly. Isn't everything right? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.